Everyone. Is my voice echoing? No. Okay. All right. Let me see. Okay. All right. So thank you very much for coming, participants. Today is our teaching case writing workshop, and our speaker for these 2 days will be Associate Professor Dr. Cordelia Mason. Okay. And I'm sure that you guys are really excited to be here in this session because it's a little bit different than our research webinars and others. Why is because we would like to help our students in engaging with them through local cases instead of Harvard cases. And also we would be much engaged with the industry as well. So we would like to have a lot of cool insights from them, okay, so that we can transfer all of these uh, practical issues, practical problems with the students. And I think the final output would be to have students that have problem solving skills. So that would be great. Okay, so I think this will be a very fascinating workshop, and in the end, we would like to have good teaching case writers. Yeah, okay, so that will be really great. So hopefully you guys are excited as well. So I'd like to introduce the speaker for these 2 days, which is Associate Professor Dr. Cordelia. Okay, let me, can you give me a moment to describe a bit about our speaker for today? So, Associate Professor Cordelia Mason, okay, so she's currently the Director of Yayasan UniKL and also for the Malaysian Institute of Management, also a member of Asian Institute of Chartered Bankers, Board of Examiners, and also an Honorary Associate Director of Sejahtera Leadership Initiative and the Vice President of Nation Association of Applied Linguistics. Apart from that, she's also the Technical Research Advisor for AKPK and also for the Global Knowledge Index, and the Senior Researcher at the MyVivet, which is the Malaysia Research Institute for Vocational Education and Training, and also an active member of the International Women's Federation of Commerce and Industry, and also an alumna of the UNESCO UNIVOC TVET Leadership Program. So what she do basically is to train and consult in the area of education, ethics, innovation, leadership, case writing, especially in social entrepreneurship. Other than that, she's also undertaken the international advisory roles in the TVET curriculum development and greening TVET, social innovation, and also enjoys exploring the meanings of life across geographical, social, and economic boundaries using the lenses of strategic management, technological advancement, innovation, and social entrepreneurship, and very deeply inspired by the diverse social missions across the industries and the sustainability. So as such, she has taken on a new role as a pro bono advisor to a few social business startups. So I welcome our Professor Associate Dr. Cordelia. Thank you very much for coming and willing to share with us about the world of the teaching case. Okay, so over to you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Putri Fazlin. Thank you, UMP, for inviting me to share a little bit about case writing. Yeah, actually, all invited me for a day, but I want to come for 2 days. So I hope I will not overstay my welcome. Yeah, so let's start today. Yeah, I want to share with you about case writing. So in these 2 days, I've been trying to come up with a program that I hope would be able to be useful for you, yeah, because I get some of your abstracts and then your cases, yeah, so I've gone through some of them, and I think I basically understand a few possible ways that you can go forward to improve your cases and at the same time improve your writing skills. Yeah, so be patient. But I think I'm being ambitious. 2 days is not enough, definitely. Yeah, but I hope these 2 days will be a beginning of your future in case writing. Yeah, because if you really like it, I don't know who will. You're welcome not to stay. Yeah, because to me, if you want to write, today is just 0.0001% of this very exciting journey of writing cases. Yeah. So I've been playing around with my slides. So in the end, last night, I think by almost 2 in the morning, then I arranged something into what I would call 6 sessions. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And as of today, I still don't know which one should go before the other. Yeah, so you keep on thinking. I read your cases, and then I think about all of you. You are all very experienced educators. So I say, how do I go about it? So that became a problem for me to solve. It's a case. So I'm on the case of the aspiring budding writers from UMP. Yeah, so we start today. We'll start the journey today. Okay, so I hope all of you are here. As I mentioned, feel free to go to the kitchen or to take your drinks, whatever. Let's be relaxed about it because it's going to be 2 days. Normally, I train 2 hours a day now using webinar, and that's it. Yeah, because nobody can stand, sitting in front of the computer except us, maybe. Yeah, I'm here like 18 hours in a day. We teachers can do that, but not many people. Yeah. So I want you to also experience it. If you feel like you're tired, just write on the chat, I'm tired, you say. Yeah. So that we can spot how students actually feel in the classroom. That's a very important first step, yeah, in case writing. I think Dr. Putri was saying that you want to engage with the industry and you want to equip your students with problem solving skills. Yeah, so that's a good first step. Yeah, and you also mentioned that you want to write local courses instead of Harvard cases. Yeah, I will not give you answers on that statement, but I think that's a very good first mission, because probably, yeah, all of you feel like, we've gone through all the Harvard cases, nobody will understand it. Yeah, if you use it in class, unless you want to use one case for the whole semester, divide them into pages. Yeah, so actually there's that language challenge there. Yeah, in terms of that, so you all are on the right track. I see 3 things that you want to do. Yeah, in that case. Yeah, but however, any course in case writing would not be appropriate if we don't start knowing about the Harvard case method. Yeah, because that's where it begins. Yeah, the Harvard case method is the one that popularized this movement that we call of using cases in the classroom. All right. Remember, yeah, at the end of the first session, I will ask you, what's the difference between a case study and the case method? Remember, I'm training on case method. Yeah, not case study. You all can do it very well as a research approach, right? Okay, so we shall start. Now I will present the first session, right? Okay, right. Okay, just a moment. All right. All right, so we will start. Can you see the slides now? You can, right?
Not yet, Prof.
Okay, all right. So we will have 6 sessions. I don't know how many I can cover in
Sorry, Prof. We cannot see your slides yet.
you can't?
I can see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, I
Right.
can.
Yeah, I can also because I have 2 computers.
Okay. Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. Yeah, maybe a bit of lagging there, right? Okay, yeah. So as I mentioned, I have prepared 6 sessions, but we will go as slowly as you want to or as quickly as you want to. Yeah, so this is the first session. In this first session, we will look at what is the case method. Yeah, I wanted to do this as session 3 in the first place, but I thought, no, it's better if I start with contextualize what we're going to do so that you know where you want to go. All right. So in this class, we will have 3 modes of communicating. We'll have breakout sessions, which Dr. Putri will assist me with. And then we will have when I put online chat, that means you write on the chat. It's compulsory for you to do that. And a whole class means it can be me talking to you or any one of us talking. Is like 2 ways. It can be 1 way to many or 2 ways communication. Yeah, that means we are discussing in the class, right? Yeah. Okay, so these are the 3 modes of communicating. Yeah, I hope the slide has arrived for all of you. All right, so let's just try it first. Yeah, we do something so that we see whether it works. Let's try the online chat. Can you indicate what you expect to learn in this course? Yeah, so I'll give you, it is 9:11 now. I'll give you about 2 minutes to do that. Yeah, 9:11 to 9:13. Yeah, write your opinion. Yeah, on the online chat. Yeah, let's try whether you were using the chat, right? Let's see the chat feature, right? Good morning, Wan Nazrul. Good morning, Dr. Prabhusakar. Yeah, right.
Morning, madam.
Hi, you're from Tamil Nadu, yeah? Yeah.
Yes, madam. Okay.
Yeah, I've been to India, but not yet Tamil Nadu. I went to Bangalore.
Oh, nice,
Right.
nice.
Yeah. Okay. So can everyone, write on the chat what you expect to learn in this course. Yeah. Can everyone write on the chat, please, so that I can understand where you're coming from. Yeah. Okay. Shuhada said to learn how to prepare a good and structured case study. Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. Shuhada. Okay. Who else? Shuhada is number 1. She'll get a prize. How about the rest of you? There's only one who has written on the chat. Yeah. Okay, Fatima, Dr. Fatima, to learn how to develop the teaching note. Okay. Fatima, teaching note. Yeah. Teaching note. UD would like to learn about problem PBL and how to bring industry to the classroom. PBL and industry in the classroom. Okay, Nor Wesley wants to, what do you want to do? Explore more and be an expert on it, inshallah. Okay, Ghazali would like how to write a good case study method to be used in the classroom. One Nazrul is learning, teaching business law, and you want to apply the case method. Definitely law is where it started. Yeah, descriptive case from case abstracts. Okay, how to develop case abstract. Design suitable questions, measuring students' understanding. All right. To learn the method and techniques to write a simple local teaching case as a startup. All right. And then I hope to learn how to do teaching cases and prepare teaching notes. All right, we're doing that. To learn what is teaching case all about and try to do it. Junaida. Senthil, to teach different solutions for the same case, yeah, in different sessions. Very good. To construct a correct way of writing a case scenario. Yeah, many ways, yeah, correct ways, yeah. And then should always be a real life case, or can it be an imaginary one? Yes, we will answer that. To learn the method and apply it in the classroom. Okay, wonderful, everyone. Very good. Now we are 10:14, so we will move on. So so this is what we mean. Yeah, when you see the online chat, you quickly write there. It's like a competition. Then I would know who have whatever issues you have. Yeah, and then step sequences in writing teaching cases. All right. Well, I'll try to assist you on all your requests there. Yeah. Okay. Now. I want to try the breakout session, yeah, Dr. Putri. That's why I have this one. Can we go into check how to do it? Yeah. I guess you've already been put in your group according to Dr. Putri. So it doesn't mean 2 people in a group. It could be 5 or something like that, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So you go to your group and then just tell your partner, whoever in your group, choose each other there, and then 2 things. Sorry, it should be 2 things no one knows about you. There should be an S there. All right. So 2 things, yeah, that no one knows about you. Yeah. So can you go to your group? We're trying this out. Yeah. Whether it works. And then I'm also trying. Yeah. Can
yeah. Yeah, sure. For those who are not in this list that I've put it in the chat room, you guys can just join in any group that you want here, and then we can meet up there.
All right, we try it out, yeah?
Yeah.
I
So,
don't think it's 1 minute for us because we are trying it out. Then the rest should be quite okay later.
yeah. Okay
Yeah.
then.
Okay, sure.
Mm,
Dr. Putri, how do I go to the groups then?
sorry.
How do I go to the group?
Oh, you can copy and go to any link that you want.
So how do I do that?
You can copy on the link in the chat room, and then you can just put it in the text.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So I just can. Oh, okay. So I can go through the phone also, right? Because
Yeah, sure.
you go you put it in the phone, can so I can go
Uh-uh.
back. All right.
Prof Putri, do we need to log out from this class and log into the new group, because seems like redundant, yeah, when we hear here and there. So what we should do?
Yeah, sure can. You can log it out first, and then you can come back later.
Thank
Oh,
you.
Okay.
so that's how it works, yeah, Dr. Putri?
Yeah, I guess because
Mm.
Google Meet, I'm not familiar with there's a
Yeah.
new setting in the breakout for Google Meet,
Yeah.
but I haven't studied that
I
yet.
see. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you also use Teams, is it, before this? Oh, how does it-
We have Teams, but we're not so familiar yet
I
with
see.
it. Uh,
Because I use Teams and it's quite easy for me
I
to
see.
go
Okay.
here and there, but we'll try. We'll learn something new. This
Okay.
really is the case, huh? So in our
Alright.
case. So, okay. Mm, all right. So what do we do? Stop presenting. Presenting. Is it here? Oh, okay. I got it. Only three. Okay. Mm, mm. Okay. Let me try here. Hmm. Yes. Is everyone back?
Let me check, Prof.
Yeah, because I actually couldn't get into the room without them letting me in. So that's a good trial run that we did. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to see how it will work so that we will know what to do. Yeah, when the time comes for group work. Yeah. All right. Okay. Come back. Okay. So all right. Okay.
Yep. So most of us are back.
All right. Okay. Wonderful. Yes. Okay. Since you are back, and was it easy for you to navigate the breakout rooms just now, or what challenges did you all find in trying to do that? Because we will need to do a few of this. Yeah. Any problems that you find, you can either write on the chat, or you can switch on your mind and explain. Was there any problem at all trying to get together into the group just now? Yeah.
So far, no problem, Prof.
Everything, yeah, because you know each other, right? I tried to go in to a few groups, but I needed to wait for you to put me in, and nobody wanted me in the group just now, I guess. So you all didn't see me, right? So okay, so if you all find that fine, then at least we are halfway. Yeah, we've solved that problem. Okay, anyone, can I just call on maybe can I call on maybe Dr. Swaida? What did you learn about your partner? You can either write it on the chat, yeah, or you can say it out. Yeah, maybe we start with Dr. Shuada. Right.
Okay. Actually, in my group, I have 3 other members,
All right.
which is Dr. Kyle Lee Kailun, Encik Wan Nazrul, and also Dr. Haizan.
Okay. What
So,
did you find out? Yeah.
okay, very interesting. For Dr. Kyle, okay, he used to work as a part-time in shopping mall
Mm,
during, I think, secondary school. Macam tu
okay.
Then the second one, he likes white colour.
Oh, okay.
And for Encik Wan Nazrul, he likes cooking.
Ah,
This one. And then and he also loves car racing.
boy. Quite different, huh? Cooking and car racing. All
And
right.
then for Dr. Haizan, she said that she also like cars, and she willing to spend on cars. And she also used to be Ustazah gantian.
Oh.
Okay.
All
Very
right.
interesting facts.
All
That's
right.
all from my side.
How about you? You didn't share with
Okay.
us one
Oh,
secret. Yeah.
actually, back at my home, I have 8 cats.
Ah, okay.
Okay, and I used to also work as pump attendant during my diploma as
Wow.
a part-time at
Okay.
that particular time. Yeah.
So you were in oil and gas lah that time.
Yes. Used to work with Petronas.
Yeah, you see, don't say pump attendant. You say I was in oil and gas. Yeah, we will talk about protagonists tomorrow. Yeah, then we
All
will
right.
see what come
Okay.
up. Okay, wonderful. Who else want to another group, please? We've got one group already, so let's see. How about another group? Let me call upon your names. Yeah. Okay. All right. We've got Shweda. Okay. Dr. Prabhu Sankar. Yeah. How about your group? Yep. Dr. Prabhu Sankar? Yeah. Is he around? Yeah. Right. No, yes? Okay. Then if we can't get that group, we'll go to the next group. Dr. Fatima's group. Yeah. Can you present, please? Yeah. I lost the sound. Or what? Dr. Fatima. Yeah. Is everyone here? Why am I? Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, we can.
Yes, okay, all right. Dr. Fatima's group, yes, we heard from Dr. Suhaida's group. Now let's listen to Dr. Fatima's group. What did you find out? Yeah, anyone? Dr. Sangeeta, Cik Junaida, and Ms. Vivika. Any one of you? Can you share with us what you were discussing?
Vivika is not present here today, I guess.
Okay, yeah, okay.
All right.
How about Junaida?
I'm sorry, doctor. Actually, I'm facing problem with my microphone just now. So
Okay.
our session doesn't run smoothly, but I'm sure Dr. Fazida and Dr. Fatima, they have talked to each other.
Okay. So
Alright.
yeah, all right. So what did you find out in your little discussion?
Okay, my little discussion, I found out that Dr. Fatima loves cat so much. She loves cat. And Dr. Fazida, I can't hear it very clearly. She's saying something that she always wanted to do things in a perfect way, in a nice way. So correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Fazida.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. And how about yourself? What did you share? One thing only. Yeah.
I haven't shared anything about myself yet because
Because of
with
your
the-
microphone. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All
Okay.
right.
So yours is the case of the broken microphone. Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. Thank you. Another group. Yeah, Dr. Fazlin, your group, right? Yes. Group 2 is
All right.
Dr. Yeah. Can you share?
Yeah, basically, Dr. Prabu Sankar was there, and Miss Zarifa and Miss Nabila Huda was there. So we have 2 students and 1 lecturer. So Dr. Prabu Sankar said that he's teaching digital marketing, supply chain management. So that's one item I did not know because I just knew him also.
Yeah. Okay.
And for for Nabila Huda, she's a student and pursuing her PhD. And also, I think she knew you. I think from one of the workshop, maybe ex dean in UNITA. I think
Uniraza.
she told me previously.
Yeah. I used to be her dean at Uniraza, right? Nabila.
Okay,
Yes.
and then we have Zarifa, and she's in her master's degree and already reaching to semester 3.
Okay, great.
Yeah, okay.
How about yourself? What is one secret?
Oh, not my secret. I just told them that I'm teaching management of technology. So since that they're all, still new to me. So
Yes.
yeah,
Wonderful. Okay, wonderful. All right. Okay, we've got group 1, group 2, group 3. Dr. Sri Raman, Saifuddin, and Dr. Yudi. Did you all manage to get together or not in time?
Prof, thank you.
Yes.
Basically, I didn't expect that those people join the group. I have a new friends coming in the group suddenly, out of the sudden.
Yeah. Right.
One is Dr. Yap, another one is Dr. Shabi. There are
Okay.
2 things I don't know about them before. Like Dr. Yap, she like pineapple, and she also now currently inventing on the breathing management system. It's like a Tai Chi new method. So it's something like, it's a good. And Dr. Shabe, he looked nice, soft spoken, but I don't know he like the trailers, kind of movie. Yeah, so it's a bit scary lah. Yeah? So and I also did notice he shoes size is slightly bigger than me. He used 10 US size rather than me is 9. So that's the things that I don't know about them before.
Okay, so your secret is you have your shoe size is US 9,
Yes.
and then Dr. Shahir is 10.
Yes, correct.
Right. Okay, wonderful. And Dr. Yap is into breathing
Yes.
management system. Yeah, so she
Yes.
will be very useful in our class for the next 2 days.
Correct.
And we are a bit of having facing problem. Dr. Yap will share with us how to brief well. All right. Did I get everyone, every group at least? Let me see. I got every group, right? Dr. Zaiti's group. One more. We've got Dr. Zaiti, Dr. Muhammad Fakrul, and Dr. Afif. Yeah. Yeah, we've got another group. Can
Hi,
you share?
Prof.
Hi.
Morning.
Morning.
Yes, supposedly I have Dr. Afif and Dr. Fakrul, but they are not in the group yet. I think they have other things to do. But I have with me Dr. Lee Chiakwa, Dr. Sentil, and also Dr. Norwazli.
Okay. So what did you find out?
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things. Like what I can summarize is that Dr. Lee is a strategist. He loves Sun Tzu. Yeah. So and Dr. No, she likes reading and cycling. And also Dr. Santils likes music. So yeah.
All right. And how about you?
Well, I like to solve puzzle games. Yeah.
All right, wonderful. So we've covered 5 what do you call it? 5 groups, yeah? So you see, these simple things that we do, it actually is one of the most powerful skills you can have, yeah, when you do case writing. That is to be able to engage with people, talk with them, and then you start on the soft side, yeah, before you get very strategic. Like Dr. Lee, yeah, when you have to be very strategic when you prepare your interview questions. Yeah, which one? I will share with you about that as we go along. Yeah, I haven't actually prepared that part because that is part 2 of case writing that I teach, which is very technical. Today and tomorrow we'll try to cover the basics first. All right. So okay, very good. I'm very happy to know all of you. So if I can recap, we can see that Dr. Shuaida's group, they've got people who likes the color white, and car seems to be a big thing. Yeah, because when you mention one word, then other people will start thinking about the same way, right? If you talk about car, people talk about car. If you talk about COVID, people talk about COVID. Yeah, and there's a lot of conversations about it, right? And then to the point that there's somebody there that's willing to actually spend a lot of money trying to purchase a car. Yeah, so I'm from AKPK, yeah, so I hope we all will not buy too many cars, but I'm just joking. All right, and then of course we have Dr. Shuaida, who is actually in oil and gas, as she mentioned earlier on in lives, and she also like cats, right? So we've got cats there, cat lover in group 1. And then in group 2, let's move to the next group of protagonists. Again, there's a tying issue from one cat house to another. Yeah, there's another cat lover here. And then Dr. Fatima, if I'm not wrong, yeah. And then Junaida, the microphone was not very clear, so she couldn't share. So that's one thing that you might face, yeah. Sometimes when you plan something, and then you can't do it during the interview, and that's an important part of building your resilience as a case writer, yeah. And we've got one perfectionist in group 2, yeah, so that's an interesting character also, yeah, to study. And then we've got group 3 where we have Dr. Putri, Zarifa, Nabila, and Dr. Prabhu Sakar, yeah. And what happened to all these people in this group? They talk about their occupation and their education. Yeah, you can see that, yeah, because then they talk about digital marketing, they talk about management of technology, and then PhD and masters. Yeah, so you see, when you start a conversation, when you interview people in an open-ended way, this is one skill, put in your pocket. Yeah, the first skill that you get, you will see that the way you introduce a conversation, your conversation will lead you to the answer that you want. Yeah, and you always come equipped. I will share with you later 2 sessions from here. Equipped with the questions that you want. You don't come unprepared. Yeah, so that's one tip for you. Come equipped. This one kita santai. Santai means we were very relaxed and casual about it. Yeah, to the foreign lecturers here. Okay, and then very interesting. Dr. Yudi, you said that you were surprised with your new friends because you never knew that Dr. Yap actually liked pineapple. Yeah, that's unique, you know, because usually people like apples, grapes, or jambu or whatever, but this one is pineapple. So in your mind, if you're a case writer, you start thinking about pineapples. Pineapples, pineapples, pineapples. What's about pineapples? Yeah, it could be a trigger of interest of a topic. So immediately, if you're a strategist, then you say, oh, in Malaysia, do we have pineapples? Yes. Yeah, in Johor, right? They plant a lot of in Labis and things like that. Yeah. So what, is there any interesting pineapple story? So your mind must start thinking that way. So like in my case, my prior schemata or the way I think about things, last year I had a meeting with, I can't remember, was it Agrobank or something like that, and they're trying to help social enterprises in a place in Johor, near Mersing. Actually, it's near Mersing. So they have a group of what is it? Orang Asli, and they're trying to create a social enterprise system over there. How can the bank help these people so that along the supply chain? Yeah, so we've got someone in supply chain just now, right? Yeah, who is in supply chain? Dr. Prabhu, yeah. And then, so you see, just from the word pineapple, I start thinking about what I know, and then I talk to you about it. And maybe someone, Pahang and Labis is not so far away from Mersing as well. You can go on the other side. Then you start thinking, yeah, maybe it's a good case study. Yeah. And then UMP, what do you have? Maybe you have something on production, or you have something on supply chain. So you want to know how will these people manage a supply chain. Yeah. And then you say, oh yeah, I've got a few students from Johor too. And some of them like to eat pineapple too, right? And then so you think, and what am I teaching? Business law. Nothing to do with that. Of course, there's something to do with that. So you look at how do you manage the business aspect, the thoughts or something like that in relation to that. Yeah. So these are the things that you do. If you want to be a case writer, you must be curious. You must learn how to write good questions. Yeah. And then you must plan. Yeah. Curious, write questions, and you must plan. That is if you're already in your project. Yeah. But if you're not yet in your project, you must plan to plan. That means not every day you're writing cases, right? Maybe you spend 1 week, 1 hour, or 2 hours, or 3 hours, or a day. But once you want to really be a prolific case writer, everything is a case to you. This is dangerous. You can leave the class in after this first session if you want, because you are going into danger zone. All right, danger zone, right? Danger zone means, danger zone means the moment you start liking how to write a case, you can never move back. Yeah, so you all better be careful. One Nazrul, you know about business law, right? I'm giving you all the caveats here that the moment you start liking business case writing, you will begin to become a bit different. Yeah, and I'm sure you. I have one habit that I always have. I will carry a notebook everywhere. Yeah, so if you see in my house, there are all kinds of things. I never read them anyway, but after I use them, they'll just be discarded aside, but I keep them. Yeah. So these notebooks are things that I use because when I have an idea, I will write it down. Sometimes it's just a phrase, sometimes it's a concept, sometimes it's a picture, but you don't have to be manual like me. Huh? Because now in the digitalized world, you have your phone. You have your phone. Yeah. So in this phone, get one with the pen. So every time you get something new, you either snap a picture of it and then go back and write in your, you do it digitally, I guess you have your file. For me, everything is in my notebook. Yeah, I have many notebooks. For example, this one. Yeah, so for today, for our class, I bought one special one. So everything will be written here. Yeah, so a case writer must always write, because sometimes as you grow older, especially when you want to recall what did they say, you cannot remember. Yeah, and sometimes the things that your protagonist or the roles, the different roles of various protagonists is so interesting, you've got to write it down. Sometimes they use one phrase, you say, wow, and that becomes a subtitle of your case study. Okay, so that's the one. Yeah, all right, I think we have the danger. Okay, Wan Nazrul, you understand now? Danger zone means you can never get back. You can never be the Wan Nazrul you are now, because the moment you finish 2 days, you start thinking about cases. Jadi case yang teruk, dah jadi tak boleh dibantu. You want to become a case writer. Okay, it's good actually. Yeah. Okay, it's just you use these words to get impact sometimes. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So you see how much time did we spend? I intended to spend only 2 minutes, but we got on this thing around 9:15, and now we have 9:44. Okay, it's very important to keep track of the time that you use for your interviews, because if you get an interview with the CEO, they're not going to spend the whole day with you. Sometimes you're given half an hour, sometimes you're given 1 hour. Yeah, this whole experience, I hope you get a feel of it. We can talk, relax and all that because we are in class. But if you have an interview with those people in the industry that you want to portray in your case, you would need to really plan what you want to ask. Yeah. This one I will go through it later. All right, so that's it for our what do you call it? Our get to know the system. I mean, like how to do the online chat, how to do the what do you call it? The breakouts. Yeah. So this is actually a case in education. How to manage education technology. You see, our little story is there. Yeah. Everything that you do can be turned into a case, as I mentioned. Yeah. This is, you will know the symptom the moment you start looking at other people. So, that's a case. You know, you are already on your way to, very progressive as a case writer. All right. So I'd like to welcome everyone formally after the informal get to know each other. And if your names are not here, just WhatsApp, and then I will put them in, because I know some of you have joined the class. You are all welcome to join the class. So I'd like to welcome everyone here. And you will see Dr. Fatima. Let me recall. You like cats. Yeah, Dr. Shuhaida. Also, she is she likes cats as well. The oil and gas. Yeah, and then Junaida, no. Cannot hear. And then Wan Nazrul likes cars, cooking and cars. Yeah, so we can have it. And then Zeti is you like to solve puzzles, right? And Dr. Muhammad Fakrul couldn't come, and also Dr. Afif couldn't come. Yeah, Dr. Satil likes music, the add-on, and Dr. Norwazi it likes reading and cycling. Yeah, so that's in that group. Yeah, Dr. Fazida, as we know, is a perfectionist. Dr. Lee, where's Dr. Lee? Dr. Lee. Oh yeah, Dr. Lee is the strategist. Yeah, he likes Sun Tzu or Sun Tzu. I don't know how to pronounce it. And then nothing on.
Sorry, Prof.
Yes.
We got two Lee here. Just now the strategy is Lee Chia Kwang.
Lee Chia Kwang.
This is Lee Kai Lun. Just now from Dr. Suhaida, mentioned about Carl.
That's your name.
Yeah. Yes.
You like shopping mall and white color, is it?
Yes.
Okay,
you,
Dr. Lee Ka. Okay, Ka. Okay. Kai, yeah? So that's why she called you Kai. I was thinking you're German or something, because I've got a friend called Dr. Karl. Yeah.
I'm Malaysian.
All right. Okay, you're Malaysian, right? How about Dr. Sanggita? Is Dr. Sanggita here? Not here yet, yeah. And then Dr. Putri, yeah, I know her for quite a while. And then Nabila, yes, I know Nabila. I think we did a case study on cookies or something like that, right? And Islamic supply chain, yeah.
Halal supply chain.
Halal supply chain, right? And Dr. Prabu, digital marketing and supply chain as well. And Dr. Yudi, he wears USA size 9 shoes, yeah, a bit smaller than Dr. Shafi, is it? Shafi, yeah. And then, or is it Sri Raman? Are you here, Dr. Sri Raman?
Yes, good morning, madam. I'm here. I joined a little late. Happy to be here.
Okay, all right, never mind. All right, yeah, so I think I have everyone. Dr. Zeti, I've got, right? Yeah, all right. Of course, when we see that, we hear the name Zeti, what do you think about? Yeah, the central bank governor, right? So it's like a powerful name, all right? Okay, very good. So welcome everybody and everyone else that I have no name list of. You are most welcome to join our session anytime you want to come in. So we have all the various welcomes for you, yeah, from different country. Welcome, Yokoso, right? Okay, all right. So now, on your own, or either if you want to write it on the chat, you can also think about this, yeah? This is our starting point. After this, by tomorrow, hopefully some of the skills, the questions are answered for you. Yeah, so this is our starting point. Tomorrow, the ending point will come back here again, yeah? So the thing that people will ask, and some of you have already asked different questions just now. Number one is, what is a case method? Yeah, suddenly I see your comments, you put method, you put study, yeah, because suddenly you got thrown out from when I mentioned the word case method and case study, right? But I think what is more familiar for you is the word case study, because we are doing case writing here. But I have to contextualize you. Why do you write cases? Because you want to adopt a case method way of teaching, which is part of the problem-based learning domain, yeah? And then why should we use cases? I'm sure all of you who are here, you know, there are so many people in UMP, right? And they're not here. Maybe they're not interested in the word cases, but you came here. As I mentioned, the moment you like cases, no turning back. Yeah, so why should we use cases? Yeah, why use cases? And then okay, you've been using cases. Suddenly you are not satisfied. Not enough to be a user, you want to be a writer, right? So why write cases? Shouldn't you just read more and more cases and use them in your classroom? Why do you want to write cases? Yeah, so you think about it. What do you know and what would you like to know about it? Yeah, so just now you all have mentioned to me what you like to know from this classroom. I think I will cover all the things that you mentioned in the chat. Yeah, and then what are some types of cases? Yeah, when we talk about cases, suddenly you might know a few, or you might know a lot, or you know many, but you don't know you know many. Yeah, that would probably be the case. Yeah, and then what elements should be included in a case? What skills do I need to write cases? Yeah. Today, these 2 days, I'm going to expose you to all the things about it. Yeah. But that last question, yeah, there's so many skills. Yeah. Today we learn one skill. Just now we learned one skill. Interviewing. Yeah. Coming up with your questions. Yeah. Elaborating on what do you call it, on a topic. And then when you come back, and some of you had the opportunity to mention other things, to report, Dr. Yudi, Dr. Zeti, Dr. Junaida, Dr. Suhaida, right? And Dr. Junaida. So when you all had the opportunity to report just now, what it means is that you are already writing your first sentences to be written in the case. You see? Yeah, so it's something that's so basic. Sometimes you don't know you're writing a case. Yeah, how many of you know the word membawang? Nazrul is smiling. Yeah, membawang. Yeah, actually, all the membawangs, they instead of membawang, if they do a bit more research, they will be very good case writers. Yeah, So one thing, yeah. And remember, yeah, Mambawangs usually they don't like to write; they like to speak, right? In Japan, there's I think there's a tradition, yeah, that they do. They call it storytelling, yeah. So they have that storytelling, but it's a skill you've got to learn, and you actually present, and to be able to present in front of, I mean, it's like a theater for them, but it's called a very specific storytelling genre, yeah, that they have, yeah. So this one, the Bawangs would actually have a lot of skill, yeah, interviewing skill, but maybe what they lack is that they don't have the skills of what do you call it? I think the lawyer would know. They have this issue. What they say might not be. It could be litigious as well. Yeah, meaning you don't write the same thing. So while I agree that they have the skills, don't bawang for case writing. You'll get lots of cases produced and published. All right. So let's bawang case writing. All right. Okay. Yeah. So you all got your question. Yeah. You write it down. If you have any specific thing, just keep on writing them on the chat. All right. So we will start our session 1 now. Does anyone need a break or anything before we go forward? It's almost 10. Do you need like a 10 minutes break? Should we have a 10 minutes break, Dr. Putri, so that they will not be so tired afterwards? Anyone, or do you want to go on?
I think better to go on, Prof.
Okay, all right. You tell me when to stop, yeah? So
Okay,
I will, yeah, boleh, huh? Okay, so now I will introduce 2 things, yeah? And then at the end of these 2 things, please remember, you should understand what the case method is, and you should know why. What are the reasons that people have when they decide to use the case method, okay? So we shall start, okay? We will start by watching a video which Dr. Putri will share with us shortly. But what I want you to do is that please, as you watch the video, you can put your comments on the chat, yeah, so that I will see what you wrote there, and then we can sum it up very quickly that way, yeah? Instead of going step 1, step 2, step 3. While you watch, you write on the chat whatever comes to your mind. This is also another skill, yeah, in case writing. You are interacting with the text, we call it. In this case, it's a multimedia text or discourse, yeah? So when you interact with that text, T-E-X-T, you just text, yeah? You write on the chat, yeah? So this is the second activity that we have. So Dr. Putri, can you share with us your video? I will stop presenting, yeah? I will stop.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, just a moment. I'll stop presenting. Stop presenting. All right. Okay, I have stopped presenting.
When you're first approaching a class, it's 8:30 in the morning, I'm walking off the class, I'm about ready to teach. The first thing I'm thinking about is, where are they? What's going to be on the student's minds?
The morning before teaching is an important period for me. I have to go through my whole pre-teaching ritual. I have my pre-teaching trance.
If you watch professional baseball players, most really good baseball players, when they come to bat, they do the exact same movements as they prepare for the ball.
I've taught here for 22 years, and I'm still nervous every day I walk into the classroom. I still don't know exactly how the discussion will play out.
The 10 minutes before class are a really fascinating time because you've got about 15 things you want to get done in this 10 minutes.
Just before class, I'm usually brushing up on case facts. I just need to be firm in my particular opinion because, there are 89 other opinions that are going to come out during the classroom that I need to either agree with or disagree with.
I might kind of skim through some of my notes or kind of think about, whether in my learning team somebody brought up an issue that I hadn't thought about before.
Second thing I'm thinking about is, how am I going to get started? What's the opening question? But equally important, who's the opening student? Who's going to be the first person who I ask to lay out the issues?
And as the second hand passes the 12 o'clock, we get going.
All right, good morning. Our first real taste of competitive dynamics is the case on Holland Sweetener Company in the aspartame business. Your role is that of Winfred Vermees. You're the CEO of Holland Sweetener Company. You're entering the market for aspartame. For the first time, you're facing NutraSweet with competition. And you've got to ask yourself, how do I think NutraSweet is going to respond? With a price war or with normal competition? What do you say?
To me, the reason that this method is so effective is that it really mirrors what managers do in real life.
We put the student in the seat of that manager or that employee confronting a problem. It's fun, right? I mean, there's a lot of the active engagement. It's hard in a lot of ways as well, though. Nothing is spoon-fed to you. You've got to be prepared and you've got to come ready to play every day.
The most fulfilling classroom experiences at HBS, you can tell, come with intense preparation from all sides.
It's crucial. If you aren't prepared for the class, you can't engage as much. You can't have a kind of friendly, dynamic discussion with all your classmates.
Individual preparation is a solo affair. You go through the case, try to master the details, develop the supporting analysis, come up with recommendations.
I'm trying to develop a ritual. I think getting a bit of an overview at first and then trying to fill in the details is definitely a better way than just starting at the beginning and trying to read all the way through the end.
Sometimes just working back of envelope numbers, sometimes getting into in-depth detail, creating full write-ups that then I bring to my learning team in the morning. I really try to really imagine myself as the protagonist, and it really does require a concerted effort to do that.
The day before case, you'll find people in Spangler or in Baker or in kind of the dorm lounges saying, oh, what was your opinion about that? Or what did you think about this? So it's really kind of an open dialogue.
We have a folder for each of you. The overview, one-page summary, a board plan, and then at least my shot at...
Faculty prepare far more for a case discussion than any individual student. I find it takes me 5-10 times as much time as it typically takes a student.
There are cases that I've taught numerous times, and I get as excited about it the 10th time I teach it as I do the first time, maybe more so, because I know what the possibilities are, and I know what the richness is.
Here we'll be getting the students particularly to be better at analyzing individual competitors, understanding the generic threats to the company's success, and we'll be introducing the tools, particularly the tools of game theory.
I usually put them in the position of Wilford Vermees and try to get you to think about, will it be a price war?
The thing that's always impressed me is the extent to which there are actually debates in teaching groups. That here a set of people trained in the same disciplines around the same materials can have very different views about the best way to orchestrate a case, or even different answers to the question, what's this case really about?
I expect students to give their heart and soul to the case. Most importantly, I expect the students to put themselves in the shoes of the protagonist of the case and ask themselves seriously, what would I do? And I want them to think very seriously, what would they do if they really had that situation in their lives?
These are questions where there are different perspectives. You can marshal the facts in the case and reach very different conclusions. So part of what students do is they decide day in and day out, and they get in the habit of making decisions.
NutraSweet patented the use and blend of this sugar replacement.
The learning team experience has been absolutely invaluable to the case method. I'm not sure I could have made it through first semester without it.
Because I assume that there would be 5% reduction in the US price, then HSC will always want to enter. And
we hold ourselves to pretty high standards as far as being able to come up with our rationale for why we would do what we are going to do.
I'm still not buying. I just don't get the fact that if for Coke and Pepsi, a competitive advantage and stuff that everybody's buying now is with the NutraSweet label on their can. They have no other option to go to anything else unless they completely change off of our product.
What we then try and bring to it again is
a different perspective, a different viewpoint, hopefully a different approach to looking at the same information.
The fact that we're neck and neck in the diet industry, and use that to really fuel our rivalry that use NutraSweet.
We have someone in our learning team who's from Argentina who works in a sugar factory in Argentina. Just like every case, it turns out there's someone that has some direct personal experience.
We have people from different backgrounds, so there are a couple finance guys, I'm a marketing person, there's somebody from a tech background. So it's very helpful to kind of bounce ideas off of each other in the mornings, and we're really prepared to have a debate and have a discussion in class.
You could also think about a signaling effect. If you don't send a right signal to the market to this new entrant, then you'll probably have many new small entrants in the future. So
it's not uncommon that someone will say in class, when I first read the case, I thought X. But after talking to people, some people in my learning team, I've actually evolved my thinking to the following.
So I think in the learning teams, we want students to engage some of the same muscles that they will in the classroom, to say, here's an opportunity for me to go out on a limb. All right, I have this idea, and I'd like your feedback.
As Winford Vermees, looking at your competitor, looking at NutraSweet, how do you expect they will respond? With a price war or with normal competition? What do you say? Jalissa.
I actually think that they will respond to price war.
Why?
Particularly, well, if you look at it, you're looking at a vacuum, you would think that they're going to lose money.
I have the case in front of me, I have the write-up in front of me, and I'm really looking at what are the key points. I mean, in my head, I'm already thinking like, all right, top 3 things that I want to get across in my 30 seconds.
And exactly how is the price war going to accomplish that end?
The knowledge that you might be called upon to make an intelligent, cogent argument in front of people whose opinion you care about does motivate you in those off hours.
Who sees it very differently? Smart? What's going on?
I think they're very confident in their branding strategy, or they don't want to turn this into a commodity fund.
We accept everyone's backgrounds and everyone's perspectives to the point where we can actually hear them out. And I feel like everyone does a really good job of listening to the point where they can think about it and say whether they agree or disagree, and then coming up with a compelling reason as to why they agree or disagree.
Kara, in or out?
This is where I think the behavioral issues are overwhelming. They're going to continue to fight because they've already invested in this. So I think they're going to just kind of keep throwing good money after bad.
I know I cannot compete with NutraSweet on price, but I might be able to compete with them on brand. So what I would try to do is try to do some like customer research and try to really get the HFC product out there and really get it to the point where there's some critical mass as far as brand recognition. And then approach Pepsi and say, hey Pepsi, here's an additional level of aspartame that you can have to compete with Coke was using the NutraSweet.
Kara, why don't you role play Pepsi? How do you respond to Phil?
I have a couple of problems. I mean, one, your product isn't branded yet, and it takes quite a bit of I see that you're trying to give me a point of differentiation to go after my competitor, but to be honest, I just don't have the faith in you yet to be willing to take that gamble.
I think fun is one of the most underrated aspects of the case method. Learning shouldn't always be difficult. Learning shouldn't be painful. There's a certain element of joy that comes with learning.
Jen, you had another proposal.
Yeah, so I'm going to put Pepsi on and say, I'm only going to work with you. If you just work with me, then I'll lower your price and you're going to get the competitive advantage from working with me, whereas NutraSweet's not going to have to match that because they're just working with Coke. That sounds a little bit better.
I found that I learned a ton from my professors, but I really learned the most from my fellow section mates.
You never, ever, ever, ever enter a price war if you don't have credible low-cost position. If you ever do that and I learn about it, I will deny that I ever knew you at Harvard Business School. Okay? Ever, ever. And very important what Samir is saying. They entered without any advantage. There was not a superior gap between cost and most pay.
That was a major lesson of the case. And in addition, it drew on concepts we had built up over the previous half-dozen cases that showed that things that kind of come together for a set of people.
We'll continue to look at competitive dynamics from Thursday when we look at the fascinating battle between British satellite broadcasting and Sky Television. Thanks.
My favorite classes are those where the debate is still raging 20 minutes after class, and we can't stop it.
You really give a lot in those 80 minutes as far as listening and vocalizing your perspective. You really start to see why the case method works so well, because you're surprised with how much you remember from the case, but also from what people's responses were to the case.
There's very specific situations that any manager is going to experience at some point in their career.
We teach people in many ways the courage to act under uncertainty. The facts in a case are always limited. The amount of information you have at hand is by design quite compressed. You're working under great time pressure. We're asking people to learn how to take a stand.
It's not a passive process, and frankly, management's not a passive process. They get to try out many of the component processes of management in the classroom, and they get to build muscles around things like judgment.
The answer to most questions is it depends. If one can leave here understanding under what circumstances you would go left and under what circumstances you would go right, then you've got a depth of knowledge and you've got it kind of in your gut as well as in your head.
I think Harvard Business School is the finest teaching institution in the world. And I don't just mean among business schools. Teaching is in the fabric of the culture. We go back in a long tradition, started probably even before Socrates, but we can certainly go back to there. We want to continue in that tradition. Some things never get old.
Okay, we're back, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy the video?
Yes, very much.
Yeah, there are lots of those videos online, yeah, but I somehow still like this one because it gives both the lecturer's perspective as well as the student's perspective. So somehow I think, yes, one Nazrul has raised a hand. Can you share with us, Nazrul, what you want to share?
I accidentally raised the hand, sorry.
Oh, the case of the accidentally raised hand. All right, okay, wonderful. Yeah, so as I mentioned, if we're in our normal physical classroom, after listening to the, what do you call it? Watching the video, there's a big session that you can use with your students, yeah, if you want to share what you learned today with other people, that's a very good way to debrief the whole video, yeah. But of course, because we are not having a lot of time, I will look at what the chat has said, yeah. Very, very interesting, yeah, all of your observation. Maybe it's okay if I just read them, we read them together so that the learning is crystallized, yeah, for all of us, yeah. Okay, we start. They're unable to log in. Okay, okay. So we start with UD. He mentioned class preparation and plan are critical for successful case teaching. So class preparation and plan. Number one, you can read this one. We can download this later, right, Dr. Poon, and we can send to everyone. So case method needs participation, discussion-based way of learning, dynamic discussion, try to develop analysis. That's what Hyrule mentioned. And then Sri Raman said involving participants in the discussion is very important. So we might have one question, yeah, if we want to use it in our Malaysian classroom, how do you get your students to be participative? That's one, yeah. And then Khairul then say get in-depth details. So details, this one is important for you as a case writer. What details do you want to put in your case? Yeah, later, but I think it's good that whenever the opportunity arises, I will refer to what I have received. Yeah, your case studies. Yeah, so some of you have just given me abstracts. There are about 5 or 6 full case studies. So in that case study, you think about it. Tomorrow, when we do a lot more of hands-on writing and reading, reviewing, whatever, you think about it. Are the information in your cases enough for the students to solve that problem that they're supposed to solve, yeah, in your case study, yeah, in depth details, yeah. So, and then someone earlier, I don't know, Dr. Lee or somebody, mentioned that what you expect from this class. Some of you said, you know how to use the case in multiple ways. So this get in details would determine the length of your case study, yeah, because sometimes you can have one idea, yeah, for you is that, let's say you have in-depth interviews and a lot of research on one company, the industry, in the industry. So from that company, you realize that all the information that you get is not just one aspect, yeah, but they have lots of information. So you can actually use that, yeah, in different classes, number one. Number two, and each of, let's say you talk to HR and there are 7 issues in HR, you can actually have one big case study or 7 mini case studies, yeah. So this is one thing, yeah, in-depth details, important, and it can help you decide what kind of case you will write, yeah, after that, yeah. Okay, then we go to Dr. Lee Chia. Lee Chia, Dr. Lee, this Dr. Lee is the, which Dr. Lee is this? The strategies, yeah, the strategies. So Dr. Lee said, observation from the video, you understand your student, yes, the audience, their trait, operationalize the teaching method, cases tailored to the nature of the crowd, yeah, very interesting. Remember, we are looking at a Harvard crowd, yeah. You wish that all the students are in the classroom, in your classroom, right? And you wish you are also as good as those students, isn't it? Yeah. So this, and I think we are. We just happen to go to different schools, and the rest is all about egos. That's it. Yeah. But I think all of us can become Harvard material, except that we cannot pay the fee, yeah, to go to Harvard, and probably we're not so high standing in society. Yeah. If you have, if you're of some, if you have important parents, maybe you can, right? All right. So. And then great imagination. Hyrule said you have to have imagination, yeah, to solve the case, to teach the case, to write the case. And then Dr. Yap mentioned the role of the teacher in facilitating learning through cases. We saw just now how it was not very easy. They come and meet with each other, they agree, they do some evaluation, and they discuss answers, they discuss issues, the lecturers. So there's probably team teaching. Yeah, so I would like to invite or encourage UMP to start thinking about team teaching. This team, you can start with this one, yeah? And then you start like, how do we, then you can also look into curriculum design after that. And how do you tie everything together through cases? Yeah, but don't try so hard to do it. It might not be natural. But there are some natural partners, we call it, in terms of topics, etc. Then your UMP would be able to, what do you call it, offer very sophisticated, well thought out courses. Yeah, that's one way forward, I think. And then summarize the case. Yeah, the students has to understand the case, summarize it. And then Dr. Sri said, working in small teams. Yeah, so it's always like you read it alone, then you go into the team, then you go to the classroom. Yeah, so it's like the funnel again. Yeah, upward like that. Yeah, and then off-class discussion is crucial for the students. You should just see them. Yeah, they have to read those cases, be prepared, read so many cases. So you can see that if your students cannot read a case in one day, this is where you measure. Yeah, in English at least. I think in Malay, I don't know, Malay pun very difficult language. Yeah, if they can handle 2 pages, so you start thinking about writing 2 pages. Yeah, before, if you want to be very meticulous in determining successful use of the case in the classroom, you have to do a bit of pilot studies on your student. Yeah, which cases they can read, how, why. Did you wrote, let's say, 20 pages, put in all the facts, and they didn't even understand anything. They only understand beginning and ending. Big problem also. All right. Okay. And then It says here, active participation and discussion, definitely. Always get excited to solve the case. That's, I think, about the students and the lecturers. Learners need to manage their time well, yeah? And then this one is very important. You all want to go to the industry. Play the role of the CEO of the case company in the case. It's always about CEOs or at least the C-suite, yeah? Because in Harvard, when you do MBA, it's about leadership. After you finish your education, you're going to take on a leadership role. And you know that many CEOs are actually trained in Harvard. And if you're not trained in Harvard, you feel like you're not in, yeah? So Dr. Shaida said, intense preparation, dynamic discussion, analyzing the case, right? And I say, great insights. And then Hyrule said, what would I do if I were the CEO of the company in the case, yeah? So this question is very important, yeah? When you ask the question, what would I do? I will, either today or tomorrow, depending on the time, introduce to you the importance of the protagonist, yeah? How important understanding the protagonist is, yeah? And then how should students prepare for class? Dr. Yap asks, as he asks on the screen, then they talk about what students do, yeah? And then Dr. Yudi suggested, yeah, very important, cold calls could be applied for quiet students. I think this is very localized. That means you have a deep understanding of your own student. If you look at the, what you call the cold calls, yeah, after a while, after your first class in Harvard, second, third, I guess by then, nobody would want, some would always be quieter, but still they would be able to articulate their thoughts, yeah? And then the facilitator could choose the right starting question. Yes, questioning skill is very important. It's not by accident, especially if you have taught it here semester in, semester out, you would know how to ask the question that would trigger their thoughts to answering the, solving a problem based on their repertoire of skills and knowledge that they have, yeah? So they say, make the case discussion exciting. It means bringing soul to the case. Yes, soulful teaching I mentioned. Harold said, always challenge myself and challenge others during this discussion. Yeah, so they have this very collaborative kind of debates, yeah? But you see, sometimes they disagree, but they still do it like the United Nations way almost, yeah? Very polite way of, what do you call it, discussing or arguing their point. Yeah? And that, when you go to the your CEO's role, that is one big skill that you need. You see, not only trying to solve that problem, but to solve the problem in a professional manner. So case method allows that and develop that kind of skills, yeah? So, and then Nazrul, this is very interesting, yeah? You're a lawyer, right? This is great. In discussing decided court cases and applying the principles to the present situation and legislation, your legal mind comes in and you see that it comes in, yeah? Because case method is PBL, and actually problem-based learning starts with the legal fraternity as well as medicine. A case is about medicine, yeah? This case, this patient, number 1, number 2, number 3. For problem-based learning, it started with law, with that one, yeah? So positive debate, discussion, yes, true. And then opportunities to learn from each other during the dynamic discussion, very true. Very argumentative in nature, encourage students to be confident, yes, that's true. And then make sure you all make sure you all fill in the attendance form, yeah, okay. And then the form is not, no, that one, you need listening skills. And then UD said, most of us have no time to prepare for case discussion due to workload commitments, yet even the case has been used many times, yeah. What you mean is that you've used the case all the time, but you never bothered to write the case discussion, yeah. Usually it sticks in your mind already, yeah, but writing it down is always something that seals that knowledge, yeah. The moment you write it down, the knowledge is a package, you seal it, yeah. And a lot of chance for empathy, good listener, correct. And then keep on asking to increase engagement, participation, and stimulate thinking. And then Nazrul came back again. He's so back into time, yeah, like a time capsule. He went back 20 years ago. Yeah, that really reminds me of my afternoon law tutorial session. Yeah, this, you know, when I read all this, let's say I want to write a case on in search of a method to teach case method. Yeah. And then I can start with the beginning by saying, 20 years ago, I was in blah, 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 blah. Yeah. One Nazrul was caught in the warp of time. Yeah. And then he said to himself, should I take on case method as a dominant strategy in my classroom? And then you write all the cerita about case method, and then you end it again with Nazrul, yeah, asking more questions. Yeah. So that's usually the plot that's used in cases, you see. So you see, you see, this reminds me of afternoon law tutorial 20 years ago. My subtitle can be 2 decades on, yeah, of law tutorials and imagination, you see. So all these kind of phrases, when you sensitize yourself to comments, as I mentioned just now, I mentioned to you, yeah. And then always respect others' opinions. So in our case to teach case method, we can use respect the ultimate value or something like that. And then you write a bit of paragraphs there. All right. And then key things from the real preparation, two-way communication, observation, analysis, discussion, idea generation. Yeah, Zeti summed them all up. Yeah. And then Khairul said, this is an important part. You all remember, I will show you something else today or tomorrow. The layout of the classroom really helps in the interactive session. Yeah, so if UMP is trying to, I don't know what you all are going to do. Yeah, neither do I know what we're going to do post-COVID. Would you like to have this kind of a classroom, etc.? And then if you have been to INSEAD Singapore, they have mini rooms like that, yeah, discussion rooms, breakout rooms, yeah, for this kind of discussion, yeah, where you have that round table, etc. Yeah, so raging debate, all right. Chiral students have to put their firm stand, they have to be firm, yeah. Introvert students might find it difficult, yes, yeah, and I think many Malaysian students are introverts in class. Outside the class tak semesti. Maybe can be queen bawang, but bila masuk kelas tak ada, bawang all gone, contoh, ya. So we have to manage that. We'll talk about that, yeah, in learning outcomes, etc. Despite writing a case, although it's complex, has less index. Oh yes, you all will. That's why if I mentioned, you might want to check out, or what do you call, leave this one, yeah. Let me mention, yeah, when you write a case, but there are already like case writing, yeah, if you go through Emerald tomorrow, I'll get someone from Emerald in. Their case studies are Q4, at least it's Q4 or something like that, yeah. So you do get your KPI as well, and Scopus, yeah, Scopus, their case studies are Scopus Q4, I think, yeah. And then I like this thing that the guy mentioned. Teaching is the fabric of the culture. That means their culture, yeah. And someone ended by saying some things never get old. That means the case method is always relevant. You give life to the method, yeah. So I'll talk about that. And you remember, how does the method change with changes, external changes around us, yeah. Pre-class activity, in-depth reading, yes, reading skills very important. And then Dr. Lee said, opening question of facilitator plays an important role, yes. Now, how do you set the tone and the context of the class, yeah? Preparation makes perfect, remind me of Dr. Fazidah tadi. However, different people have different ways in doing the preparation, correct? You do what is most comfortable for you, yeah. Active participation, listen to others, yes, listening skills, yeah. Visualize the ideas. And then Haizan says, student needs encouragement to share their opinion, yes. That's the role of the teacher, especially if the student is a first-year student, or you know, who has not been using cases often. And then Viveka said, we'll give more insights on the case, yeah, pictorial, yes. You use all the infographics nowadays, yeah. And Dr. Lee said, one way to intrinsically motivate students to express their opinions on the case, acknowledge their opinion and relate to the fundamentals philosophy without judging their opinion is right and wrong. Yes, that stands for all methods in teaching, yeah. Not only case, even normal like teacher to student, student to teacher teaching. I think that's important. respecting their views. That's what it means. And you cannot imagine the kind of views that they have. Definitely more modern than people who are aged, for instance. Belong to the school of categorical utility. Oh, okay, all right. So this is, it gets into ethics. So what do you call it? Kant's ethics and utility. Oops, what's happening? Oops. How come we can't get back to the conversation? All right, all right, and give me a problem, I will solve it. How do we address the issue in case-based teaching, Prof? Okay, right. So that's the title, Senthil, for your case, that one. So I'd like you to start now writing, give me a problem, and how will I solve it? The case for case-based teaching. That's the title of your case. All right. Since you have that idea, we will see how whatever we cover in the next 2 days will be helpful to you. All right. Okay, everyone. Okay. So we ended that session, and I hope that we have been able to you understand the case method quite well from the chat. I could see that you understand it quite well. What is it? So we can say what it is, why, and how. So I'll just go through this very briefly, and then we go for the break. Okay, I hope you all are still all right. Okay, we've done the video. So it's actually, all right, we finish this topic first, I will stop where, all right, So basically, it's a discussion-based learning methodology that enables participants to learn through the use of cases. So if your cases is not good enough, right, then they don't learn much. So that's why in Harvard, actually, they have 3 different departments. They have the subject matter expert, and they have the publisher, and also the writer. So there's three main what do you call it, departments that produce all these reports. All right, and you have a problem, you have a solution, then the result is your student will be clever, right? And then simulated situation, very important, answers what you want to do this morning. You say you want to bring the industry into the classroom, right? So you simulate that situation into the classroom. It's even better if you get like excerpts, like when you write, you have quotations here and there. But if you bring someone to the classroom, given that we are in the digitalized world, you can actually invite industry into the classroom to bring the problem, to talk about their problem, instead of them writing, listening to what you call it, reading. So for us in Malaysia, somebody asked just now, maybe we minimize the written word. We have to minimize the written word now, because the new generation is very much multimedia, but the story is still there, whatever it is, right? Okay, now let me sum up. So that method that you saw was actually introduced in 1912 at Harvard Graduate School of Administration, only in their graduate school, but also they use it in the what do you call it, in their School of Government. In fact, I was taught case writing, not from the business school, but from the School of Kennedy School of Government or something like that. And then they generated 5,000 cases by the year 1998. You see, 98 and 12, that would be 86 years. Because initially it was slow. Remember, we don't have all this publishing technology. Now every year they produce 600 per year. Harvard produces that. They focus on analysis, decision making, or implementation. So that means the kind of cases is the cases that people will analyze. Based on their analysis, they will make a decision and they implement. Either after working or while studying. And they have 90 students per cohort. The people that you see just now sitting around those tables, there are 90 of them. And 6 students per study group. Remember, just now you have seen it, so you would be easy to this one. And you know, when they graduate, they would have read 500 cases, 500 Harvard cases. So you all might want to go back to your department and decide how many per year, 1 per month, 12 per subject, how many per subject. No need to be their 20 pages. They have between 10 to 20 pages plus what you call it, their data and things like that. So maybe for you, you want maybe max of 5, 5 to make a story, because if it's one, it's more like end of the chapter kind of that one. It doesn't really stimulate thinking. All right. So this is the cases that they read, and 1/3 of the cases are on international companies, meaning outside of the US. 1/3, about 33%. So this is in Harvard. And what do? I have summarized at the side here. They read the case alone, then they discuss it in their study group, then they engage in the class, and then they reflect, because they have to submit the report to their lecturers. So I think by now you're quite clear about what is the Harvard style. Okay, number 2, it's not the only innovator. There are many other universities doing it. It had remained preeminent in the development of case material. I think when people talk about case method, they talk about Harvard. That's why even in today's class, we talk about the Harvard style of doing it, because they are very dominant and they actually they believe in it. So another advice to all of you, when you think about it, when you go back, wow, all of you are talking about cases, and everyone around campus, of course now fortunately you work from home, will look at you like, like what? Maybe they might not agree with you. They will argue that you're just wasting your time, or etc. So you have to be the advocate now if you really believe in it. So a systematic way of constructing a context for learning. So that text gives you the context. If it's about pineapple industry in Mersing, it's about that context. You imagine Mersing. You imagine the pineapple orchard or garden or whatever they call it, a plantation, right? And then, from the knowledge and experience of students. So that context is developed by students, And then the learning is very active. Therefore, it's learner-centered, as you know. Very active learning. And it promotes social learning. You see, you just now, when you experience the classroom, even for a while, you can see that they were socializing at a very highly interactive, intellectual discourse and things like that. Not only with them, but also with their lecturers. You see, it's not one way. It's like going back and forth, right? So that's one. Okay. Now, since you have this, I also shared with you, like in Indiana State University, it's the same thing. It's participatory, discussion based, and then they gain skills in critical thinking, communication, group dynamics. It's a type of problem-based learning. That's what they say in Indiana State University. And then in Southern Illinois University, they say they do case method because they think it's a partnership between students and teachers, as well as among students. Promote more effective, again, the word is contextualized learning, and long-term retention. They can retain knowledge longer. And then there must be a lot of trust in order for you to reveal what you think. So maybe if you want to build trust in your classroom, responsibility, because sometimes if they don't read, then the case is gone. And then you feel disappointed. So you got to start from day one. You have to set the rule. For instance, like if you don't read the case, don't come to the classroom. It's like that. I had one class like that in economics. If you don't read, don't come, because that is okay. They don't need you in the classroom because you're just going to sit there, right? Okay. And then answer questions not only of how but why. A lot of critical thinking opportunities. And then provide students the opportunity to walk around the problem and see varied perspective, because everyone is using different ways of thinking. And then so lots of ideas coming in, right? So these are some universities, some well-known universities that say that they really are for the case method. So the Darden School of Business, if you're interested, just Google all of these places. You got the Ivy University in Canada, and then in the middle is Harvard, and then you got these University of IESE is in Spain. Yeah, and then the one beneath Harvard is Berkeley, Haas School of Business. And then you've got the, what is it, Canon Klager MBA class. And then INSEAD is in Singapore and also in Fontainebleau. And then you've got ASEAN Institute of Management, yeah, AIM, in Philippines. It is totally case-based, yeah. And then the case in UK. And then here, where is this? Yeah, some places. The base, India. India is also, yeah, India has a lot of case teaching schools. All right, so with that pretty picture, I'd like to request that we take a break. Would coming back at 11 be okay, Dr. Putri? Or
Yeah, sure.
11:10? I don't know, how long is your break that you need?
I think 11 will be fine.
Okay, 11 then, yeah? So
Yeah.
I'll see you all back at 11. All right.
Prof, can I share the 4 case studies to them?
Oh yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, sure. All right.
Okay. Right, so we will have a break now, and I will share with you the case studies in the link. So feel free to open this. So I'll see you guys at 11, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay, Prof, can we start? Okay, Prof, can we start our session?
Sorry. Yeah, okay. I was silent, no wonder. Right, yeah. Okay, all right, everybody, welcome back. I hope you've got a good break. We are now on the still half of the first session. So I did not manage to finish the whole session, but I don't think there's a lot more. But anyway, just to refresh, I'd like to turn this instead of a breakout session, yeah, because it's a bit difficult for us to go in and out since this is just a short thing. Activity, can you just write on the chat, yeah, why do you want to use the case method? Yeah, you started today with a lot of things that you want to do, and then we look at the Harvard case methodology, and then now before we start on the next section of the first session, can you just write on the chat, yeah, very very quickly, starting now. Let's turn it into a competition to see who will start first, yeah. So I'll get all of you in on the chat, yeah, not breakout session, but on the chat. Please write why do you want to use the case method, yeah. Teach a concept. Okay, we've got teach a concept. All right. For better understanding of concept, to do better than your competitors. All right. To be apply the principles through simulation. All right. Very nice. Keep them coming. Yeah. Analytic skills, Wafa. Okay, to provide a peek into the real life scenario and make the session more interesting. Yeah, so more competitive, you want to be more interesting. All right, keep them coming. Sentil done. Wan Nazrul done. Wafa done. Suhaida. Latest practice from industry. Yes, very good. All right. Fatima, relate the theoretical knowledge with real industrial, yeah. Theory and practice. Is it case method? Okay, Nadarajan, I'll answer that later. Is the case method and case study different? If so, in what way? Okay, we'll answer that question later. Right, keep them coming. Okay, Fatima's done. I'm waiting for the rest. So Haila's done. Latest practice from industry. No Wesley done. Now it is coming. Participative learning, creative planning for teaching and learning, engagement motivation, seek various perspectives from students. Yes, very, very good. Democratization of knowledge there. Expose ones wanting to learn more, yeah, to make it interesting, has done. To empower us to make critical decisions, yes, critical thinking. Applying concepts, right? One of the best way for a problem solving technique. Okay, interesting. Right, so keep them coming. Dr. Putri, to make them more courageous to make their own decision. Yes, to allow the students to apply concept theories learned in the class, to assess students' understanding in real case, right? Can you apply what you know, right? to explore challenges facing ahead. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we know a few reasons why you want to use the case method. Okay, so I'll go on. Yeah, these are some of the answers that's been given. Yeah, why Harvard uses the case method at least? Because of Socrates, yeah, virtue of dialogue and discussion. Do you see the big word there is dialogue? Yeah, dialogue and discussion. And then, okay, so it's also based on Dewey. Dewey is a very famous name. If you look at your library, they have either the Library of Congress classification or Dewey, yeah, Dewey classification, yeah, or categorization of different fields of knowledge. Yeah, so the educational philosophy of pragmatism, it's pragmatic, yeah, learning by doing, hands-on approach. That's why people use cases. And then student-centered teaching strategy, teaching and learning, of course. It's intellectually stimulating. And then it encourages adaptive culture, yeah. So the culture to adapt, because you take on different roles, you read different cases. So in the end, you become confused. Yeah, who am I? Because you take the role of so many protagonists, CEOs, staff, whatever, yeah. And then high potential to mobilize internal motivators. Yeah, I think it all came out there as well. Self-esteem, self-confidence, self-actualization. And you know, you all wrote it in your comments, yeah? So these are some of the reasons they use. You can make that comment because you have watched one sample. The more you watch, the more you would think like, yeah, it makes sense, yeah? And then, by the way, it is suitable for adult learning, because by then the adult would be able to articulate themselves. But you'll be surprised that you can use all these different elements right down to kindergarten, yeah, because if you look at design thinking, etc., yeah, they can be applied any place. It's just how can you be novel about it, how can you innovate it, yeah, and adjust and adopt the principles of learning. But remember, the keywords here are, you have dialogue, you have discussion, they can do it, yeah, and then it's about the student. You ask them to do stuff and things like that, yeah, and then they learn to adapt. And what happens to the child, even if you're talking about young children, they will begin to learn to appreciate themselves because they know how to mobilize themselves. Yeah, they build self-esteem, self-confidence, and self-actualization. Of course, not that fast for a child, but who knows, right? Okay, so learners, what do they gain? They will become more analytical. They will start to question. Yeah, you not only answer question, it's not one way, it's multiple exchanges. Yeah, then they learn to diagnose problem, they learn to take the role of problem solvers, and they do problem solving, and they must communicate well. They have to influence others to understand the way they think, and also try to understand other people. That's social skills. And then they learn how to make decision, and then they apply their decision into an actual context. And then time management, definitely you need time management to read 500 cases in 2 years, right? And of course, creativity, because you got always to think about what the other person will say, and how are you going to react to that, and what are you going to counter propose, right? Okay, so what about the facilitator, the faculty? Yeah, the faculty is a facilitator. They facilitate that whole process. They guide, they instruct. Sounding board, remember the word sounding board? That means he listens and he tries to take it in and then push it out again. Yeah, so a mentor, a prompter, a stage manager, and in some cases, case writer, like what you all want to be. Yeah, because they, as I mentioned, in Harvard, they play 1/3 of the role, yeah, of in writing those cases. Yeah, and then students. How about students? They are content providers, because every interaction that they make in the classroom, the ideas that they articulate, etc., it becomes content. Yeah, the many multiple ways of thinking. I don't know about you, but sometimes I still feel like in our classroom, the students want you to tell them something, and then they want to tell you back again what you told them. Yeah, so there's no new this one, because that's the way we test them. Yeah, so having said all that, this is a course on case writing, but remember assessment. Yeah, assessment is where you can see whether everything that you do, the course materials that you use, is actually worth it. You know, you give them all kinds of things, and then in the end, you test them for something that's like very level 1, 2, and 3, yeah, in the Bloom's taxonomy. So that doesn't work. Okay, so remember, of course, yeah, in this kind of classes, they don't have what you call it, final exam in that sense of the word, like what we are not used to. Yeah, so we have to get away from that kind of philosophy of teaching and learning. Yeah, so the students become what? Creator of knowledge. If you can create knowledge, you will be confident. Yeah, and what do they also become? They learn to become problem solver, and then debater. Yeah, you got to be a debater, and then mediator. Sometimes you see in the class just now, two people were arguing, someone else came in between, you know, like try to mellow them down. And then leader, yeah, because you in your group, they will take turns to lead, right? And also a follower. Sometimes you have to become a follower. All right, a good leader is a good follower. A good follower can be a good leader, something like that, right? So this is it. Okay, now that we've gone to Harvard, let's look at, is this thing happening in Malaysia? Okay, so there's one study. There are many studies, but I just decided to take this one, yeah, from Nick Ahmad from IIUM, UIA, right? So he did a study. The purpose of his study is to explore accounting students' perceived usefulness of case study. So Dr. Nick must be teaching accounting there. Yeah, because he says that accounting has a more passive learning environment. I think somebody asked something about a question along this way, yeah. And if gender, aside from the accounting student, she also look at demographics like gender, and also prior academic performance and prior exposure to case studies, yeah. Whether these variables would influence their perception. So what Dr. Nick used was a questionnaire. Yeah, and he asked them all of that. Final year students, yeah, enroll in that course. Remember, I mentioned to you that you have to pilot some of your experiences. You need not do things like this. You can do action-based research for your classroom, yeah. The data they got gathered over 2 semesters, and this is what they found. They found that generally students felt that the case method was very useful. That's a positive, and gave them numerous benefits. However, they say, with that gender and academic performance, there's no significant differences. So in other words, everyone sort of felt like the same thing and are not differentiated by those 3 variables that they put in. And then it says that, but if you have prior exposure, students without sheer exposure, in that students without prior exposure perceive higher benefits of the case study. So this is can be disturbing. That means either their initial exposure might not be very positive, yeah, because that means it's a novelty. After a while, they don't like it or whatever. I don't know. You can do. I'm sure all the results would differ depending on whom and how you do it, right? So whatever it says here, the study showed that students in a passive learning environment generally find case study to be very beneficial. So maybe it nullify our hypothesis that, you know, in order for them to be able to use case studies well, they should be active learners. Something like that. I think I've just got some issues with this study as well. Practical implication, the case approach could be used more extensively and introduced earlier in accounting undergraduate programs. So this is one of very few studies which have investigated students' perceived usefulness of case study in a developing country, Malaysia, where a more passive and learning environment exists, addressing an important gap in accounting education literature. So it provides some empirical evidences. Okay, now for the next, what time is it now? 5 minutes. Now is 11:13. Yeah. Can you all spend like the next 2 to 3 minutes to write on the chat again? What are your comments on this study? Yeah. Can you quickly do that? Yeah. Okay, I will take note. Yeah, who's first? Yeah. Who will start first? Okay. Please comment on this study, whether you have ideas, what ideas come to your mind when you look at these studies. Yeah, can you just write it very quickly there? Okay, Kairos started. Who started first? Putri. Yeah, this look more of research case rather than a teaching case. All right. Students get equal attention. What is meant by passive learning? Passive learning means you take in, you don't, what you call interact. Just listen and listen. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Any more coming in? So just now this one Putri answered first, yeah. So Putri got number 1. Okay. Fakrul. Hi Fakrul. Just now you were not in yet, yeah. Students get equal attention. Nazrul says students get equal attention. How about the rest? Are you all back in the classroom? Okay. Right. Dr. Lee, Nabila, I see you there. Nabila, Dr. Suhaida. Dr. Suhaida. Safety. Apply concept. Right. Okay, Dr. Lee says transforming passive learning through case study. Yeah. All right. I like that idea. Malaysian culture more about passive learning. Yeah. How do we change that? To one that, yes. Yeah, Dr. Yap, you're so right. Okay. Learning through the case study is more interactive. All right. Okay. Right. Get 1 or 2 more. Thank you, Nabila. Okay. Exposure most case study for undergrad. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Case study undergrad as well. We can use that. All right. Okay. Let's frame that. I mean, let us just, yeah, you stop there. Okay. Just a moment. Let me get to my WhatsApp teaching. Okay, we frame it there. Okay, cancel teaching. Yeah, keep them coming. Yeah, encourage. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, I have sent it through the WhatsApp. Yeah. So if we stop it there, you can actually start already like coming to the background of a study that you yourself would want to do. Yeah. So this is one take home that I want you to do is to embark on action research lah. On action research, you try and do use your case study that you write on your students, because and then you come up with a simple questionnaire, yeah, to see how they react to that case study of yours, yeah. And then also, yeah, if you want to enter a competition, usually they would want you to test your case study on a group of users. So that's a good thing. And then while you test it on them, why don't you do a little research and give more empirical evidence from the classroom, yeah, to add on to Dr. Nick Nazli's study, yeah. So you can do the same thing, and you become more conscious about your own teaching practices, yeah. So I would like to invite you all on an action research, okay. And just now, when I snapped that picture, which I'm sending to all of you, you can use that as an introduction on why you want to do your study. Yeah. So I've got a question from Dr. Putri just now. She's got that big question that I'm giving you for the last question, for the last slide in this session. Yeah. So this is the question. But Dr. Putri asked already. Yeah. What is the difference between the case method and the case study as a research approach? Yeah. So here I would like to just explain. Yeah. You have the word case method. Case method means that approach of teaching using cases. Okay. Everyone understand? Approach of teaching using cases. For example, like those practice 100% in Harvard and in some other universities that adopt the case method. Teaching methodology, yeah. So that's called the case method. In the case method, you use case studies. Okay, everyone understand that? That's very important, yeah. In the case method, everyone you use case studies. That means a Harvard student, MBA student would have read 500 case studies. in their case method class, in their classroom, which uses the case method approach. Is that clear? Yeah. If it's clear, yeah, right. Yes, yeah. So that because this is very important. This is the key takeaway for you. Yeah. The case method, a teaching learning methodology. The case study are those documents that you use to conduct your case method teaching and learning. All right. And then, but you have the word case study. You also have that case study, right? So that case study is a research approach, usually qualitative, not necessarily, yeah? Because I can do a case study of, let's say, Mara, and do quantitative approaches or mixed approaches or qualitative approach, yeah? Understand, yeah? Are we all on the same page before we go to session 2? Everyone? You know what is a case method, case study as a material used in the case method, and case study that you conduct your research on, an approach in research. And then you're right, yeah, Dr. Putri, that one is a case study research. That is the journal on research that he did on classroom-based research. But it's not that case study used to teach case study, okay? Clear? Right, yeah. If we're clear, Dr. Putri, can you explain again in your own words so that we can sum up this session 1 so that everyone is on the same page?
Right. I think I think the methodology, the case methodology is like the umbrella of it, and the tool to under this case method is using case study. So case study is actually a tool to do this research.
Which research are you talking about?
Which research?
You're talking about this one, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. You're referring to this, right? So this one is not a case study, okay? It is a case study in terms of method because he's only studying the students at IIUM, right? It's a case study of students in IIUM, but this is not the case study used in the case method, okay?
In the case method that we are currently talking about, right?
Yeah, from awal pagi tadi, from from earlier, yeah. That one is a different thing. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So there is, you know why I really want to stress this, because when I read your cases, actually you all did some case study, and then you report that case study, and then you write your findings, and you use it as a case study to use in your class. You got it? So that is totally different. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you understand that? If everyone understand that, because tomorrow we will start to review your cases, then you will understand that that's not the kind of case study that's used in the case method. But the way you collect your data, no problem, because you already got some of those results, right? What you put in your case study later on, I give it to you lah. No need to keep like secret, yeah. Will be turned into the case, the teaching note. Okay.
Okay, got it.
You all got it? Yeah, case study should be action-based research, not necessarily Khairul. I'm just talking about that one is a case study, not that case study that you use in the classroom. That one is a research case study. Yeah, by Dr. Nick. I just brought that in because he did something on studying whether case studies are useful in the classroom. That's all. But that's not an example of the case study you use in the classroom unless you are teaching research methodology. Okay?
Prof, what about Dr. Prabu Sangka asked about what is the meaning of case analysis?
Oh, case analysis is case learning. Now we are case teaching. Yeah, writing cases, teaching cases. Case analysis is what the students would be doing when they read your case. They will analyze your case. Okay, good, yeah? So we put that word down. We got case study, case method, case study 1, case study 2, and then case analysis, yeah? By tomorrow, we should get a very clear idea what this means, yeah? So case method teaching methodology. Case study 1, the case study that you write to use in your case method class. Case study 2, case study done as research, not to be, can be used in the class, but not the same genre actually. Then case analysis, what you do as a lecturer and what your students do to analyze the case that you use in your class for case method. Yeah, but case analysis can also be a methodology in qualitative research, for instance. Yeah, so the important thing is do not confuse case method and research case study. Because of that word case study, the problem is that word case study. One is as a genre of text. That means when you look at case studies for case teaching, that's the kind of what you call it, cases you want. Yeah, how many of you have competed or wrote for the IMBA case study conference by UUM? Anyone has participated with that? Yeah.
I think Dr. Fatima and myself so far.
Okay. This year they're having. I'm not the agent, but I usually go. But this year maybe I won't have time. There's a bit of overlap. So Dr. Putri and Dr. Fatima, you've gone to that IMBA conference, right? And they usually would have teaching case and research case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have a big issue with that because it might be confusing when you say, "Oh, teaching case, research case." To do a teaching case, you also have to do a lot of research. You understand? It's just that means the differentiation, it's the way you write it. Yeah, so a case study that's written for teaching is quite different from a case study that's written as a result of your research. You see, you must remember that sometimes people get confused. They think they seem to imply that if you do a teaching case, there's no research behind it. That's definitely a no. There's tons of research behind your teaching case. It's only that when you write your teaching case, you tailor it so that it is useful in the classroom. It is relevant in the classroom so that the students understand it. You're not going to present your research findings there. Yeah. What do the students learn? They only learn research methodology, but not the content and the context of what you're doing. Yeah. I think this is major. I want to really drill this point forward for all of you, because this is what I saw in your case studies that you submitted. It looks like a research case study. You are telling me what you did in the research and you use it in the classroom. So there's no more gap in the knowledge. You told the student already. It's a giveaway. So there's no problem to solve, or very little problem to solve, right? So that is the thing. But the what do you call it? The consolation is you've already got your teaching note. Yeah, nanti what we will do is I will try and assist you to turn whatever you have into two components. One is the case study, the other one is the teaching note. Okay, that is what I think I can do in these 2 days, inshallah. Yeah, with all of you. Yeah, and of course I can't do magic in 2 days, but at least once you know where you can go from tomorrow, that would be helpful for you, I hope. Yeah. Okay, so are we ready? Any questions? Anyone has any question? A case study should be action-based research, not necessary. Dr. Hyrule, you can use action research. No, case study can be anything. You can do interview, you can do experiment, anything, whatever you want the student to learn. That's why the case method is very robust. If you are in, let's say, you are in marine science and you want the students to learn how to measure pollution at sea, yeah, and then you give the data. Maybe for that particular class, you want them to interpret the data and then do impact measurement, for instance. So what you need in the case is enough data for them to derive the answer from a formula that they already know. Yeah, you can either just use it as an end of the chapter question. You say this one derive the impact, and then they do it. But it's very dry, so student might not be as motivated. But if you start by saying Wan Nazrul is a citizen scientist, Yeah, he works with a group of NGOs who goes out to sea, who collect data as they go for fishing. Yeah, so his area is around Kuantan or Terengganu or wherever, 50 nautical miles over there. And every day he will go for his fishing trip. And these are the data that he collected. So you put the table. Yeah. And then you say Wan Nazrul will need to apply, is a bit worried because he's not sure about how to measure, provide the data needed by Jabatan Perikanan Malaysia. And he needs those data in order for him to get some grants from the government. Assist Wan Nazrul, pretend you are Wan Nazrul, yeah? And then you say, derive that thing and write a little report, yeah? Calculate and write a little report which you will submit to the the fisheries department. So you see here, the moment instead of just calculating it and giving you that answer, the student get two skills. One is they imagine, they take the role of Wan Nazrul, the citizen scientist. That means just a fisherman that helps to collect scientific data. He goes there fishing 2-3 times so he can imagine. They've got the data, he derives it. And then when you turn it into report writing or later writing, you kill not only just knowing the answers, but you provide an idea about why data is important to be collected. You see, so you turn that little case study, maybe 1 or 2 pages, you show some pictures of these citizen scientists, and they get the idea, what is citizen scientist? So then they say, oh, that means everyone can be a scientist. I don't need a PhD. So there is that concept of loving science. So you see, you teach the students 3 things already. Yeah, just by this simple idea. All right, you all got it? Okay, Dr. Putri, we're done with
Sorry, Prof.
Yes, questions. Yeah.
Can I have one question? The last question before we move to the next.
Sure, Dr. Lee.
Regarding the case method and also the case study, I would like to share my understanding on the few terms that we learned just now.
Okay.
So basically, the case method is the teaching method.
Oh, yes.
And the case study is a research approach, and it is also used in a case method. And case analysis.
Yeah, but they are different. Yeah, I'm talking about the term case study. Case studies got many terms, but the one that we're using is just those. If you write a 5-page case study, that's the case study we're talking about. If you write a 1-page case study, a caselet, that's only one. Or if you write the 20 pages case study, the one that you use in the classroom. All right.
Okay, all right.
Right. Don't confuse it with case study as in yin or in grounded theory and all that. That's another case study, meaning of case study. But of course, you can use those approaches to get data for you to write your case study for the students to use in your classroom. All right.
Can we have the example for the case method? Because I still got a little bit of the confusion between the case study and the case method. And I'm okay for case analysis, teaching case, and research case.
Okay. The case method is this, what you saw just now. You remember the video?
Yes.
Yeah, the video. That's the case method. That means how do people conduct classes in the MBA using cases?
Okay.
That's why it's a teaching approach, right? You see, this is the case method. This one, discussion-based learning methodology, not research methodology.
Okay. Clear now. Thank you.
If you are not clear, very problematic. Now that you're clear, otherwise I'll be talking about case study, you'll be thinking about your research case study. But by the way, because you're going to conduct industry studies, right? That means you're going to conduct case studies on industry for you to write this case study, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so be very careful about, I'm going to use the case study method, qualitative terminology for me to do this. And then you can write a journal. But aside from writing a journal, you can use the information that you wrote and you write a case study, because the journal would follow the journal article format, right? So you have to do like intro, methodology, etc. Correct? But for your case study in the classroom, they don't do that. You don't write introduction, solution, conclusion. No, you are writing a story and a narrative.
Okay, understand.
Okay, understand? Okay,
Prof.
we will see some example. All right, very good. Any more question?
Ma'am, good morning. This is
Yes, good morning.
Hiraman. Ma'am, why these
Okay.
HBR case studies are always taken as benchmark?
What benchmark? HBR?
No, always why this HBR Harvard case studies are considered as a benchmark? Because
Oh, yeah, because they are the best in the world. Why? Because they produce the best scholars in the world. They produce many CEOs. And because they brand it in such a way, and their branding is so powerful that people will, they are the bar. They tell you what a good case study is. And by the way, if you really observe what has been happening in the last 10 to 20 years, the Indian, like Flame School in India, I did show you some that one,
Yes,
yeah?
Pune,
Yeah, and also
Pune.
IIUM, yeah, Pune, in Pune, and IIM, Institute of, what do you call it? What is that? The Indian Institute of
Indian Institute of
Management.
Management.
Yeah, they also use case study extensively. And if you go to Harvard, you will see that in the last 10 years, especially, or 20 years even, many of Harvard professors are actually Indian as well. Yeah, because many of them have adopt the case method. Yeah, and they are very prolific writers as well. There are one or two very the top writers of cases in America. Of course, they're Americans by now, yeah, or most are born in India, even though they are American and has been there like 20, 30 years, yeah. So actually, because they produce very good cases, but it doesn't mean the cases they use can be used in our setting. Having said that, yeah, so it's good for their target market to produce CEOs for the American market. And even high-end, let's say take Malaysia, yeah, many of our CEOs would actually take the short courses because they want to have that Harvard flavor. It's like a branding, yeah. So they will take those kind of courses. I think it's like 2 weeks or so, and it costs like a bomb as well, yeah. So the reason is there is because it's what do you call it? Famous, yeah, and it has been using it. It's the first. Yeah, in 1912, I think, they started, and they have done it a lot. Yeah, so I hope that answers your question. But of course, you should Google it. Yeah, so the reason is all about branding, ranking, and of course, beyond that is because it's proven itself to be useful. Yeah, they have produced very good leaders using that method. Yeah. All right. Okay, Dr. Lee has. I hope I answer your question. Any more question?
I think
No.
one from Cik Wan Azul.
Okay, Wan Nazrul, yes. Can I have your question?
So,
as stated on the chat box,
chat
so what makes the case, the teaching case attractive is the narrative plot, isn't it?
Yes, that's what I'm going to share with you as we go along. I hope by today I can cover that as well. But it's the beginning. You know, you write an impactful beginning and you write an impactful ending. Remember, I'll share with you my method. Actually, there's a more difficult way of learning how to write it. I will leave it to, if you're really interested, maybe we can follow up. But I think after I went through all your materials and I was thinking about it, I'm going to share you my method. Yeah, very simple. Write a good impactful beginning, write a good ending with the correct triggers, and research thoroughly your, let's talk about writing about a real case study of a company. Yeah, research thoroughly your company. And I think Dr. Lee, which Dr. Lee? Yeah, Dr. Lee, the strategist, yeah, will Dr. Lee, not Lee Kai Lun. Dr. Lee Kai Lun is the one who cooks. Oh no, like shopping mall, right? Yeah, if you use strategic management guidelines, you will be able to write many cases based on one interview with the industry. Yeah, because strategic management or supply chain, for instance, yeah, if you have both of that, you will be able to ask questions that you can slot into different functional areas. And then you can write each, that interview, be very, very strategic about that interview to the industry. Yeah. Number one, make sure if you think that's the only interview you're going to get, you ask all the pertinent questions. Number two, if you more strategic than asking all the pertinent question would be to develop a rapport with that company so that you can have access to them again and again, because that means you specialize on that company. Then it's two-way, they get good coverage. Don't write a bad case on them, not to say not the issues, but because everything has to be signed off anyway. That's one other issue. But if you portray them in how it can help their company progress, you'll be able to have a very good relationship with that company. Okay, so yes, Nazrul, that attractive goes into plot and structure. Today we're talking, like for session 1, we're talking about the classroom. We're talking about our roles as lecturers or teachers. And then later, when you ask this question, Nazrul, it goes into that writing process. Okay, so that one I will cover. If I can, by this evening, I will introduce. Tomorrow, we will try to see it. But I don't want to go like, this is what you have to do, because that was my initial, my usual lectures would be like that, because everyone would just be, I don't know you. But for your case, in your case, you've given me some of your cases. So I already sort of tried to understand where you're coming from your cases. So I had to change a bit. That's why I changed all my slides. I add in things which I think would be useful for you to go on to your next stage of writing. Yeah, so it's quite different. If last time I said when I use a step-by-step, it will not look like what you're having today and henceforth. All right. Okay, thank you. So any more questions?
Prof, I think one more from Dr. Prabu Sankar.
Prabu Sankar.
When we write the case,
shall we go for short to facilitate? All right. Length, yeah, Dr. Prabu, length. I will talk about length after this. Yeah. All right. So it's a good question. I will answer it immediately in session 2. Yeah. How do we decide on the length of the case? All right. Any more question?
Prof, quick questions.
Yes, no problem.
As normally, I noticed that you wrote a short case, but with a good complexity. So means that can trigger a student to think in many ways. Is there any standard or format that we can use to develop a good case background, Prof? Because I noticed that you wrote very good cases. So can you share a bit about it? Thank you.
Short case but complex. Okay.
Yes.
I will explain that in the next session. Very good. Yeah, you bear in mind, and then after the next session, you ask me the same question. Okay, Dr. Yudi, you ask me the same question to see whether I have covered you with the slides that I'm going to present next.
Sure,
all right?
Prof. Thank you so much.
Complexity. All right. Okay, I'll shut this and I'll go to the next. See further. All right, let's go to the next. Cancel, dismiss. Okay, now we go to session 2. I've prepared a lot of things for you all. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can cover them all. But session 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, looks like this one. Hope I got the right one. All right. Okay, yeah, this one is less slides. I think 18 slides. Okay, everyone got it? Can you see it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, get ready, yeah, because it's so intense. If you're sleepy, tell me, we can have a sleeping break, like nap, yeah? All right, the same thing, breakout session. I will try not to use so much of that because that is time consuming. Okay, and then we'll have the online chat and the whole class, yeah? All right, I think, yeah, I always start my new session with a question. Okay, so here, just to make sure all of us are not sleepy. On the chat, yeah, again, I will, what time is it? I usually time everything, yeah? It's 11:43. Okay, session 2, 11:43. Write your comments, yeah, your insight. What did you learn from the previous session? Yeah. Can you start now? And I will see who will get on the chat first. Okay. So UD number 1, yeah? Okay. Case method and case study. Okay, case study and case method. All right. Yeah, so that's, I think the message came across quite well. All right, very good. Yeah. So an overview of case study. All right, good. Okay. Overview of case study. Difference between case study, case method, and case analysis. All right. Dr. Prabhu has 3 concepts that he's very excited to learn. Read, engage, reflect. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Differentiate between case method, case study, and case analysis, right? Clear picture, case method. All right. Okay. Case method is broader in scope. All right. Okay. Case method is not the same as case methodology. Yeah. By the way, one goes into pedagogy, the other one goes into research. Yeah. All right. It's broader in scope. All right, wonderful. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, so let's see. That takes 2 minutes. 11 to 11:45. Session 2. Okay, let's find out. So, what is a case? Just now, you all asked questions about what is a case. How do we know whether it's easy, it's complex? How long should we write it? You know, and all that. Yeah, and what are the types of cases? Okay. I hope how come this thing is like this? Yeah. Like what's happening here? Okay, it looks too big, right? What's happening? Yeah, let me escape it. Okay, can we do that instead? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the notes. I think it's down there.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
I pull
so
it down. Yeah,
okay.
it's all these things that they do because I've got someone to do it for me.
Mhm.
I'll try to send you all the slides, a simple slide later, yeah, because this one is done by my designer and it's got a lot of UniKL stuff and
Okay, thank you.
yeah, I'll get you one without all the trimmings.
Mhm.
Right, okay. So a case imitates and simulates a real situation. Just now we talked about case method. Now we talk about case study, okay? Not the other case study, this case study. Okay, you all understand that, yeah? So what is that case? The one that you saw those Harvard students holding, yeah? A Hollander sweeter, a sweetener, etc. You saw, right? Yes, it's always like that, yeah? Very thick, 10 to 20 pages, yeah? So the case imitates or simulates a real situation across time or event, yeah? So what does it do? That case simulate across time or event, yeah. Remember, I'm just going to tell you a story so that you will not be so bored. The first case study done by Harvard is actually called the General's Shoe Company. Okay? You remember, this is oral sharing. You try to remember. I might quiz you on this tomorrow. Okay? The case study is called the General Shoe Company because at that time, Boston, Massachusetts, and remember Harvard is in Massachusetts. At that time, they're very strong in shoe production. Yeah, if you remember, around that time, 1900s, that's where Bata was on the other side of the continent in Canada, in Vancouver. Yeah. Bata came to, and that's how Bata, we don't look up to Bata now, but it used to be like Louis Vuitton of those times. Yeah? Of course, they're not that expensive. Yeah. And then, so the university was asked to, some of those, the deans or the lecturers were asked to help some companies. So they went to this shoe company, they asked for help. So apparently they had some issues there. The staff would stop at work like 45 minutes before time's up. So they wanted to solve that issue. Why are the staff, going by 5:45, before 5:45, let's say they go out at 5:45, they 5 o'clock, they're not doing any work. So they were called in to, What's the problem here? So when the professors came into the problem, of course, depending on what hat you wear, if you are very negative, what you call it, XY, the hygiene theory, right? You would think they're lazy, right? Because why are they quitting their jobs early? But that's not the way it was portrayed in the case. What happened was they tried to look at different angles. Yeah, why was it like that? It could be because by 5, the raw materials might not be enough for them to, continue doing their work, for instance, or maybe the air conditioning, or maybe it's got to do with housing, where there's only one toilet for 100 staff. So some people would want to go back to the dormitory earlier, etc., etc. But whatever it was, that invitation by the shoe company, the General Shoe Company, for Harvard to help them solve their problem became the first inaugural MBS case study. Yeah. So that's the thing. Yeah. So so you understand. Yeah. So it imitates and simulate a real situation across time and event. So when we look at across time, that was in 1909 actually they started the consultancy, and they wrote it. Finally, they had one dean, then another dean, and he decided, hey, I should use this in my classroom. So now going back, and this is the year 2021, we will have a group of you, I think there are 27 others, that means 26 of you here, who in this time, 2021, would like to simulate what's happening in the industry around your community, or that is strongly aligned to your field of studies. Yeah. Can you imagine that? That was in Boston 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago. Now in Kuantan, a group of you feel that there is a need to bring the industry into the classroom, because this will make learning more authentic. Yeah, understand? Yeah, Wan Nazrul, you understand? Right. So what do we do? Whom do we study? You can study an individual, or you can study an organization. And if you're an economist, you can also study nations, or you can study the world, the nation, or the world, whatever. The unit of analysis depends on your study, right? So let's say you want to study machines, the efficiency of machines, and therefore you have the human and machine interaction. The machine can't be, taking care of itself. It's always got a human behind it. So what you want to do would be how human beings manage resources. Yeah, so let's say like Dr. Putri, you manage technology, and you manage technology means managing resources, right, in the organization. So you would like to analyze that. Or if you want to look at individual, is it the CEO, is it the COO, is it the HR head, etc. But someone who makes a decision, because we're talking about management. But if you are doing social studies, you want to write a case of an individual so that people will learn what problems this individual face. You will not be talking about the CEO. You'll be talking about maybe, some issues that we have in Kuala Lumpur, like maybe the HIV child or something like that. Yeah, or a homeless. So the case would be on that homeless, but that's in social science, in sociology, in or economics, or whatever, of the poor, or whatever, right? So you all understand, your unit of analysis can be an individual or the whole organization. That means with all the functions. And then, or it can be that individual need is determined when you write your case on what you're going to use your case for. If you're using it in your management classroom, managers, yeah, or the C-suite, the CEO, COO, CFO. If you're an accountant, then teaching accounting, who makes decision on accounting matters, then you would put an accountant. Yeah. But if you're a HR and you have a problem in the accounting department, then you would also put the protagonist as the HR, because they've got to solve a problem in the accounting department. But all the role players would be people from the accounting department. Right. Is that clear? Right. So what is in a case study? Okay, now you know whom you want to analyze. How long? Somebody was asking just now, yeah? How long differentiate? Who was asking?
I think Dr. Prabhu Sankar.
Prabhu, right. Dr. Case method. Yes, Dr. Prabhu, yeah. The length of your this thing, yeah. So it can be 1 page or 50 or more, yeah. But think about it. If you give 50 pages, your student in Kuantan, they will complain against you, yeah. Not only 50 pages. You say in Harvard, they read 500 cases in 2 years. That means 1 year, 200, let's say 480, 1 year 240. That means 1 month they read 20 cases. So you become very enthusiastic. So you write 50 case study, 1 month 20 cases. You all share. You say you got five subjects. So each lecturer does 4 cases a month. Every week you have 1 case, which is 50 pages long. What will happen? All the reporters will come to UMP. You will be famous for a while. What is this movement on the case study, right? That will not happen, okay? So, but you can do a 1 page, right? A 1 page case study or a 2 page case study every week in your class. You see it? Yeah, if you really want to encourage case study, but you say that's too much. Remember in your what do you say, your syllabus, you have 14 weeks. Yeah, so maybe not too much. Huh? You decide. Are you going to go case study all along if you have a non-examinable class, or are you going to have 4 case studies throughout 12 weeks? The choice is yours. Yeah, Dr. Prabhu, it's up to you. But you know the range and you know the reason why you want to choose the length, yeah, of that case study, 1 page. Of course, many factors. So one is your ability to write the cases. How fast can you write a case? Number 2, of course, you build it up as a bank. Number 2, whether your students are up to it. So you remember, don't use very sophisticated language if your students are just starting. But if you don't use sophisticated language that's used outside, then you are not exposing your students to the real things outside. So the simulation is like not full simulation. Yeah. So if you take more authentic materials from outside, which we will mention later, how to do it. Yeah. So you bring real things into the classroom. Yeah. Whatever is used by the supervisor on the ground in one of the factories, you use the same material. Of course, you have to make sure it's not confidential, etc., or throw whatever names. Yeah. So the length depends. Yeah. On what? Various factors. Your subject, your students, you yourself, the environment, and the industry that you're addressing. At least 5 major factors. Yeah. So 3 characteristic. Is the issue significant? Do you have, these are very important, yeah, a sufficient information on which to base your conclusion? Yeah, not in the text, but for the students. When you put all the information, if you want them to calculate the exchange rate, you must put which countries, the currency, what's the current rate, etc., etc. If you don't put there, then they cannot solve that problem, right? If that's the problem you want to solve. And you don't state conclusion, right? So if you look at this, you will realize that some of the cases that you have sent me are not this case study. You send me the case study of your research case study, right? You have your conclusion, you give all the answers already. That's why those things go into the teaching note. Now you got to write another case study so that they can find the answer like you have in your teaching note. Okay? So that's the major thing that I found in your case studies. Yeah. So here, let's say, any question, difference? Okay, no question so far. Everyone understand? Yeah. I go to the next slide. Yes.
Sorry, Prof. One raised his hand.
Yeah. Who? One Nazrul, is it?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
One Nazrul.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah.
I just need some clarification to point C.
Point
No
C.
stated conclusions.
Right.
Okay, as I told you earlier, I teach business law, and since legal principles are derived from court cases and also legislations, acts of parliament, so the situation that I want to the students to understand. Okay, decided cases. The case has been decided by the court, so we know who's guilty or who's liable or not. Okay, so based on that, okay, that the conclusion is already there, but I do not need to put that conclusion in the case in the teaching case.
Okay, right. I got your answer question.
Yeah.
So you mean that if you just bring in a case, yeah, so you don't have to write your own case because the case is already there, right? You know, those are what do you call it? Published cases anyway, right?
Yes,
That
yes.
everyone
Reported
has,
cases,
yeah, everyone has access to it. So you want to discuss that case in your classroom.
Exactly.
So you bring in that case. It can come as it is, because what is your learning objective of using that case? My first question.
Okay, I give you an example. Let's say I'm teaching, for example, the chapter on the law of contract.
Okay.
So the very principle in the law of contract, you need to differentiate between offer and invitation to trade. So offer, the established case, the case that answers this is Khalil versus Khalid Public Company. So a case decided in 1932, 1893. So based on that, how can I bring the framework of that story to fit in the teaching case?
Okay, like this, yeah. You know that that case is now a bit okay, yeah. So let's say you have one what case are you doing? Law of contract, yeah. So a case on offer, let's say, yeah. So you have a case on offer. So you want to use that in your classroom. You don't want to write what do you call it? The case. You cannot write the case. It's really why should you write a case? It takes a long time to write that case, right? But you can write a scenario. Yeah, so a scenario, you say you're going to court tomorrow or next week or next month to represent your client on a matter of offer, on a case, what you call it, the litigation on offer. So that's the context, right? So your student have actually a role. They are going to court, they're going to represent their client, and the precedent case that you want them to know would be a few, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can, let's say you have this is probably the most important one, or you put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now they go for hundreds even, isn't it? Because everything is online, right? So let's say you see the top 3 cases that you want to do. So if let's say 5 relevant cases that you want them to actually read up so that they can represent their client better, right? That's the simulation. So what you can do, you can take that case to put as excerpts, yeah, as in your case study. But but you do not write the conclusion. You don't write the judgment. You don't include the judgment.
Okay. If I may add, Prof, to clarify further, that means the scenario that you were mentioning just now, the scenario can be imaginary.
Yes, imaginary.
Right? It is based on
real information.
A real case.
Yeah, real information.
Real information, yes.
Right? You got it. In fact, it's quite interesting because
this is interesting,
yeah, because you might want to choose 2 or 3 of the most prominent cases, yeah, most relevant. So you choose one is you can leave out the judge punya judgment, and then the other thing you can do is you can put it there, and then you say, or you can put 2, right? You can compare 2 cases and ask them what is the skill you want to do. Would they agree with that judgment or not?
So that is argumentative skill.
Yes, and then in present day, do those arguments still hold water, for instance? You understand? And then let's say you want to see how that the law has evolved over time. So you take one judgment in, what was it, 1893, one in 1954, one in 1993. That's a lot of things that you can do.
Exactly.
But what you do is scenario, and then the skills that you want to teach is very clear. So you go back to your learning outcome, and then you find out. You got my idea here, right? Yeah. All right. Huh?
Okay, I have another
Yes.
question, Prof.
All right.
Okay, regarding also about the teaching case.
Okay.
Okay, I submitted an abstract through Dr. Putri.
Okay.
Okay, my abstract is about the college admission scandal in US. The
Okay.
case that was being prosecuted by Department of Justice in 2019.
Yeah.
So it involves this Keywell, the Keywell Foundation. So I would like to stimulate the students' awareness on the criminal misappropriation of charitable organization. So, what is your advice, Prof, as far as teaching case is concerned? Because it involves court case. Yeah.
Right. And these are very current issues, in the legal world, isn't it? In the world, because even today, let's say when you talk about this, the idea is charitable, and then criminal acts of charitable organizations.
Yes.
So for instance, now you have that case of that Ibet Liu and Nadir. So it's an interesting, it is happening on the ground. It's hot news. So, but now you're using something in the US, right? What you can do is, maybe you want the students to have that skill to compare the issue of justice, of law and justice across two different places. So you can take one from the US, one from Malaysia, and you can take one from Europe, you can take one from China. And what do your students learn? They learn
compare and contrast.
Yeah, compare, contrast, one thing. The legal system, and in the end, what is fair, what is just, right?
Okay.
You see or not? Your potential to write it is huge. Of course, the easier thing is just to use the cases, but sometimes the student just find lots of things that I have to remember, and it doesn't make them very excited. And anyway, during your exam, the X they can bring into the classroom, right? It really is like putting it there, here and there. But when you put this scenario, they suddenly feel like, as someone in this legal profession, there's lots of things that can develop me. One is I should be reading up on what's happening. Number two is I should be able to read all these things and then come up with ideas on how I can become an effective lawyer at the end of the day. So if you can write all those cases, your program educational outcome will be better addressed, I think, rather than, they can answer this question, they can answer that question, blah, 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 right?
So in a nutshell, Prof, the way we present the teaching case during lecture, the parameter of that teaching case is not only confined to the chapter at hand, but it could also be expanded to other dimensions in that particular sphere.
Topic. Skill and topic. So what does it do? It gives them a chance to go to level 6 of Bloom.
Okay.
Synthesize. Most of the time we stop at 3 or 4 if we are quite hardworking. Most of the time, if we have so much work to do, we start at 2. They understand something, right? I'm sure all of us face this challenge in teaching.
My paper is 3rd year paper, Doctor.
Yeah. All right. Lots of things. You can get in touch with me if you need. But basically, yours is easier than the rest of the world because you work through cases. You see, that's why I asked you just now to do that exercise by Dr. Nick, so that when just now we talk about oral interview, right? That one is actually a document analysis. Of course, you might get lost because it also talk about case study, right? But when you want to write your cases, you must be able to read through documents very well. And which one would be used as a realia, we call it, a teaching aid into that you put inside your case study. So that your case study will look very nice. But of course, it depends on the kinds of cases you write. Okay, so thank you. So everyone, is this quite clear? Clear, yeah? So no stated conclusion. Why? You got to have that problem. Yeah. I think maybe some of you read my cases, some of my cases that I shared with you, The other interesting thing, when I say no stated conclusion, one technique, if you see me lumping tons of question at the end. Let's say like the case of the soul, in search of a soul of a role or something like that. Yeah. At the last paragraph, the trigger, I put all those questions. You know why? Because the questions are the trigger. If you have time to develop it into a longer case study, then you might want to categorize those questions and write more paragraphs so that they read more story. Yeah. But when you see me dumping that, like in that case, I was given like 2 days to write the case. Yeah. So I said, oh, what to do? I got no more time. Time's up. So I just lump all that question. I'll share with you all some of the techniques. So when you write that first draft of that case, later you can develop it more better. Yeah, you can pick up. But lumping question is actually one easy way but effective way of providing the trigger. You see, if you look at my case study, I don't have like answer these questions after that. No, the whole case comes with the question, everything there. Yeah, and question need not come with the question mark. She wondered, she was not sure. You know, these are the phrases you can use, yeah, to do that. All right, let's go on. Oh, the same thing again, yeah. I think I know what's happening. I must have, let me escape because of the thing going down, yeah, here. All right, so case studies. Remember just now, that one was by Harvard, yeah? And this one is Vanderbilt University. I think many of you would know Vanderbilt. Anyone knows Vanderbilt University? What is it famous for? Have you heard of Vanderbilt University? Nobody? Dr. Prabhu, have you heard of Vanderbilt? Dr. Sri Raman, have you heard of Vanderbilt University?
No, ma'am.
No idea, madam. No.
No, huh? Okay. Vanderbilt, I think, is must be a family university because they have that Vanderbilt company that produces perfume and things like that. So there must be a conglomerate, must be rich family building the university. Okay. Anyway, it's quite a famous university, but that's not the point. But do you know Professor Yunus of Bangladesh?
Yes, Prof.
You all know Grameen Bank. You know him, right?
Social entrepreneurship.
Yeah, you know him, right?
Grameen.
Yeah, he went to Vanderbilt University. Now you will not forget Vanderbilt University, right? Because you know Professor Yunus came from there. Anyway, they also use cases. And this is their definition, yeah? Case studies are stories used to teach application of a theory or concept to real situations. Yeah. So like in law cases, there are story within the case itself, the law cases, right? And the story within your case study that you use in the classroom, but you embed it, double layer stories, right? A story within a story. Yeah. And there are two ideas that you can use here. They are fact-driven and deductive where there is a correct answer. So if you only want to do level 1, 2, or 3, this part will be in a caselet. Caselet means many cases, yeah? And then it can also be context-driven where multiple solutions are possible. I think Dr. Prabhu asked me that, or somebody about, was it Dr. Lee about complexity? Yeah, how, or was it Sri Raman? You talk about complex and simple cases. So if it is simple, you provide one and you want only one correct answer, then you put in all the facts that they would need to be there. Yeah, so for example, you can ask question like, what did the case, the judge decide in the case? So everyone has to write the same answer, right? Because it's just whether you understood what he decided. Question number 2, if you were the judge, what would your judgment be? Can be the same, different, or the same or different from the court, yeah? And then you have to ask why. Yeah, why is it the same? Then they use reasoning, right? So that one can be there, yeah? But if it's context-driven, where multiple solutions are possible, like in your case, if you write different cases for the same problem, yeah, so there are multiple judgments with the same problem. Why? Because of the different contexts. That's why law is a very, it naturally provides itself into the case study, case method. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so you understand so far? Just now we know how long, how complex, etc. Now there's another invent the build, they call it stories. So you go back and think about the drafts that you've given me. Is it a story or a report, a research report? It looks more like a research report, right? No story yet. So to write this kind of cases that's used in these universities, if you want to, yours can be the fact-driven, very easy to turn that one into 1 or 2 mini caselets, yeah, mini cases for fact-driven based on the things that you have already provided in your draft that day. But if you want to change that into a more complex case, we can write a long case where those little problems are embedded into the case. So the students would be looking at, oh, this angle, that angle, etc. Nothing is wrong. It depends on how you want to use those cases, as a short case or as a longer case. Or as you can go like 1 page, 3 pages, 5 pages, 8 pages. Yeah, because I think at least 5 of your, that one has a lot of information. One case was quite good. Yeah? I saw already quite close. Yeah. So again, you see here, various disciplines, humanities, social sciences, engineering, law, yeah, your law, yeah, business and medicine. All right, clear? Any questions so far? Okay, yeah, right.
Okay, Prof.
Okay, yeah, okay. So we go on again. Something wrong here with me. Oh my God. Yeah, these are all, I think they did this for me, so that's a problem here. Okay, just now they talk about cases being stories. Now in Indiana state, it says here, cases are narratives. So it's like story also, right? Narratives, it's a situation. You have select means selected, I guess, yeah, data samplings or statements that present unresolved and provocative issues, situations, or questions. This is very important. I want you all to really understand it or not understand it or become confused about it, which is good. Yeah, because when I read your cases, you present a lot of statements that are already resolved. Yeah, in the cases that you submitted to me that Dr. Putri shared with me, you already solved the problem in that case. So I say, so what's the student supposed to do, right? So I said, how do I do this? Then this one goes into the teaching note, okay, what you have given. So it's not bad, yeah, you got it again, yeah. I think that's the major upgrading that your cases need to do. Any question on this? Stories, narratives, the story can tell about situation, they can tell about data. And let me share with you an interesting piece of data. I'll just look into my WhatsApp for a while.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Yes.
think the challenge for us is we are already into the research-based writing.
Thinking.
Yeah. So now we need
Yes.
to become a membawang fellow.
Yes, not membawang, professional onions. Okay.
Professional onions.
Professional membawang doang, that one doang. Are we a professional onions?
Yeah.
PO. Okay, professional.
Kings and queens of bawang.
Of onions. Okay,
Yeah.
sounds better, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you data sampling. For instance, if I give you this, where is it? Wait. I think just to this one. So if I say something like this, you know, every day now, this what's his name? Our DG of what do you call it, of the Kementerian Kesihatan, the Health Ministry will give you data, right, on COVID, right? Yeah, everyone, yeah. So yeah, he will give you data. You imagine that data can mean so many things to different people, right? So you can write any case study you like. Yeah, who would want to look at that data? And then some of my friends say, why is he giving me that data? Is depressing, for instance. So you know the general public would be depressed by that data. But if they don't provide that data, then the people, the professional people who need that data would not be able to make some decision, isn't it? Yeah. But out there, you got to manage this thing. Do you think that Tan Sri, what's his name? Tan Sri
Nur Hisham.
Nur Hisham, Nur, yeah? Tan Sri Nur Hisham, do you think he's having a headache right now?
Terribly.
Terribly. He'll be a protagonist that you have lots of empathy for, I hope, right? Nothing is right and wrong. And I'm sure if you go to your WhatsApp, you know it's a current issue, right? And everyone's talking about it, and you can deal with it from many cases, yeah? From legal, from social, right? So that protagonist must be in a very, I think he has the biggest problem in his mind, but he's so calm and cool, yeah? So you imagine, yeah, all kinds of things people, if you don't give the data, they say you are not transparent. If you give the data, you are trying to scare the whole world, yeah? And then the data you give is not enough for me. I want other types of data, etc., etc. So these are the things, data. So you know when you talk about data, because this one is in our mind, you see the COVID data every day. But also in your profession, what kind of data do you have? Yeah, so for instance, if you're in supply chain, if you're in manufacturing, and you want to optimize something, for instance, so what kind of data do you need for optimization? Yeah, so your students would need to get that kind of data. If you're in HR, yeah, so you deal with, let's say, grievances. What kind of data do you have? Yeah, so you use those data. And if you want your student to learn how to manage those data, you must be able to get those data, present it to them so that they can use those data to make a decision. Yeah. So the good thing here, when you talk about data, remember you can, when you write your cases, use public domain data. If you have public domain, you can write a good case study on any industry, but you need to provide references, because a lot of good cases can come from public domain data. For instance, if you are in strategy, in business, there should be no issue, because all public listed company has to be transparent about their data. So you can write any case you like, yeah? But if you want to make it more intimate, because that would be for very huge companies, so that one, no issue. But some of you want to write about a startup, for instance. So that data is not public domain. This is where, if you want to write about it, you are given lots of data, whatever they want to give you. You have to treat that data like gold, because they are confidential to some point, but they will release it if you know how to disguise the data. Yeah. So if they only earn 1,000, so you put 10,000. So if they earn 10,000, expenses must be 10 times more. You know, you can go by ratio, etc., so that you don't reveal it if they want to be disguised. If they say, okay, you can use our name, at least someone will write about us, then no issues. But they say, we don't want you to, you know, portray this part. Please hike it a bit up. But is that ethical or is it not? And you got to think about that. Yeah. Okay, so this is the case, yeah, just now. So we've got some ideas. And then now we have, again, the same thing happening here, right? What's happening? Okay, I'll just use this, yeah? So good cases generally have the following features. A good case study, yeah? It tells a good story. So what's your story? In a story, you have to have people, right? If you don't have people, it's a problem. Even a documentary, when you want to show like the mountain, you have someone climbing the mountain. Unless, of course, it's really about mountain, then what was it? The volcano or something, yeah? It must be recent. But there are some cases, even though they're very dated, there are always interesting cases. Huh? So that's like a forever case, yeah? And it should include dialogue, according to these people. So there must be that human aspect of it. Yeah, what's a dialogue? Yeah. And then you have to create empathy. When you read the case, you have empathy. So in this case, like your law case just now, the student should be able to feel across the board. If not, you will not make them good lawyers. Yeah, while they have to feel like a lawyer, they also must be able to feel like the appellant, what do you call it, and then you have to feel like the one being charged. Yeah, you have to provide them that
The
thing.
court scenario.
Yes, the court scenario, and they should be able to empathize throughout the stakeholders. How about the community? How do they feel about your judgment? How about the world? Are you in sync with the whole world's idea of this one? You say, well, I'm in the Sharia, whatever, so it's quite contained in a sense, yeah. But if you look at fairness, justice, ethics, yeah, what is legal is not ethical, what is ethical might not be legalized, blah blah blah. Yeah, so it's very huge. That's how that concept of fairness and justice grow within your profession. Yeah, it must be recent so that people, and it's interesting that sometimes you have a recent story, but it sort of echoes something else in the past. It's like a recurring problem. So you might want to revisit those things. And that technique in writing is very important, very interesting, not to say important. But if you say, I have this problem now, and then you try to, you know, like a detective, you say, oh, how have other people solved that problem? Yeah, that technique of going through time is actually trying to discover the wisdom, yeah, that has already come up, circling this kind of revolving some kind of issues. Sometimes we think is the issue is just for now, but it's not. Yes, one Nazrul, yeah.
Okay, sorry to
Your
interrupt.
question. No problem. Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'd like to touch on bullet number 3, dialogue.
Dialogue, yeah.
Okay. So when we put the dialogue on the teaching case, must the dialogue be constructed based from the actual, for example, for a law case, from the actual investigation paper, for example, or a summary of the stories that took place in the investigation and the court proceedings that have taken place?
Yeah, you can have a mix. You can choose totally one or the other. And then if you want to have a mix as a writer, why do you want to highlight certain conversation, for instance?
So the conversation can be imaginary.
Yeah.
I mean, not based on the actual dialogue in the actual case, but the dialogue that we construct based on the
teaching point you want to make.
Yes.
Yeah. But you must say that this case study is inspired by this case.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you put a footnote just to cover yourself because
caveat.
Caveat, caveat in your language. Okay, so you have this imagination already, on how to write a dialogue. Yeah, actually, dialogues are a field in itself. I have like a whole semester course on a dialogue, how to write dialogues. Yeah, so but I'm just giving it to you. You can Google all these things, of course. Yeah, it's very easy nowadays. So whatever technique you want, there's lots of other techniques that I will introduce. Yeah, but it says here, I'm just telling you what these people think about it. Yeah, it must include dialogue. It says dialogue means because you see the voice, it makes it real. Yeah, so usually you have a mix of, I have a big problem sometimes, like when I'm rushing to write a case. Yeah, first voice, second voice, or third voice. How do you want to present that case? Do you present it from the role players immediately or a reported speech? Yeah, that's important. Yeah. And then what is important is that you must make the characters so real that you can empathize with them. You can feel that the readers. Yeah. I have a few cases that I have done on that. Yeah. I don't know whether I send it to all of you. Yeah. And of course, it must be relevant to the reader. Yeah. If you're in a low class, you don't write something on supply chain unless it's a case on supply chain. They would be very annoyed. Yeah. If you start bringing in all the formula that's not needed, they would think, apa ni? They don't know. All right. And then you must serve a teaching function because you're talking about teaching, using cases for teaching. Yeah. I really feel like, that because it's teaching, it must look like learning material. Yeah. All right. Some in your case, one Nazrul, you can actually use the cases just as it is.
Yes.
Yeah, but if you want to make it more like exciting, when you come to class, one technique, every time you let the protagonist be one of them. So you take turns or a group of them. And then the student that is like really quiet, suddenly you put they become the villain. Then it's like, oh, use the name, but not so close. If the name is one Nazrul, you put one Nasol or something like that. Yeah, something like that. So but they know you mean them. It can become quite playful in the classroom, so they will not be, it's not going to be a very rigid classroom. But be aware that some students, of course, are really sensitive about these things, and we have to know them. Yeah, when we use their names, they like their names to be put on in the teaching material, right? All of us like that, isn't it?
Yeah, Prof.
Yes.
Can you explain afterwards what's the meaning between protagonist, antagonist?
Oh yes, the protagonist. I'm not going to the literature to antagonist, protagonist, because antagonist will be opposite of the protagonist, right? But I'm going to have one full session on the protagonist.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because I see you all have done the research. You know all of that. That's good material to do the. Just now we had, what was it? We had this one. You have all the cases can be fact driven. You all have done quite a bit on your cases there. So that's useful for that one. But what you need is how to write that story, right? How to get into the role, how to write that role of that story. Yeah. As a writer, for you to be able to write that story, you must know the protagonist very well. Yeah. So you've got to do that. Yeah. And then, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, about character.
Character.
Okay, the main characters. So you mentioned just now about ethical concerns and also sensitivity about certain cases.
Right.
So some in some cases the actual names are so sensitive to certain parties. So while writing the teaching case, can the characters be the actual characters be given another names?
Yes, can. Especially if you're
without
writing
compromising the situation.
But I'm talking about if you just, even if you want to use the court case, you don't write the numbers, etc. You can even change the name of the judge, etc. You sort of adopt and adapt from there, but don't call it that. And then if you change certain things, because that inspired you to actually bring this case. Why do you choose the case to be used in the classroom? When you adopt and all that, you have to mention. But once you want to go to publish it, then that's a bit tricky. If you want it, because within your classroom you can do anything you like, right? But once you want to publish, then you have to be real. I will share with you my experiences with handling that. There are lots of issues. Publication and classroom cases. Classroom case, no issue.
So for publication is another story, Prof.
Another story.
Okay, I would like to be enlightened on that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
I will. I think in the next few slides I will share with you.
Pleasure, Prof. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. There's another question from Cik Jun.
Okay, Cik Jun. Inform. What is it, Cik Jun?
What about the ethical issues? If I have one case study in a manufacturing company, should I inform them first before writing it?
Yeah.
I finished my study there.
Right. I will share with you. You have a manufacturing company. You already studied it, but they don't know you are studying it, right? Okay. If it's a public domain, that one, no issue. Tak ada issue. But the way you write it, you cannot accuse them, So you use it as it is. The facts. Let's say I want to do a case on Pharma Niaga. What about Pharma Niaga do I want to... no, Pharma Niaga is not a good one. Dynamic, Serba Dynamic. Serba Dynamic is in the news because of some accounting issues, right? So I want to write a case about them. I collect all the data on what is happening. I present the case as it is. as what they say. So I must be very skilled in writing so that whatever I present is as reported, public domain. And then I must write in the footnote, where did I get it, what was the news, etc., you know, in your references. And then whatever you write there, no issues on this one. Nobody can sue you because it's public knowledge. But when you write, make sure there's no some, they would say like reasonable, what you call it, comment, okay, yeah, but you don't write really scandalous or whatever claims that is not reported, yeah. But after you write that case in the classroom, when they use that, it doesn't matter, because then in your classroom they would debate all kinds of things, yeah, ideally if they're interested, yeah. And then so your case becomes a material that actually invoke a lot of discussion, yeah. So that not provoke, yeah, it invoked lots of discussion. Then these people will learn about it, because your idea in using the case is to share a common problem in a sector, and then what did people do to solve that problem. Okay, all right, Putri, yeah, very clear. All right, Juna, very clear. All right, okay. Next, okay, so teaching function, you all know, dilemma, there must be a dilemma, yeah, okay. When we say dilemma, right, you see, you go back to your cases today, tonight, and you see what are the dilemma that you have in the cases. If it's complex, somebody was asking about complex, so the case must be complex. So you have, at first this one has a dilemma, and then this one has, everyone has a dilemma. So it becomes very real, because in one context, yeah, in either in an organization, there are 10 players. Everyone would have something that's troubling them and something that is working for them, yeah. So real cases give you that. It's not so straightforward like question number 1, I have a headache, do I need a Panadol? Yes, no, it's not like that. I have a headache, why? You have to ask, and those kind of things, yeah. And the last bullet here, it says has generality. That means whatever your case is, it's also shared by other people. But sometimes very specific cases can be there that would be novel, you know. But if it's general, then it's, oh yeah, I get you, that kind of thing. So that case is useful to solve problems. That's what it means. All right. Okay. I think after this we may have an exercise, maybe. Yeah. Let's see what's happening. Yeah. Okay, I've got this one that I want you all to solve, yeah? So what time is it now, Dr. Putri? It's 12:36. Yeah, let me see, how do I do it? Maybe I send it through the WhatsApp, yeah? Let me send it through the WhatsApp. Let's see, do I have a WhatsApp? Okay, I have to sign now. Oh yeah, here we are, WhatsApp. Okay. We have this WhatsApp, teaching the case writing, yeah. I will, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you all read this, what you call it, this case, yeah. I actually thought you could read it about, let me see, where are we here? Where did I put you all? Backup, yeah, this is backup. All right, so Goliath would be, oh, how come there's so many things? No, it's not backup. UMP, it must be UMP. Yeah, UMP copy, right? Exercises, presentation, Goliath. How do you compete? Okay.
Goliath, isn't it the book on the goal?
No. This is a teaching case.
Okay.
Yeah. How do you compete? Yeah. So I choose this. You all read it. It's a very short, because I use big, that one. It's a Harvard Business Review case, yeah, on branding. Right. Okay. So how do we do it? At first, I wanted you all to go into, I think this is okay if you all want to go into your breakout rooms, yeah, because this takes not just 5-10 minutes to do. Which you all got it already, right? Okay. Let me see.
Let me check first, Prof, whether
right, okay. Yeah,
you have sent it in the teaching case.
Yeah, teaching, yeah, the that one, so that everyone can get it.
I haven't received it yet. Has anyone received it
Anyone receive it?
in the group? Oh, okay. Yes, baru
Baru dapat, nah? Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. So this is, I think you all can get into it's 12:38. What time is our break next, Dr. Putri?
We can have a break right after this then.
Okay. All right.
How do I join that group?
Which group?
I will share this in the link, so I will put it in the chat room, and
Okay.
then we can proceed to the breakout room.
All right. Okay, I think this is how it goes. Yeah, I'll make it free and easy. It's 12:39 now, so we ideally stop at 1, right? Okay, so it's 12:39. Get into the breakout rooms and then answer this question. Does it tell a good story? Is it recent? Does it include dialogue? Does it create empathy with the main characters? Is it relevant to the reader? Assume all of you are in branding. Yeah, does it serve a teaching function? Does it require a dilemma to be solved? Does it have generality? Okay, so just read it, enjoy the case, and then it's 30 minutes. You go to your breakout room for 30 minutes, and then I think you can go for lunch, right, Dr. Putri?
Mm-hmm.
And then we come back at 2 o'clock, right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Is
Yeah.
that fair?
I think it sounds good to me.
Yeah, all right. So santai, let's say you want to come back later and 30 minutes, fine. But until 2, this is what you have to do as a group, right? Okay. Right. So
can you share it again?
Share. Yeah, this
I
one.
just share
Yeah,
the
I'll let
screen.
it be here. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay then. All right.
Yeah, I'll let it be here. I'm just going to switch off my microphone. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Right, sure.
Ma'am, we'll be joining at 2 p.m. back to the session.
Yes. For now, we can go to our breakout rooms and discuss about this.
Okay.
And we will meet up again in the main room at 12. At 2. Sorry.
You'll be assigning the breakout rooms?
No, the link is given in the
Yes.
chat room just now. Yeah.
So now we can come out of this link.
Yeah, sure can.
Okay. And we can join the other link, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sriram sir, I think 2 o'clock means Indian time 11:30, right?
2.5 hours, sir.
Yes, sir. So 2 means I think it is 11:30 we have to join. Now it's 10:11 Indian time.
Oh, yeah.
So 11:30 we have to come back.
11:30, sir.
Okay. I think have you gone through the case?
Okay, now it's okay.
I think it's a good case.
Now my voice is echoing.
Any clarifications?
I think after that.
Hello, Dr. Putri.
Hi, Assalamualaikum everyone.
Salam. Yeah.
Hi.
Right.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Hope you all had a good lunch and your prayers already. Okay. So shall we continue?
I think so far you have 20. Maybe you can wait another 5 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Okay, wait. You all have done your work, right? Okay.
Yeah, should be, yeah.
Should be, yeah. So we'll see what's happening. Yeah. Okay. So after this, they will present, Dr. Putri. So each group will present their findings. Do they have slides, or will they just talk about it?
I think talk about it. Yeah.
Talking about it, huh? So if that's the case, I better. You have 5 groups, right? Just now.
Yes, more or less, yes.
More or less, yes. Yeah. So I will write them here. 1.
But there are additional members, so
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. But they'll be they are all in those 5 groups, right? The members. Okay. All right. So we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. Yeah. Okay. So 5 groups, 8 items. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm writing notes on all of you, yeah, so that I have some. Okay, done. I have to PM. Right, how to complete Google Live.
Okay, Prof, I think we can start.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you've had a good rest. Okay, so we will start this session. Just now you read the story, yeah. Just now so we will look at basically the exercise is because earlier we mentioned that for the case to be a good case, it must have a good story. It must be written, not necessarily, we found out. It must include dialogues, create empathy with main characters, relevant to the reader, serve a teaching function, a dilemma to be solved, and it must have generality, it says here. All right, so you all read in a group. So now I would like to call upon the first group to present whatever they discuss. If you need me to go up and down the case study, just mention, yeah? So I will go to whichever page it is, yeah? Then if you need, yeah? Otherwise it's all right, yeah? Okay. Right. Okay, so can we start with group 1? Okay. Okay, group 1. Who's group 1, yeah? Which group? Anyone? Any volunteering group?
Maybe Dr. Sangeeta, maybe?
Okay, Dr. Sangeeta, by special request, Dr. Sangeeta will be in group...
Is Sangeeta here?
Group 1, yeah, Dr. P. Sangeeta. All right. Your group, yeah, Putri. Just now, did you all have your leader, as I mentioned?
Yep.
Your, yeah, who is going to be your secretary?
I guess she's not here yet.
All right. Then maybe we can go to group number 2. Nabila's group, right? Nabila, Dr. Prabhu. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So after discussion with Dr. Pra, we have also his colleague, Dr. Nagarajan, and also Miss Nabila Umar. Okay. So basically, to look at the good case is overall a good case. If we look at one by one, in terms of the activities, is it telling a good story? Overall, yes, a good story. Recent is not really recent, but it looks evergreen, an evergreen case, because it's a type where it shows about poncho. So poncho looks like a cultural heritage for Peru. So it can be evergreen, such as for us kebaya and for Indian sari. So it might be a 90s case maybe. And then it's a good case because it includes dialogue between Ricardo, the main character, and also Alejandra, and also another one is Alejandra and Ricardo. Yeah, that's the main one that we managed, and also Soledad. Okay, and then it actually creates empathy because looking at the how Ricardo actually portray his disappointment, looking at the how they could compete with the giant, which is Goliath. Goliath is somehow competing between the small company and the bigger company, I guess. Okay, so it shows the empathy on how they have shown a lot of patriotic value whereby they are actually from Peru, but they couldn't really portray their products when they compete with Saira, even though they are from there. And their effort to go to a social mission has been so-called has been overtaken by Saira, because Saira is using a very powerful marketing tool, it seems, okay, where the customer are really inclined towards Saira. However, it it could not be portrayed to Tela, even though they have this patriotic value in them, and they show that the product is actually manufactured by Peru and not in Bangladesh. But however, the customer did not appreciate that. So they also help the local, also the locals to generate more income, but it's not really being portrayed that also. So it gives empathy by us for these main characters. The next thing, it's very relevant to us as well, and it's relevant to basically to the businesses as well. Okay, and it's especially serving a very teaching function. Why is because Saira actually they manufacture their products in Bangladesh, but they present it is in as a Peruvian, which is not the truth. Okay, but there's nothing wrong in exposing them. Just that Tela has been promoting it as genuinely Peruvian instead. So on the cost front, actually, Tela has more advantage. So they should have capitalized more, and maybe the message could be is why pay more while you can pay less and help the Peruvians who you need the most. Okay, so it's actually more on subjects on product mix strategy. Maybe students can learn about pricing strategy based on cost management, profitability, how to promote, how to give a selling proposition. Basically, it's more on competitive advantage and branding. So it's very much a teaching function there. What else? It's very a dilemma to be solved. Okay, where and it fits with the title. So it's actually between Tela and Saira, and it's good that the student needs to have prior knowledge before reading this, while getting used to the term Achilles heels, all that. So they need to know all these terms first. What is Goliath? It's actually a metaphor, but they need to know all that first. Generality, yes, because it's this title represent a generalization between competing between small and big in the industry. So it can generalize to any other industry because every industry have competition between small and big companies. So that one we accept that as a generality. So overall, it's a good case, and it leaves question mark to us to solve the problem. Maybe Dr. Pua, Dr. Nagarajan, and Miss Nabila can add in if I miss anything. Basically, these are their opinions about it. Okay, Dr. Pua, do you have anything? Yeah.
Yes. Madam, can I say a few points? I think whether you touched upon this. With respect to this, as you see, the Saira got their products manufactured in Bangladesh and present them as a Peruvian, so which is not the truth. There is nothing wrong in exposing them politely. So Tela can promote saying genuinely it's a Peruvian brand. And on the cost front, TEL has an advantage over Saira, which it should capitalize. So the message that Tela can drive home is why pay more? That is in the message. They have to say that why pay more while you can pay less and yet help fellow Peruvians who need you most. So this fact we can add under a teaching function. So this we can add teaching function. And apart from that, under this survey teaching function, it tells the students about how to get over the competitor. That is competitive advantage. I think Kuteri madam also highlighted. And apart from that, it tells the student about the SWOT, that is strength, weakness, opportunities, threats of Saira. And also, Tela also has to go for a self-introspection regarding the areas where they want to overcome Saira also. So that is my view, madam.
Okay, very good views. Yeah. Okay.
Prof, sorry.
Yes.
Can I add in? There are some questions that we need to ask about this case because it seems that Sarah offered a higher
I
price.
want to add.
Sorry? Sorry, can I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I want to add.
Oh, Bella. Okay, silakan.
Okay, yeah. Continue project first.
Okay, tak apa, silakan Bella.
Dr. Fazli, you can continue first, then I will add.
Oh, okay, alright. Basically, we were questioning
Okay,
whether
I want to
cost.
talk about
Oh, okay.
Saira produce their product in Bangladesh. Actually, it means something. You know what? Back in 2013, there is a incident happened in
Sorry, Nabila, we cannot hear you.
Yeah. Nabila?
Nabila, can you repeat again? Okay, actually, she's trying to say that. Okay, we sambung. She's trying to say that the price for Saira is higher, but the but they mentioned as the cost of manufacturing is low because they have done it in Bangladesh. Yeah.
I thought Dr. Fazlin want to continue first.
Oh, okay, tak apa. You can continue, Bella. You can continue. Tak apa.
Okay, Mia. Okay, actually, Bangladesh is the second biggest clothing industry in the world. Okay, but and big company, big brand of a big clothing brand produced there, but it's actually the worker is among the poorest worker. So if Saira said that they do ethical business, actually it's not that ethical. Back in 2013, there are an incident of the Rana Plaza, a factory, a 5-story factory, clothing factory collapsed because the factory has actually not in a safe condition for their employees. There's a lot of employee in a small space, and there's more machines than it's supposed to be in there. So when it's collapsed, it's killed 1,100 government workers. So Saira producing in Bangladesh is not ethical actually. They just camouflage it with the buy one free one marketing concept. Okay, that's all from me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Bila. So you're saying that Saira's position doesn't hold water with you, yeah? Their positioning, yeah? Okay, good. Okay, Dr. Putri?
I guess that's all from us.
Yeah. Okay, so you all got the thing together, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Putri. So the main contention is that, do you think you'll buy Sarah or will you buy Taylor?
We haven't discussed about that, but
okay.
I think Taylor.
All right, never mind. Let's see. Let's see another group. Okay, thank you, group 2. Who wants to go next?
I think Dr. Suhaida.
Dr.
Suhaida.
Dr. Suhaida. Okay, Dr.
For my
Suhaida?
group, Dr. Lee Kailul will be presenting, Prof.
Okay, Dr. Kai? Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, Prof.
Hi. Yeah.
Okay, so we go based on the question that you given just now. So whether the case study tell a good story, yes, because they tell the conversations. Majority of it we can see the conversation between Alejandra, Ricardo, and Miguel. And basically that conversations told us the process, right, and how they set up the marketing strategy and also how they compete with each other. And whether it is recent, we found that the case is on October 2016. It's still within 5 years. I'm not sure whether it is considered as latest. So if you refer to the reference, then we consider it is still within 5 years, most recent 5 years. For the third one, include the dialogue. Yes, we can see basically the dialogue because that's how we learn the dialogue, whether we can summarize the conversations and whether we can summarize or we can put in the original text. Then we can see a majority of the dialogue are in the original text line. And the next create empathy with the main characters. Based on the conversation in the case study, we noticed that there is empathy created based on 2 brands, Shira and also Tela. Whether it is relevant to the readers, if based on the marketing point of view, branding, we can see yes, and also we found out that there are several important elements that we can use in the teaching in the class, which including the social missions, outend theory, and also the affordability. Serve as the teaching functions, yes, especially for the marketing subject line. So we can demonstrate we can use this case in general in the marketing subject. Yeah. Last one is about the generality. I think yes, because we can apply it in, even though the case is not in Malaysia, but we can use one of it. Can be one of the case line in the as a reference in teaching the Malaysia student.
Right. Okay. Will you use it in your class, Dr. Lee?
Sorry.
Will you use the case in your class? Is it?
Yes.
Yes. Quite interesting, isn't it?
Even though it is not in Malaysia. Yeah.
Yeah. This is under the HBR, yeah? Okay, we'll talk about it later. All right, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Anyone else want to add on to what Dr. Kai has mentioned in your, among your groups, or you all have decided you are the speaker? Okay, no more add-ons, yeah?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
not sure from the rest, yeah.
So you have full power here, Dr. Kai. All right, okay, very good. Then we have the next group, please.
Ma'am, group 4, I'm Sri Raman.
Yes.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, Sri Raman, group 4. All right, sure.
It's a very good case, ma'am. Actually, this case has all the features for a case study. It's definitely telling a very good story about 2 companies. One is Stella and another one is Syra. That's something very good to read about through this. And when we ask, is it recent or not? I'm not very sure. It's a recent case. It should be considered as a recent case or it is an old case. When it comes to when you include dialogue, definitely you have characters. You have Algendra, you have Ricardo, you have Mr. Mughal, you have Soledad. You have a lot of dialogues happening between these characters. So definitely we can see, if we have to create empathy with the main character, definitely we'll have to create empathy with the main character, that is Algendra. Even though she is the founder of the company, she just want to promote her product through a social mission, even though she has many more options to promote her product. Definitely till the end of the case, we have to create some kind of empathy on this particular lady. And yes, definitely it will serve the teaching function, because through this case, if you look at here, Tela has options to capture the market, whether they can promote through that authenticity of Peruvian, or whether they can promote by giving lesser prices. But Algendra has believed clearly that the company should promote only through social mission, because the competitor Syra has been promoting only through social mission, where they offer one free phone call to the people who are in need. So definitely here, whenever you ask any marketing student or any marketing manager in such competition, the first thing, the easiest thing which comes to the mind is just slash the price or work on the pricing model. Very few think on how to move with the social mission. It takes time, but definitely it creates an impact in the market. I think definitely the students will have a learning when they promote a product, how to choose their thing. And it's definitely a very good case, and it's a need of the hour definitely for marketing students in this competitive environment. Thank you, madam.
So that's your conclusion, yeah? I was expecting to hear more. I like the way you reviewed it. Yeah, very well done. Okay.
Okay, if I want to add more, I can add 2-3 things. One is even though Saira is a bigger company which has a 60% market share, and they had the first mover advantage. Tella, even a smaller company which is present only in a very small geography compared to Saira, still they are very clear in their objective, in their marketing strategy, where they want to hit the competitor in the competitor's angle, because competitors promoting its product as a social mission. They also just want to attack that particular strategy on social mission. I think that's something which needs to be appreciated. They are not deviated. They are just taking the competition head on, in my opinion.
All right, very good. Yeah, you teach marketing, is it?
Yes, ma'am, I teach marketing.
Okay, so this is your cup of tea. All right, thank you very much. A very good review there. Yeah, you will use the case, right? I will presume you can use the case. All right, next, which group? We've got Dr. Putri's group, Dr. Lee Kai's group, Dr. Sri Raman's group. Which group will go next?
I think Dr. Zeti.
Okay, Dr. Zeti.
Okay, hi. I think I just briefly summarize the items. I think Dr. Putri's group and other groups have made up a very good point there. I think from our group, point number 1, 3 until 7, yes, it's a good story. There's a dialogue in it. There's an empathy within the main characters. It's relevant to the reader, especially for marketing and branding, topic. Can serve as a teaching function, and there's a dilemma to be solved within the two brand. Yeah, and recent, I think it still can be used, because if the case is from 2016, I think still can be used. And but I have I don't me myself, I don't really understand what is the meaning of having generality. So if Prof can can help me to understand that, it will be good lah.
I think the research word would be generalizable. Yeah, that means can that same situation, even though let's say it's not happening in Malaysia, do you have the same kind of issues here in Malaysia? For instance, yeah. So that means it's applicable. Generality can also mean applicability across different geographical areas, maybe historical areas. Yeah. Maybe when you look at the digitalized context, of the case, also that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So do you understand? Can it be used in other areas? That means can people appreciate the case? I think from the feedback, of course, because you all come from different fields, I think, but still you all still find that the case is quite interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Zeti.
Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Right. We have one more last group, right? Who's the last group?
I think Dr. Yudi's group. But I'm not sure whether Dr. Saifuddin is there. Dr. Saifuddin cannot come today. Dr. Sri Raman.
Okay, Sri. Okay, Dr. Sri.
I think Dr.
Anyone?
I just spoke, ma'am.
Oh yeah, for yeah, you're for that group,
correct.
not that
Yes.
group. Yeah, no more. Is there?
So I guess that's all. Yeah.
That's all, huh?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
all
you.
right.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good coverage. Yeah. Actually, I gave you just a short time to read this case. Yeah, this case is very very interesting. Yeah, lots of dialogues and all that. I'll give you the teaching note for this if you want. If you want. Yeah. But for now, let us go ahead and see. Yeah. Okay, we continue after your very good discussion here. So you see, they want to present reality to convey a situation with all its cross currents, rough edges, including irrelevancy. Sometimes you can put things that don't really apply, but they are like red herrings, yeah, so that you know that your students in life, yeah, not everything is given to you like, yeah, you want to solve your problem. So you go out during that day. You go all around, but it doesn't mean only your problem will come in front of you, So when you solve problems, there are things that like what we call noises, yeah, that the things are there, but it's not relevant to what you want to do. So you get annoyed with them, etc. Side shows, yeah. You want to solve a problem, you want to go to the office, then maybe your child will be having a tantrum, for instance, misconception, and a little bit or an overwhelming amount of that, because that creates drama. When you have drama, people will want to read more. When they read your case, yeah, they don't feel like they will not stop reading it. They won't put it aside and come back tomorrow. They just cannot resist what is the next thing that will happen and what's the ending. So you should write like that. The purpose of the case is like that. So if that case is like your subject matter can be extremely boring, for instance, so how do you make it not so boring? How do you contextualize it? So this is what this thing means, yeah? Okay, now we look at some types of cases. Incident, of course, everything will be an incident. So how many incidents? Would it be like 1, 2, 3 within the case, or one by one? Background means historical, maybe. Exercise, of course, if you do exercise, you can call it an exercise case. So you can have an exercise case that talks about the background, that talks about the incident. You can have a situation, an incident and a situation. What's the difference? You have a decision case, you have a complex case, you have an easy case. Yeah, so the kind of words they use to describe cases are so many. Yeah, but anyway, these are the one in orange should be the real case, the disguise case, the problem case. Every case must have a problem. We just mentioned here, right? Does it have a dilemma to be solved? So a good case must have a problem. Yeah, and then appraisal. Yeah, if you have the problem, what do you want to do with the problem? You want to appraise it. And then there must be some context, historical context, no matter how short the time frame you give. Yeah. So in other words, when you think about the way they describe the names of cases, really like one case can be everything, or it can specifically be one. Yeah. Just like, let me remind you again, like this one. Yeah. If it's only one function, then there's only one fact, a group of facts that you have to do. If it's context, then you can have multiple problems, multiple solutions. Yeah, problems and solutions, right? Okay, so let me share with you some of my experience. Yeah, these are real cases. Yeah, I'll give you some examples. So I've got lots of this, but because the slide I can only show 3 at this font size. So for instance, this is a case that I wrote in 2015, yeah? This is a real case, aiming for greater financial inclusion through sustainable development, the story of Amanah Ikhtiar Malaysia. So this was my first case, which I wrote for AIF before I joined them. So I went to Amanah Ikhtiar many times, yeah, just to get to understand what they have. And then I went down on the ground to visit different areas that of the Sahabats, yeah, they called it there, and then talk to many entrepreneurs. I can remember a lady, like, how do you buy one machine? How much does it cost you? And I sat through their meetings, weekly meetings that they have, and I visited both the rural and the urban AIM fraternities. Yeah, and then I wrote the case. I was also given what do you call it, access to all their financial data. Yeah, but of course I didn't. I just picked the ones that is that I want to portray. So you'll have some financial data there. So these are cases. These three things are real cases that I wrote in my life, and then I put here in the middle, and I sent them already to you, I think. Powering Business Through Innovation, PRU-BSN for All for Life Journey. This is one of my most favorite case that I have already, that I've written. Because if you had glanced through, yeah, in this case, there are, what do you call it? There are 9 C-suites, yeah, over there, 9 people, 9 or 8 people there that I talked to. I spent almost a month in PRU-BSN, near opposite Shangri-La, yeah, and I talked to each one of them, trying to understand from each C-suite, yeah, what does innovation means to them at their respective functional area. So this was a very thorough case, and everyone shared with me how they do it, what do they think innovation is, and how it's like, how do you call it? It's like how it is, how to say it, how it matters, and what does it mean, and how do they plan for it at their respective department. In the first draft, I had 36 pages actually. And then when I presented it to them, they suddenly said, no, we can't put that, we can't put this, we can't put that, because the things that they have shared with me are so powerful for them, that if that case had been, the first draft was allowed to be printed, then it's like exposing them, yeah, they're giving all their trade secrets. So we had to tone it down a bit, yeah. So when you write for companies, the thing is you cannot say really bad things about them. So usually we choose a good performing companies, and then when you have the dilemma that they have, you have to be quite subtle, yeah, in introducing it, so that the student will pick up the problem from that subtlety, and then they will use the data that you have there to solve, to provide some solutions. Yeah, that's the possibility. And then the other one here is making prudent financial management a way of life, the aspiration of AKPK. Yeah, so here also actually I wrote 2 case studies, one on this AKPK, and another one is on the CEO of AKPK was in Bank Simpanan Nasional, doing agent banking. So here, as a professional case writer, my job is to interview these organizations. Yeah, so these are organization level that the unit, remember earlier in the previous one, we talked about unit. It can be an individual, it can be an organization. But of course, embedded in this organization, the word is PRU-BSN, AKPK, Amanah Ikhtiar, would be the people that are in those organizations. So usually, all my cases is on leadership in this financial sectors, and the major what you call it, protagonist would be the CEO, yeah, because they will okay it. Unless they want to take a specific angle that's how do you say it, relating to, let's say, HR or finance, then we would do it differently. But that's why I shared with you my PRU-BSN case, because that's a very, very unique case for me, because you have all the C-suites. If you want to use it for 9 classes about innovation in each respective functional area, it's possible, you see. But what did I do? I used that 1 month to really make sure I capitalize on the opportunities to get as much as possible from the people that I interview. Yeah, I will talk about that later in detail, about how to interview your protagonists. Okay, in this case, I have 9 protagonists, so it's so interesting for me. And but by the way, the performance is not as good as it used to be during that time, yeah, because PRU-BSN, it was, I think, 5 or 6 years, it was tops in about 3 different categories. It's the top performing, yeah, takaful operator, yeah, solely takaful. Some are mixed, so this is wholly takaful. Yeah, all right. And then these are the real cases. Okay, now I will share with you yeah, about, I will repeat this again. Maybe I should not share with you here because I also have something on the protagonist. So you see, this is the case study. These are the, what do you call it? The companies. So it's the company level. And then which one inside who inside the company is my focus. Then you will see it could be multiple, because then it'll be layered. Yeah, the context will be more layered. I call layered means many people will be portrayed there. Yeah. So AKPK, then BSN, Silver Lake exists, Pru BSN, Bank Rakyat, Hong Leong Islamic. Yeah, and then the topic, it will cut across the topic. But what you see is that because I do strategic management and leadership, so you see leadership would all be, yeah, my topic, professional topic would be on leadership. Yeah, then you have issues like financial inclusion, literacy, product and process innovation, fintech, luck and fate. I will tell you about luck and fate. As I mentioned, this is my best experience. Yeah, and these two, just now somebody asked about, I'm writing something on a manufacturing company. I can't recall who it was. However, how do I get the case released? Yeah. So here I did not get the case release for Bank Rakyat. It's also my favorite case study actually, because I studied it from the time it was incorporated. It's the biggest cooperative bank in Malaysia, and in fact, Unku Aziz, if you have a chance, I don't know whether, yeah, because it's never released. Yeah, Unku Aziz mentioned that he in 1987, yeah, he hoped that Bank Rakyat will one day be the central bank of the cooperative banks. Yeah. So that was what he mentioned. Of course, not yet. Yeah, and Bank Rakyat, I look at their transformation in HR. Actually, the core of what they were doing in 2014 was that Hong Leong Islamic Bank was about the merger and acquisition. Yeah, of Hong Leong Islamic by of Eon. Yeah, Eon Bank, and taken over by Hong Leong Islamic. It was not released because the CEO. Was on a garden leave. By the time I finished writing the case, it takes a long time because you got to get the interviews and you got to get the release later and all that. By the time everything was ready, the then CEO Rajateh, yeah, Aminah, was on a garden leave because she was going to move into M-Bank, so it was never released. Yeah, so these are the things that you do when you write real cases. These are real cases. That was like my job. Yeah. And then you have disguise. Yeah, you have disguise. So actually the ones that I've given you, I've got lots of disguise cases, but I just want to illustrate what do we mean by real cases, disguise cases. So here, these are two cases that I wrote for a competition actually. So when we look at Taming the Tiger, Bella's mentoring journey, this is a disguise case. It's actually a real case that I observed live of how it's about organizational bullying. Yeah. Where you get people, you can be bullied by either your bosses or you can bully your bosses, etc. But usually it's like your superiors that would be bullying you. So this case talks about that aspect of organizational behavior. Yeah, how about how do you manage those kind of things? Yeah, so of course that one because it's about bullying. There's a lot of emotions in it. There's a lot of looking at real life experiences. So one thing that if you want to be a case writer, my advice would be, what's happening, you just listen. Why do one person act like this? What is their reaction? What's the net? What other action has been taken by organizations, and what's the net effect of that? And like positive, negative, that becomes a good dilemma. Yeah, because everyone in an organization would have a story to tell. Remember, cases about stories, about narratives. And then here, if you look at this one, the Islamic Banking Leadership Tracks of Datin Noor. Yeah? Actually, this is the one that I disguised, I might as well tell you, on the Hong Leong. Yeah? the Hong Leong is about a merger and acquisition, about digitalization. But for this case, I took out the merger and acquisition, because if I put the merger and acquisition together with this digitalization and leadership story, it would be like everyone would know which bank it is. In fact, the bankers have asked me and they tried to guess, and they could, yeah. Some of them, if I give them clues, yeah, they would be able to. Yeah, so because I could not release it, I have to change a lot of things. Figures are changed, names are changed, yeah. But if you see, why did I use I like the word journey. Journey is progressive. But here I put tracks, yeah. The reason I put tracks is because the protagonist, the real protagonist, yeah, is an avid rock climber. Yeah, that means she climbs mountain climbing, rock climbing, hiking, all those things, yeah. So when I interviewed the protagonist, I have before I go out to interview them, yeah, because this is a real life case, but this is disguised, but the story is real, yeah. Before I interview any one of the CEO, COO, whatever, I would spend at least a minimum of 1 week, yeah, to just Google everything about the CEO. I will listen to all their podcasts. I will look at all the press release and find out, what is the crux of this person, so that by the time you interview, if you have half an hour and you only have half an hour, you cannot throw that time away by asking what's your name, when did you get your degree, how many children did you have, what's your, you don't waste your time. You only ask top-up question. So you tell them, whoever they are, Datuk, Datin, doctor, whatever, CEO, Dean, whatever. So you ask them and you say, I understand that in this year and this year, this was your transformational message on leadership. But coming back to now, how has that changed? Yeah. So anything don't repeat it. You don't want to know yes, yes, no, no, because it's already known. And if you had done your homework well, you really would know that protagonist that you're going to write about, because you have to get that feel, yeah, when you write, yeah. So in fact, when I talked with this protagonist, I said to her, well, this, and then she said, trust the academics. They will know you better than you do. And I was like, oh, okay, that's true. Yeah, because we will track their professional journey, and they probably would have forgotten some of them, right? So that's going back to the interview, yeah, preparing for the interview. And then the same thing here. This one is a chapter in a book that I wrote, one case, yeah. Initiative in a limbo, finding a common ground. This one is about academia, yeah. But my the editor said to me, it doesn't look like a real case. It's very real, yeah. And there was some real companies inside there, and so sometimes your editor, they just want the normal case study. You can do that if you like, you follow, but sometimes you can argue, yeah, because in this case you have the multiple solutions. Basically, the idea is, what is social innovation? What is social entrepreneurship? What is corporate social responsibilities? Yeah, these are three major things happening in the area of social sociology, or whatever you want to call it. And then, so how are we going to merge these three areas? So this is an issue that was quite common in one particular place. So you listen and you say, what's the problem on the ground? You write that case study, yeah. And some names are real, some are not, yeah. But this is partially disguised, yeah, because like Alvin Yong in Singapore was also featured in this case, but he's not disguised. But there are other characters, yeah, because you can have multiple protagonists coming in and out, of your case, so it becomes a bit more complex, yeah. So that's an idea of disguise. Okay, so let me share with you, my disguise cases are always real, but I disguise them because, for what reason? You don't want to sign them off. Sometimes, like, if it's too personal, if you use the real name, who would want it to be to sign off, yeah, and keep everything there? But they want the issues to come out, yeah. And then and also, if you have many characters, you need so many people to sign it off, so you might as well use different names, yeah, pseudonyms and things like that, yeah. So sweet dreams turning into a nightmare is about an abusive boss, yeah, that cannot keep her team together. But she was very gung-ho about thinking, about the leadership role. Yeah, well, I'm a great person here, blah, blah, blah. But she cannot manage the staff because they are like us, academics. Academics are the most difficult to manage, actually, yeah, because we are what they call abdicrats, like abdi, abdi as in slavery kind of word, abdi in Melayu, abdicrats, if you cannot remember the word, yeah, abdicrat. That means we don't like to be managed and looked over. So because we have a lot of sense of independence, so it's that kind of a case. And then Taming the Tiger is it's a very unique case. Yeah, there's a new leader coming in, relying totally on her deputy to do a lot of things because the deputy has more experience, etc. But in the end, that relationship went sour because of lack of trust, and also the leader being a control freak. Yeah, and so these are also real cases. And then the lion, actually, Lion company get the lion share or whatever. So this one, that's not the full name. I've got the full name. Yeah, I was unable to get the sign off. Yeah, because when they read certain things that is public domain, they do not want to sign it off. So because it was like a bit rushed in terms of time, so I didn't just I didn't want to publish this one also. Yeah, the soul of the role is real. Everyone is real there, yeah, but the names are different, yeah. And then initiatives I've already mentioned to you, and vintage wine is I did not, I usually will share this vintage wine, yeah, but I didn't in this class. Yeah, all right, so these are examples of real and disguised cases. So do you all have any question about types of cases? Anyone? If you have, let's see. Oh, there's something. All right, on this one, okay, just Putri sending those things. Yeah. So yes.
How do you manage to get a win-win situation between them and yourself? Like, I mean, you have taking all their data and all. So what is their take with this?
Yeah. No, we have to sign off. Yeah, before we start like these cases. Yeah. AIF is an outfit, yeah, used to be the think tank of the central bank, and I was a research fellow for a while there. And then all the cases that we do will be signed off by the CEOs, yeah. So if we don't get the sign off, we can't publish it, yeah. Otherwise, all will be published. So one case, yeah, usually it takes like 6 months to do one case. So our KPI is like in a year, each writer or whatever, we need to do 2 cases. Yeah, I was there a short time, but I managed to do like 7 or 8 cases. Yeah, within that one, because after a while you get the hang of it. Yeah, the hang of it. So I actually what was pending. Yeah, by the time I left, there was PIDM, there was Maybank, and also PNB. So I had 3 cases that never got to see the print, yeah, because like in the case of Maybank, we talked to Datuk Farid, but he said, oh, I think it's better if you talk to Tan Sri Wahid, because somehow they always think that the turnaround in Maybank is the one with the biggest impact would be Tan Sri Wahid. So we meet up with Tan Sri Wahid, and then everything was okay, and then suddenly Tan Sri Wahid was also no longer, because of the change in the political scenario or something like that, he was no longer in PNB. So then the case, I've got like boxes of data, but I never wrote it. I mean, it didn't get printed. I can always write a short one, of course, but I wasn't really interested in the end. Yeah. Okay, so this, yes.
Shiraman, I have please suggest me, ma'am. Before joining academics, I have spent some considerable time in the industry, pharmaceutical industry, particularly sales and marketing, handling teams and things.
All right.
I'm trying to relate many of my real life experiences during my industry days and build it as a case.
Yep.
and I could build 3 such cases and I sent for publishing. But
Okay.
I'm having challenges in publishing actually. How
Okay.
to go about this?
All right. No worries. That's a very good question. An excellent question, yeah? Because Dr. Putri, if you don't mind, tomorrow at 2 o'clock, I'm going to invite a good friend of mine who will talk about how to get published, yeah, from the publishing house. So tomorrow, remember, Dr. Sri Raman, you can ask that question, yeah? Very good question there, yeah. I've got that. I anticipated that that would be one progress, because I know one thing is you all also, you have your own publication, right, in UMP. So that's one thing that you all can progress into quite well. So get good editors to do it, to guide all of you, and keep on sharpening your skills. Like today, I share with you some of this. One day, maybe next week, you can share it with your colleagues, more colleagues, then many people will be writing and the students will be happy, yeah, with better classroom materials. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you get your KPI, but what is a KPI if it has no meaning on the ground? Yeah, so it's actually, because the more you become a case writer, you become also more caring, you know, about learning, because you know it's not easy to learn how to write anyway. And then when you write, and then all kinds of things coming in, can it be a useful what do you call vocation after all? Yeah. So Sri Raman, tomorrow, I think by 2 o'clock maybe I can invite them based on our progress today. I would. I think it's about 2, unless then it can be at 11. Can, okay, tomorrow I will get in touch with them. All right. Okay. Yes. Any more question? No more, yeah? Okay. All right. So I have already explained to you and gave you some cases, yeah? And this one I can send you all through the notes, then I don't have to undo a lot of this background, yeah? So, you know, every time I put something here, don't think that this is the gospel truth. Yeah, because it's just an example, yeah, of how you can talk about cases, their purpose, how do you describe them, what are the advantages and disadvantages of using them, yeah? So as I mentioned just now, we had problem, remember, in the appraisal, case history, notes to accompany, series type of classes, etc. So if you have a problem or decision case, usually it's derived from field research and not literature. Yeah, but you can still have a problem from literature. We all know that. Yeah, from your literature review, you can write your problem statement to do your PhD. Yeah, but this is what is mentioned by a lot of case writing books, and we can contest what they say. But what is interesting here for all of you who in UMP, when I first met you this morning, you all mentioned that you want to do something linked to the industry. So you will be looking for problems faced by the industry, and you might want to be inspired by the General Shoe Company. Yeah, Harvard started it because they started with problems from the industry. What are the advantages? Yeah, you practice the skills of analyzing real situation. And then making, of course, based on judgment and planning future action. But the disadvantage, expensive. And then expensive is like in our case, yeah, when I think about it, they hire us as researchers, as whatever they call them, to write cases, yeah, as case writers. And then we're not cheap. Yeah, they will hire you day in, day out. And then for each year, they say you write 2 case studies. And then as a teacher, I don't need to write a case study, but I write them all the time. Okay, so, and then nobody pays me anything for writing case studies. When I worked as a professional case writer, wow, that seems to be highly regarded. Yeah, not many people would want to do that job, maybe. Okay, number 1, so expensive. Number 2, access to information is difficult. You imagine, yeah, I have to, like, going to the banks, I have to meet all the CEOs, and they are not easy to meet, you know, because they would be, how do you say it? They need to, how do you say it? Yeah, they have very limited time, so expensive. And then sometimes you have this problem, all of us, yeah? Ability and disability of messaging information. The word messaging really means to make sure that you do not put yourself into trouble and the company into trouble. Yeah, it can be very litigious. So when you look at one information, how do you neutralize it? Yeah, you cannot have an opinion when you really talk about real decision here if it's going to be exposed. Yeah, but if that company comes to see you and they tell you this problem, you know it's a huge problem, but you don't put it, then you know they are going to go bankrupt. You say you cannot. You just say the CEO is worried about what would be their financial what their financial outcome would be if they do not put the right strategies in place. Yeah, so you turn it the other way around. The reader and the person analyzing your case will say, oh, they will go bankrupt, but not you. You can suggest that in the teaching note, but not in the case proper. Yeah, so you see that massaging means neutralizing it so that it becomes what? It does not become judgmental, because your case is not about being judgmental. Your case is telling the story so that everyone can have different perspective about it. The case analyst can be judgmental. They will judge the case. Okay, you got it? Yeah, so that's the thing there. Yeah, ability to massage information. Yeah. Number 2, appraisal case. Yeah, here you want them to analyze or appraise the solution. If we go back to the slides just now, the green slide, it means these are very good types of micro and macro level analysis, which you can use week by week. Maybe at the start of a class, you start with a small appraisal case, not the bigger one, the smaller one. But here, you do not specify a decision-making character, so there's no story behind it, so it might not be very interesting. But as I mentioned just now, I think to Wan Nazrul, you can just create a little scenario to just make it a little bit more interesting, even though most of the things are not written by you. Yeah. Again, case history. Yeah. You got a rationalized decision, transferring successful managerial experience can be used for a long time, difficult. I think sometimes the part of my cases that I wrote for the organization, a part of it must always capture the case history. Yeah, because this is where you can see how the companies has transformed. So maybe the first part is that, and then you move on to the next section to portray or to introduce a new current problem. So within one case, you can have different multiple contexts and solutions to be brought about. So you can use that in class for maybe a month. Right? We read this part and another part. But it's difficult to use when you bring that case over and over again. And then the story is finished, long-winded, a lot of those things there. Yeah? Where we? All right, yeah. Okay, too technical sometimes. Yeah, notes to company this thing. Yeah, too technical, but it doesn't mean it can't be changed into a case. Yeah, actually a lot of it is like that. Huh? So series, if you want to enter join the conference by IMBA, UUM. They seem to like this kind of cases too. Yeah. So if it's an accounting class, an insurance class, you ask them to calculate what insurance decision to make, but you give the scenario. Yeah. What happened is something that probably one Nazrul would be able to write well. Shorter cases, but quite interesting. Yeah. And then series cases, cluster of cases, critical incident notes, deeper analysis, not static, etc. So these cases goes on and on and on. Yeah. It's not static. You can save time, the results, yeah? Meaning series mean it goes one after another. I tried to do this, with my SLI, the Sejahtera Leadership Initiative, where I talk about the Jago Kampung. The Jago Kampung is actually the protagonist is Tan Sri Zulkifli, and now the rector of UIA. We tried to set up we actually did the Sejahtera Leadership Initiative. So I wrote about how he started it, and then I follow him. Every time he has something new, I follow him. So that series is live. What is the Jago Kampung doing now? What is he doing? I mean, in the year 2016, 2017, 8, etc. Okay, so you can have and more, yeah, but these are just some types, yeah. All right. Okay, so now for this one, this will be the last slide for session 2. I want you all to again go into your breakout session. Not so long, but these are some titles of cases. Yeah. So I just want you to, in a group, based on the titles, should be as there. What type of case do you think the case study is referring to one? Yeah. So for instance, if you read this, environmental politician issues, the case in the petroleum industry. So you discuss in your group. I will not give my answers here. All right. Okay, Dr. Putri. So I think they will need to go to what do you call it? Their respective groups.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Since there are 6 questions there, maybe we can spend between 12 minutes to 18 minutes to do this. All right.
Okay.
And then we come back again like just now. So come back at what time is this? It's 3:06, so you can come back at 3:20 maybe with your ideas. What do you think it should be? Yeah. Okay. So I'll see you. I'll just
Prof, can you share the types of the cases just now? This one. So we need to see whether which of these case belong to which type of case is it? Is it real case or this case or problem case?
Yeah, the case, you can use any word you want, but what I have shared with you just now is this guy's real, and then what is it, problem-based, decision-based. Remember, each case all that role, but which one do you want to emphasize? Yeah. So yeah. All right. Yeah. So I'll go, and which slide do you want me to show?
I think the second last, I think.
The second last.
Do we need to like categorize into which case? The one that you show.
Yeah, it's more like when you read it, what comes to your mind based on the kind of categorization that I have done. Yeah. And also snap also the, what do you call it, the titles there, yeah, for the using the WhatsApp, so you all will know it, right? So that I can, yeah. All right. You want the second last slide, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yes, this one. Okay, Prof. So we'll go into our groups, and then I think by is it by 3:20 or 3:15 or 3:20? Okay, right. Thank you.
No problem, no problem.
Okay. Are we ready? All right. Okay, are we ready? Okay, are we ready, everyone? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right. So this is, let me get the time. Yeah, about 20 minutes. 326. All right, can you present which group? Dr. Haizan, maybe you want to present first?
All right, Prof. Good evening, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to be presenting what we as a group what we have thought about the cases. So out of the 6 cases, we thought that the second, and the sixth cases, which is the environmental pollution issues, the application of fishbone, and the strategic planning and recommendation, those are problem-based cases, because we thought from the title, it seems like there is some sort of tools like fishbone. There are quality management tools being applied to solve problems. So we thought 1 to 6 are problem-based cases. And number 3, solving a supermarket business using fishbone analysis. And number 5, that is 5 whys on marine manufacturing company. Those two are appraisal cases, because we thought looking at the title, we would like to probably request the student to apply some sort of skills, analyzing skills. So that's why it is appraisal number 3 and 5. And the last one, number 4, leading fragile transformation of CMAC in Maparao, Sendian Berhad. I think we thought that that one is a case study, a case base.
Are they not all cases?
Yeah, they are all cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, we agree, just on different types.
Yeah, because number 4 you say they are case, and then the rest, yeah.
Number 4, I think case history. I think
case history.
Case history.
Maybe
Case
history.
sorry.
Okay, never mind. We just guess, right? It's guessing. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. How did you find the exercise? What kind of what did you go through? The dynamics of your discussion. Yeah.
It's actually at least for me the I think is a guessing game that just purely based on the title, that we have to really guess what it is. So it's rather, I think, challenging what exactly we want. We were debating whether the title is actually a decision based or a problem based. So we thought that probably this is a multiple types. But I think the most important thing is you have to understand the content, not purely on the title. Understanding the content, then only you'll be able to tell exactly what which type of cases these titles are.
All right. So it's not enough, right? You want to see the content, right?
Yes.
Okay.
At least for me.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Well said. All right. Thank you, Dr. Haizan. Who's
Thank you.
next? Yeah. Yeah. Which other group?
I think our group 2.
Okay. Dr. Putri.
Basically, for the pollution issue, we classified under problem and design and decision case. And then the second one and the third one is the same. We put it under appraisal cases, because it's not decision making by the owner, but the even the student can be taught to apply this one. Number 4, number 5, and number 6 are all problem cases.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think it's problem, lots of problem. All right. Okay. But remember, everything is a problem and decision, isn't it? End of the day.
Yes.
These are just the way they classify. That's why I mentioned, don't get caught with the classification. As long as you know there's a problem, there's a decision, right? Okay. How did it go in your group?
We were kind of like in between problem and appraisal. Yeah, but not into history yet and all. Looking at the titles.
Yeah.
Some of it can be turn into teaching notes like you mentioned just now.
All right. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So appraisal means you have a bit more information, right? Problem means more problematic. Is that?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the 5 whys is more to discussing.
Applying, yeah, applying something, isn't it? That's why
Yeah,
you call it
focusing on the
appraisal.
problem. Yeah, what's
All
the
right.
why?
Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. How about group 3 then? Dr. Putri is group 2, right? Group 3, what's your feedback? Who's in group 3? Normal. Anyone? Dr. Prabhu is group 2, right? Sri Raman is group, yeah. Who's in group 3 just now? Sri Raman, yes, your group.
Group
Yeah.
the environmental field, and definitely it's quite expensive also when we look at the disadvantages, and it's very difficult to access those informations. I think it matches that all the descriptions what is being given there. And the second case, application of the fishbone analysis, in my opinion, it can be an appraisal case, because I think basically this is an analysis which can help to teach students. And solving the supermarket business using fishbone analysis, in my opinion, it will be a case history, because basically what to say, as it, I think it actually fits, it's quite fitting to all the criterias what is mentioned in the case histories. It has to be taken from the field. We have to take data for a longer period of time, and of course what to say, we have to rationalize whenever we take a decision. I think it matches that. And when it comes to the last case, I mean, 5Y marine manufacturing, I'm not able to actually interpret where it falls. The strategic planning and recommendation of healthcare workers, I think it is a typical problem and decision-making case, because it works towards the future.
All right. So it's typical, yeah? How did it go in your group?
Actually, honestly, I think I'm the only one there. I'm not able to see my other participants. So,
Okay. That's technology for you. All right.
yes.
Okay. So you are Lone Ranger, but you
Yes.
managed to speak
Yes.
on behalf of the group, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Suraman.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. The other group is Dr. Zeti's group. Yeah. Who's going to present?
Okay, hi. It's just two of us, me and Dr. No. Okay, for number one, we think that, but before that, I think overall, since it's just a title, so it's a bit difficult to identify. But with just only the title, we are thinking that number one, it can be problem or decision cases, or it can also be appraisal cases. Number two, which is from the environmental analysis, I think it can be from the macro side. So that's why we're thinking title number one, it can be cases number one and number two.
Okay.
Yeah, for title number two, application of fishbone. This one as well, it's more towards problem or decision cases, but I think it can be appraisal cases as well. Yeah, because it can be looked from the internal and also external factors.
Okay.
Yeah, from the, it depends on the author lah, which area they want to look at. Title number three as well, 1 and 2. Number four, it can be a problem or decision cases, appraisal, or it can also be case histories. Because when we talk about transformation, I think number four, right? Transformation. We also look at the history of the company as well. So that's why we think case history can also be included in title number 5. The 5 whys, I think it's more on problem decision cases. And for number 6, we're thinking it can be from any angle. So we're thinking that it can be either from number 1 to number 5. Depends on how the author want to tackle the issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So number 6 is like huge, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So maybe we can go back to the earlier classification, whereby 6 would be the big one, yeah, context driven, and then the others would be maybe this one. I don't know, but I don't know whether there are stories, yeah, based on the titles. Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, none of us know that. Okay, thank you. All right, so we finished session number 2. We finish it. Again, every time you finish something, you must think about what you have gained after this session. Yeah, what did you learn after this session? Did you all have any question based on session 2? Yeah, session 1 we look at case method. Session 2 we look at types of cases. What is a case? So we still don't know. We have to know more of them. The more you look at cases, the more you will understand. There's so many. Remember, yeah, because they cut across fields, curriculum fields. So they can be very different. Yeah, but here I'm talking on behalf of business cases. Yeah, but of course you can apply it, the same principles also, right? Right. Anything else? Can we move on, or would you like a 5-minute break while I go to the next slides? Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah. Move on, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, because we have only until 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, right. Let me go through. Okay. Let me go to dismiss. Okay. Slides 3. Yeah. Tonight I will send all the, let's see, session 1, 2, 3. It's this one. Okay, not many, yeah? I think I can finish until session 3. Yeah, it's there. So let's see, what is session 3 all about? I can't remember myself. The same thing. Yeah, we talk about the teaching note. Yeah, because just now we already looked at what are the cases like, and we have looked at one case only. Yeah, I have sent you a few cases. Yeah, I've sent you Pru Biasen, and then I have sent you Datin Noor. Yeah, both the case study and the teaching note. All right. Yeah, everyone got it right, Dr. Putri? So now today I will cover what it looks like. Tomorrow we will look at how to write it. Yeah, everyone okay? You're ready, yeah? Okay, these are some components of the teaching note. Yeah, you have nature of the case, the summary, the overview, the synopsis, the main themes, the teaching objectives, target group, end user courses, case teaching strategy, case analysis. Number 8, yeah, Dr. Prabhu, you have case analysis, yeah?
Yes,
and
madam.
then,
Yes, madam.
yeah, you see that word there, yeah? And then optional, you can have references. You can link it with other cases or teaching materials and document, and you can report on preliminary use in the classroom. You can also include outcome, what really happened. I think just now, Dr. Putri and Nabila, you talk about the 2013 incident in the Rana Plaza, yeah? There's actually another HBR case on that, yeah? Something about something strike. If I can find it, I will send to all of you. Yeah, so remember, yeah, the word here is common. The word is common. Yeah, after we finish afterwards, I will show you how it need not be like this. It's just common. You can write it in many ways as long as you can describe how it's going to be used in the classroom. Yeah, but this is a good guideline though, right? Okay, so let's take a look, yeah. I have given this to you. All of you have done it. So we have this example of teaching note here. Right? How come? All right, I think I've got to go to the teaching note then. Teaching note example. Okay, maybe I'll open it, right? Okay, just now I mentioned to you that there need to be some common things there. So for instance, this one, what goes into the teaching note is required by the conference that I send this to. Yeah, so in this case, it's the IMBER conference, ICFS. So they tell you what you should have, so you follow. Yeah. So here I mentioned the introduction. So I write 2 paragraphs on introducing it in the teaching note. Yeah. I said it's an abridged and disguised version of a case written based on interviews with a CEO and secondary data of an Islamic bank which was formed through a merger and acquisition. I already told you which one. Yeah? However, the outcome of the M&A turns out to be an acquisition. Most of the contents on M&A has been excluded as it would be difficult to disguise the case otherwise, yeah? Because the one on M&A, I interviewed Dato' Yvonne Chia actually, and the content really reflects the what you call it, what's happening on the ground, and it's quite a known merger and acquisition. It's the biggest and most successful, yeah? Even right until now, yeah? So the names, the dates, and numbers will also change to ensure confidentiality, with the numbers proportionately adjusted. The case study has been revised. I changed the case study. The case study was supposed to be just like a heritage or case, if you want, an example validation of what's happening in merger and acquisition. Yeah, I have revised it to be used as a teaching case. The case was just not meant for teaching per se, but I revised it to use as a teaching case for a strategic management course for MBA students. It focuses on 3 topics in the strategic management course. Yeah. So remember, you know your topics in your own program. So in my case, I have 12 topics. So this one covers business strategy. It covers corporate strategy and leadership strategy. So you see, what do? I will tell them here. This is where, this is the textbook that I use. So chapter 7, business strategy, I look at innovation and strategic entrepreneurship. Rotermann's textbook, corporate strategy, acquisition, alliances, and network. 12 is corporate governance, business ethics, and strategic leadership. So I mention it here in the introduction, all right? I tell them, that means you got to think in the classroom, the context of the case is the financial services industry. That is the Islamic finance sector. However, it can also be used to illustrate relevant concept in strategic management in other sectors as well. Not necessarily, even though the context is financial, Islamic finance sector, you can, it doesn't matter because the principles of leadership are there. Yeah, the case can be used to suit various teaching and learning approaches adopted in the classroom. With earnest preparation and participation, the case can be used to develop, among others, analytical skills, creative thinking skills, decision-making skills, oral communication skills, and interpersonal and intrapersonal skills. Yeah, and then I write the case synopsis, teaching case synopsis. You can just put synopsis. Yeah. So the synopsis means somebody wanted to learn how to write the synopsis. Yeah, the abstract. Yeah. Remember, when you write the abstract, it's not like you do your research abstract for publication. Yeah, this one tells the story about the case. It sort of give you foreshadow, but you don't give away the story. Yeah, you just take the main points. Yeah. So I say here, the case study relates the leadership story of Datin No, a pseudonym, yeah, who was the first CEO of Bank Berkat. There's no Bank Berkat. I use a different name. A full-fledged Islamic financial institution which was acquired by a conventional bank as part of its merger and acquisition strategy, real life. Yeah? It captures the CEO's thoughts on leadership. Remember, I have interviewed the leader extensively. Evaluates the business performance of Bank Berkat within the seed period, because I have looked throughout their annual reports, yeah, and describe the efforts to leverage on digitalization as a way forward. So based on my study on this leader, she's so into digitalization. So I decided to focus on that in the case study and find out what do they do when they mean by digitalization. So a lot of the interview transcription is used in the form of dialogues there. Yeah? And then the CEO on various key developments of the bank. It ends with the question. Remember, you always have to have a trigger of how Bank Berkat should forge its way forward as it charts its next phase of growth. So in strategic management, you just put, you place everything that you know. And then remember, because it's like life, okay, knowing all this data, what should you do next as a leader? So that's the main thing that this case is all about. Yeah. So the keywords: financial services industry, merger and acquisition, Islamic finance, leadership, and digitalization. All right. So you see, then you need to, after you write all that, you also need to, how is this? Okay. You need to state the learning objectives. So I know immediately these are the things, yeah, that after you analyze, they must state and evaluate so they know which strategy is being used, yeah, business strategy. And then they must elaborate on the strategic roles of leaders. That's in chapter 12, yeah. And then aside from that, okay, they have to explain why firms use merger and acquisition as a vehicle for corporate level strategy, and then also to evaluate whether the acquisition led to competitive advantage. So there are 4 learning objectives that I have specified for this case, yeah. And then they have all the case questions and discussion. This is the thing, yeah. So because I have things on business strategy, and then on, yeah, these are all business strategies, right? And also on leadership, yeah, leadership, and all this. So these are some of the questions that I have, and these are the answers, like exemplification, yeah. What is the main strategy? So you read the case, you should get all of this. So you see, when you write the case, all those goes into the case, yeah. Whatever you want them to be able to do, you write that in your case, because this is the exemplification, yeah. All of these things, I have put them. You see, there's lots of points there to be put, yeah. And then it comes to the next table, that is that is business strategy. And then we have the strategic leadership. So you know, in your topic, you have a few topics there, yeah. Expected leadership challenges, yeah, all these things, who is the protagonist. And then also, yeah, what are her strengths, yeah, well qualified, what are her accomplishments, then what are her styles and belief. And then what kind of question, this number 6, yeah, we'll look at, when you read the case, what do you think her problems are? What are the problems that she is facing, yeah. Here, these are the sentences within the case that actually shows to you. This is not something I brought outside. This is from the case, yeah. Having various ways to this one, she wondered what she could do. In what ways had she and her team achieved the objective of the acquisition, which gave birth to this unique Islamic bank called Bank Berkat? And then number 3, what else would this one? These are all the questions that are written in the case, yeah. Yeah, so you see, you have questions and all that. And then we also bring in this idea of the level 5 leadership, and then you try to evaluate that they know based on that, yeah. And then I have the corporate strategy, merger and acquisition. What are my questions? And this answer comes here. So I'll stop here and share with you all, yeah. When you all shared your cases, a lot of what you have written there, because it's done based on your research, will go here in the teaching note. So, you know, you have the answer, you have your conclusion, you have whatever, you put in this kind of table, and what is it in your class that you wanted to teach them? Yeah, you got it? I think that's something, that's why I decided not to use my normal class notes, but I have to address how you all can then review your cases, yeah? So, and then of course the theories and support. These are the 3 theories and supporting the case. I wrote it from strategic leadership. That means we track that they know what is she doing as a strategic leader. And then we had sections on a very few, because a lot has been taken out, merger and acquisition. And then what are the innovation strategies that she used? Mainly digitalization, all right? Okay. Okay. Then case teaching plan. I always have this. Every time I write my case study, I write this because it's easy. I put it in a box, and because this is how I normally conduct my classes. Yeah, but now maybe in digital world, I would have to do it a bit differently, yeah, the case teaching case. So you have a pre-class activity, you have in-class reading, intensive reading, group discussion, group presentation, yeah. And then, yeah, I said I have used this before I submitted it for the conference. I have used it 2 semesters, yeah. So, and all this, and then if you have your references there, you write it. Okay, so any question at all about the case study? Anyone? Everyone understand? Yes. Yes, Dr. Putri.
This teaching note is just for the lecturer, right?
Yeah, you don't give the student, they will get all your answers.
Okay. So it means that only give the questions to them during the activities.
No, during the activities, they read the case study.
When they read the case study, we will have to give the questions that
no. In my case study, no. Yeah, because I write the case study inside the questions.
You mean that the question is inside the case study?
Yes, embedded inside the case study. But many others, because the student will say, what's the question? What's the question? So in the beginning of your class, if you want to use the technique that I use, I will guide them to spot what are the problems that you need to solve in this case. Because if you put the questions out, which is a lot, many do that, yeah, but Harvard case studies don't. Yeah, if you put that questions out, then it's like they can just go to the question and look for the answer, and it becomes a comprehension level 2 or 3 blooms. Right? Yeah. But you have to be gentle with your students. If, for instance, they need that guidance, you will have mini cases first. Yeah, you have mini cases, 1-pager, 2-pager, with guide questions for them to help them to answer this question. But if they are really, this is what Harvard is saying. Yeah, if you simulate it, the questions are not given to you. Right? In life, nobody gives you the question. You have got to find out what's the question here. So it develops the questioning technique, your ability to look at a case and say, hey, I think they have this problem. And you'll be surprised that every class would look at different problems, might want to focus on different things. Yeah. One case, you use it in different classes, you can have different experiences. All right. Okay, Dr. Putri? All right.
Yeah. Just to ask you, then the one that is in the questions in the teaching note, that one is for what actually?
The question for you, because the question, yeah, because like when you enter that competition, that IMBA wants you to give all the answers. Okay. And then if you circulate this, everyone will know the answer. You can't use it as your test bank anymore, right? Right?
Yeah. So
yeah.
Okay.
I'm being kind to all of you here. Never mind. I'll write other cases. Okay.
But that's the usual template, is it? If to write the teaching note?
That's the template given by the IMBA, remember?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they don't have those boxes. I always do boxes because it makes it easier.
Okay,
right? It makes it easier, because then otherwise they have to, and then you answer so they don't see it, yeah? So if you look at my teaching note here, yeah, I like to be very systematic in that way. I have 3 types. I could have just put the question according to how it unfolds in the case, right? Because the things are here and there. And then I just write, I put the answer by. I prefer doing this so that whoever is the teacher using it would be aided, yeah? So they will find it easy, yeah? Because sometimes if I don't give the answers, you can write anything, right? And it's fine, no problem. Yeah, but for me, when I give the answers, then you will see that the case is very rich. Yeah, because then the answers are all there. Then you say, oh my God, there's so many things I didn't realize in the case study. All right. So I think to help you all understand it better, let's look at the case study itself. Just now we go backwards. We look at the teaching note. We start with the teaching note. These are my learning outcomes, etc. Let's look at the case study. Have anyone read this case study? Did you have time to look through the case study?
Yes, ma'am. I have gone through the case.
Okay. Now you tell me about the case then. All right. Let me just put it up.
I think this is a case all about how a conventional bank, they have just merged with a bank which is having certain beliefs in Islamic system.
Okay.
And how they've actually grown up.
Yeah.
With
Okay.
various strategies.
You see the same, right? The synopsis that I put in the case study, in the teaching note, I
Yes.
put it back again. All right.
Yes.
All right. Actually, if you ask me, I'd never like to write the synopsis in the case because it gives away the case to some extent.
Yes.
Yeah. Previously, when I wrote, but the conference want it to be like this. Yeah. So I find it like, you wrote a lot of mystery puzzles. You want them to find it out, and then you write the synopsis. It's like, okay, this is the case. Yeah. So the same thing with giving that question at the back. But don't get me wrong. You can do that. I mean, like in this case, it's even required. Yeah. So let's go to this one. Yeah. Okay, Sri Raman, you read it. Yeah. Can you tell me what happened? Another mountain to climb.
Actually, she has understood how the banking sector functions in this particular country with the Islamic belief, and she has actually merged the product portfolio according to that, so that she can increase the customer base. That is one, and she could increase the number of depositors. And, that's how we could see how this bank has grown over a period of 5 years.
All right. Okay. So that's the gist of it, right? That's the gist of it. Yeah. So when I started Another Mountain to Climb, how did I get the title, Another Mountain to Climb? Remember when I interviewed this protagonist, she's an avid rock climber, I mentioned to you, right? She's a hiker, etc. Yeah. So you see, even the story, when you know the protagonist well, you try to make them as real as possible. Where is it likely that they would be, this is her main form of what do you call it, leisure. Yeah, the things that she does. Yeah. So I give the context. When is the time? 2014. So you immediately give a time frame there. Yeah. Who is the protagonist? Datin No. What happened to her? She was appointed as the first CEO of Bank Berkat. Is that big news? Of course. Yeah. Which was formed through an acquisition. So this acquisition, if you're in strategic management, you know all acquisition, right? So, and then what else do we know about her? She's an avid rock climber. She knew, she's a tough lady, but she knew that when she was appointed this position, it was another tough mountain to climb. So as a leader, you know it. So you see how you you introduce the protagonist. Yeah, when you write your case study, when we review your case study, you introduce your protagonist. Sometimes you don't have your protagonist, so that will be a problem in this kind of cases. Yeah. So the acquisition, what about that acquisition? So I talk a bit more. The acquisition was hailed as a highly successful one, and Datin knew that expectation of her were high. The vision for the future was clearly spelled out to position the bank competitively. This entailed what? All these things, yeah, boosting market share, serving more customer segment, differentiating products and services, as well as enabling services with technology. You see, and then what do you see next? You see this quotation, right? And this is exactly what that lady said. She said, branding was the main challenge for us, given the market segment of the bank before the acquisition. We faced sector barrier, generational barrier, and status barrier. This is what she said. So it's true. The feeling is authentic. So this is what you do with the interview that you have tried to put your voice into your writing. Okay. And then I came back again to rock climbing. This is about banking, isn't it? But I came back again. Yeah, in rock climbing, the objectives could either be to complete the task in the quickest possible time or to attain the furthest point on an increasingly difficult route. Dati knew that for a fact that in her case, she was bound by both objectives. Both. You have to have speed, you have to have progress. Yeah, so you see these first three paragraphs introduces the what's the name of this person, the protagonist. Yeah, and then you know immediately what are the problems that she faces. All right, so you read this. I hope all of the rest of you will read, and then I talk about acquisition, then you tell the story, a lot of the story, so that they have something to do with it. Yeah, and then the chosen one. So this one is about leadership, and then the moment you are chosen, what do you do? What did you roll out? So what did I do? I put the thing on your mark, get set, go. Yeah, what did she do? So all the rest talks about her accomplishment. Yeah, and then the ones that you see in quotation are her exact words. Yeah, exact words that she did. Yeah, and then you see lots of quotation I use here. Yeah, lots of quotation. A bit different from the Goliath case, because that's even more conversational, but that's a shorter case. Yeah, this is a long case. Yeah, and then we talk about the fuel of leadership, what she thinks about it, and then we talk about financial performance, product development. So you see, yeah, if you look at product development, just this segment, you can have a mini case, right? If there's something that you want them to do about it. If you look at financial performance, you see all the footnotes that I use there. If you use the financial performance, let's say you do this. Yeah, you can ask them, if you want to just put the numbers, you can ask them to interpret this 5-year financial highlights in terms of asset value, gross financing, what is the thing about. Yeah, so you can put that there. Yeah, and then digitalization as a way forward. So here the whole case study shares what she talked about in digitalizing banking. Yeah, I will always remember her saying this thing. Yeah, she said one of her favorite quote is Brad King's, banking is no longer somewhere you go to, but something you do. Yeah, so that was so profound in the year 2016. Yeah, and then now we go back to the ending, right? Okay, yeah, just now we introduced the protagonist, and then in between the beginning and the ending, we put all the necessary information that you need for the students to analyze. Because remember, in your learning objectives, you have business strategy, corporate strategy, as well as the, what do you call it, the strategic leadership issues that you want them to come in. Yeah? So now let me bring you back, yeah, to the last part. I hope you will not sleep, but I will go through one by one so that you can imagine how I write these things. So we go back to her again. Remember, we started with the mountain to climb, and then you roll out what she has done, and then now she arrives at another point in time of her tenure as a CEO, and then now she's here. Now she goes back to the mountain. That just now there was no mountain. Just talking about mountain climbing and then using it as an analogy to what do you call it? Mountain climbing, and analogy to leadership, yeah, being on the top, etc. Now let's go back to the ending. And this is very, very important. When you want to review your cases that you've given to me, I need you to do the beginning and the ending, and what will you choose in between. That would be the way forward. Yeah, no need to know like ABCD. You will find all the other skills along the way. Yeah, but for you now, immediately, let's look at the ending. Yeah, sometimes the ending can be short, just maybe 2 paragraphs. Here seems to be like a long one. Yeah, so I put there, Datin no. Where is she now? She stood at the top of the hill. Actually, it's Broga Hill. She told me she went to that hill that day. Yeah, looking intensely. Where is she looking? At the horizon. That means you imagine yourself in the mountain. She's looking at the horizon. What is happening? She's oblivious. That means she's so into the horizon, to the chatter of the small crowd who had climbed all the way up to see the sunrise. So she was there, with a group of people, but she was alone in her thoughts. Yeah, that's what oblivious means. Yeah, it had been a good year for her as well as Bank Berkat, despite a trying economic situation. So that means she did well. Yeah, she did well. The bank also did well. And then why? Like the other players in the financial services industry, Bank Berkat had been progressing well on its what journey? Digital journey. Malaysia's commitment to the development of fintech, at that time fintech was really entering the scene, was encouraging with the establishment of the Financial Technology Enabler Group, FTEG, in 2016. So I explain what is FTEG. Huh? A cross-functional group led by the central bank, tasked with formulating and enhancing regulatory policies to facilitate the adoption of technological innovations in the Malaysian financial services industry. You see, this is written for the banking sector. So anything happening in the banking sector, you must know. As a researcher, you must know that very well. Okay? So here, okay, so you know that spearheaded by the central bank. Bank Berkat has been consistent, consistency is a good sign, in pursuing its digital agenda to enlarge its presence in the digital space while deploying cost leadership strategy to optimize its resources in the physical space. Datin Noh felt motivated to further pursue the idea of how digitalization could empower those in the emerging markets, which are often characterized by a high percentage of unbanked population. Remember, unbanked population is a very huge problem, weak consumer banks and high mobile penetration rate. Digitalization could certainly be a solution, that's what she thought, yeah, to enhance financial inclusion, a concept well supported by Islamic banking principles. There was still so much room for growth in digitalization and Islamic banking. You see, the word that I use here, could certainly, but I didn't say that it did. So your choice of word is very important. So you are the CEO, you look out there, you say, you know, things seems to be going well. Digitalization seems to be something I still need to pursue, for instance, yeah? So that's in her thoughts, yeah? So you bring yourself to that protagonist. As she looked further into the horizon, waiting for a glimmer of light to spring forth and present the orange hues of the sunrise, so you know the sun is coming out. It's an analogy of how a new beginning is for her as well. Datin Noh wondered, how much had she contributed to the growth of Bank Berhad? In what ways had she and her team achieved the objectives of the acquisition which gave birth to this unique Islamic bank called Bank Berkat? What else could Bank Berkat do to leverage on this thing? How will Bank Berkat progress in its next phase of digitalization? What would be the outcome of its effort to broaden the local and regional franchise to grow fee income in Islamic wholesale and blah, blah, blah. Okay? So you see, that second paragraph are the questions that the students have to answer. Yeah, I embed it there. And I did not pull it out, which I could do. I put it there so that these questions are asked by the CEOs. And in a case study, the students take the role of that CEO, right? So if I put the question outside, it's like taking them out of their persona that they have already taken. Yeah? So that's why I embed it here, answering some of your questions just now, yeah? So these were her thoughts. She was there. You know it's going to be sunrise soon. As she snapped out of her reverie and marveled at the huge, round, orange morning sun rising slowly up the sky, Datin Noh knew that only time could tell. She only knew that in the new year, she would need to find better and more novel way to apply fintech technology in the financial services sector. She must always move forward because rock climbers do not usually climb back down the same route. Okay, so the last sentence, I had to research what is rock climbing, what do they do, and then I found out this statement about rock climbing. Yeah, it says they do not come down the same route. Yeah, so that becomes a very good ending, I thought, yeah, for my the ending to this case. All right, so any question? So we've looked at the case, what you call just now, the teaching note, and we've also looked at the case study. Yeah, all right. Okay. Any questions at this point? Because I'm going to give you your homework, your next piece of work.
Prof,
Yes.
If we relate to the 6 cases that you have shown just now, the title of the cases, application of fishbone and all those things.
Yeah.
So, and
Which
then
one?
we
Oh, just now. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, and then we relate to the Datin nose case. So it means that like the 5 Ys, the fishbone is actually should not be put in the case, but it should be one of the things in the teaching note whereby the students needs to figure out that it doesn't mean that it should be the fishbone anyway. It's up to them to decide what are maybe the tools and maybe the issues behind it is maybe during the COVID-19 issues, the business, and all those things that should be put in the case first.
Yep.
And then do some storytelling and all, and talk about how maybe this Mr. X, how to survive in this COVID-19, pandemic and all, and maybe relate to some metaphor like you mentioned in the case. And in the end, to highlight some questions of what are the tools or what are the solutions that need to be made for this Mr. X to survive in this pandemic. Is it something like that?
Right. I'm very happy that you mentioned that, because at the end of the day, we'll be learning. We've learned a lot, I think, from where was it just now, that session 2, right? Okay. Let's look at your questions just now, right? I'm glad you brought that up. I see real learning there. Okay. So in other words, when you look at the title here, it looks like, that's why when you say it's appraisal, I agree with you. Yeah, because it does look like an appraisal case whereby you just want them to, okay, take 5 Ys, solve this, get an answer, correct? In that sense, right? From the title. Yeah. Instead, if you look at 5 Ys on marine manufacturing company, I would want to change the title. I don't want it to just be, unless the name is really marine manufacturing company. Yeah, if not, give it an interesting title. And when do you put 5 Ys, you limit you sort of scope it. Limit and scope has different meanings. Yeah, scope means you want to be, you deliberately do it. Limit means, although it means the same thing, it's like stifling, right? So here maybe I say, just give you the benefit of the doubt. I say, maybe they just, it's like appraisal, as you say, 5 Ys. Whereas if you want the skill to be, for the student to be able to choose the appropriate tool of analysis of that problem, then you don't give the 5 Ys, right? But it depends. It depends on the learning outcome that you want. If you actually want them to do the 5 Ys and it's a short case, no worries. Yeah, but why should you put the 5 Ys there unless you provide titles for your exercises in the your course according to the topic, then okay. I can see then you see the fishbone, the 5 Ys, the cause and effect, blah blah blah. All right, then that maybe that's your style of categorizing. Otherwise, for a good case, you will need, you see the title, you see I spend a lot of time to actually think about the subtitle, you see. Another mountain to climb. I can use what? Background, introduction, right? I can use that. But it makes the story, okay, introduction. Suddenly you feel so research if you have introduction. Yeah. And then what else did I do? The chosen one. Yeah, because she seems special. So you give her the chosen one. And then here, starting. So you know the next thing is she's starting. What kind of tracks are she running on? One is about leadership. So I have a special dedicated that one to leadership. And then product development. Yeah. So this one seems very generic already. Yeah. And here the digitalization. I could just put digitalization also, but I decided I want the word as a way forward. It's up to you as a writer. And then the CEO's view on digital banking. So the idea is digital banking. I could have put digital banking, but I wanted to be more exact. Digital banking is so huge. I want to tell you this is what she thinks. Yeah, not just anything. And then okay, then the ending. All right. So you see, subtitling is also very. Titling your subsections is also important. All right. So let's go back to here. All right. Any more question, class? Let us wait. Okay, no question there. Dr. Sri Raman, you okay? So
Yeah,
we
okay.
have,
It
you're
was
more than okay.
actually, indeed, it was a quite interesting case. I read the case first, then I went to the teaching notes. I could really understand how the cases connects with the teaching notes and everything. It
And
was
you
an
can imagine the class too, right? Because I've given you which topic I'm going to cover. Yeah, so I think that's one upgrading we can do with your cases that you send to me. Yeah, and then after that, I don't know whether I should show you the slides first or not. Yeah, should I show you the slides or not? Because actually, I want to mention to you here. In the slides you will see that one. Maybe I don't need to go to the slides. Yeah, the slides will tell, because that one is for the competition presentation. Then we have to explain what's the case study. We have to explain what's in the teaching note. Yeah. So anyway, when you turn it into a slide, the storyline is very important. Yeah. So this one is relating to, you remember, have you read The Soul of the Role? In Search of the Soul of the Role. Who has read it?
Yes, I have read it.
You've read it, yeah? So, okay, I hope the rest has read it. Just now we talked about Datin No, right? In The Soul of the Role, this guy's case, the protagonist is Salwana. You remember, Sri Raman?
Yes, yes.
Yes, she's Salwana. What's her problem?
She's from a corporate getting into social cause. I think transition is the biggest challenge what she had.
Right. So it's just also like Teja, was it Teja, Tela, and Saira about a social mission. Yeah. So
Yes.
here it's about leadership. If you're a leader, if you're used to leading a private sector, public sector, or private sector, do you think the same thing that you know as a private sector leader would be applicable to a civil society leadership? Right? So that's the story. Yeah. So anyway, she had that conversation with her friends. She was not confident. And then the whole story is about what she did to try to settle in into her new role. Yeah, this is a story of leadership. So she went to an SDG summit. She went to a talk on social entrepreneurship. She looked at fundraising events. She read the book by Prof Yunus, A World of Three Zeros. She had lots of questions. And then there's something about the nose. Yeah. The nose is just nothing specific, but it's an interesting thing, just to make that one more fun. Yeah, because she's got a friend she asked her friend for opinion during here. One of them went to Genting Highland to look for a farm, what do you call it, the farmist or palmistry. Yeah, and then she said, "You know so," and then she said, "Yeah," and then the end is also about
the restaurant, the meeting when it started with the nose history. It was quite interesting to go through that.
Yeah, and then in the ending, I brought the nose back again. You see, it just now was about the mountain. Now it's just a nose. But you see, you've got to find something that ties the story, yeah, so that you know they did not get lost in between the stories, yeah. And then so all these things, and then she had the meeting with the excellency. You remember the excellency, etc. Here, yeah. All right, yeah. So that case is actually one of my favorite case. All my cases are favorite because I get into the protagonist role, yeah. But actually, this case is about my case. Yeah, I was asked, I'm now leading a foundation. I don't know anything about a foundation actually, yeah. So, but I put it a different element. If it's just me, it's not very interesting. because I'm just a researcher, I'm an academic, I've got some very minimal, aside from education industry, I was in a very short time in a bank in telecommunication, but generally I'm in the education industry. So it's not interesting, isn't it? If you write about me, totally nobody wants to read about it. So I borrowed a persona from my good friend who was a CEO in Microsoft. I use a name that changed it a bit. Yeah. So, and then you get these experiences in industry to share in the form of a case. Yeah. And actually the story on the part on the soul of the roller, which inspired the case is actually based on this guy. Yeah. If you take a look here, this particular guy, that's us, the 5 of us. Yeah. So this one is actually His Excellency. Yeah, he used to be the previous Minister of Education of Bhutan. So I was so lucky to be, because Anwar Ibrahim, it was a public holiday, so Anwar Ibrahim's group they wanted to meet him, but they didn't. So he spent that Sunday with us and he talked about leadership. Yeah, and then you read that part on the soul of the role. That's why that became the title of this one, because he said in leadership you have to ask what is the soul of your role. Yeah, because in that story, if you had read it, he was telling about, he's a minister. There's a lot of things that he can do, he thought. Yeah, but on one trip to very remote schools where they have to go through 2 mountain tops. So that one is called 2 mountain tops, yeah, because he climbed one mountain and then another mountain. I think it took them 7 days, and then he arrived at the school. Yeah, when he arrived at the school as a minister, he delivered his speech, and then when and then he said, "Do you have any question like me now?" So everyone's like, far away. Usually nobody asks a question, right? But in this case, a 10-year-old girl put up her hand. So she asked him, what does a minister do? And then he said, like, he's been asked all kinds of questions, like maybe what's the what do you call attrition rate of education or whatever in Bhutan. Nobody asked that question, what does a minister do? So he was like a bit off balance. Fortunately, he remembered the word minister means. What does it mean? To serve. Yeah, to serve. Yeah, yeah. So he said, a minister serves. He said, it serves the country, it serves the state, the district, the school. I serve your principal, I serve your teachers, and I serve you. Yeah, as a student. You see. So that is, and then when we asked him other question, he said, in whatever capacity that you have as a leader, you must always ask yourself, what is the soul of the role? Yeah. So he used that word, and I was so inspired by that word. I use it as the title of the case study. Yeah. So every leader is in search of the soul of the role. Okay. So this is how you get ideas. Yeah. Right. And then this is what you do. Begin with the end in mind. Which topic? Leadership. What is it? Leadership roles. How is it? How to build leadership skills. Yeah, is it applicable, transferable? Strategic management. What's the change management out there? What's annual planning, external analysis, strategic leadership, network capital, and social capital? So these are some of the topics that can come up. Yeah, and then learning outcome. If you all want to use the same one, it's the same. Because basically, when you all were struggling to say whether it is a problem, it is appraisal, actually all of those can appear in your case because your case would be robust. Yeah, that means you can use your case to do any of these things. If one class, 30 minutes, you start with identify the main issues. Tomorrow's class, we look at who are the roles of the stakeholders. Yeah, so if you look at Goliath, what I do in classes, I think there's about 7 or 8 characters there. Yeah, including the people in the UK, the guy with the ring, nose ring or whatever. So you imagine all these people, so you make decisions within that context. Yeah, And then you present and defend your decision, and you solve problems. You can do it individually at first and then together. Yeah. And for us, writers, we look at when you want to write your case, what is it? What is the end that you want for your student? What learning outcomes do you want? And of course, very important, reflection, what you value, knowledge, etc. Okay. And then you write the objectives of the case. Yeah, this is what you do as you write. You want to address a common leadership problem. Then you want to simulate how leaders manage the transition. Yeah. So if you look at the subtitles that I have, I portray different leadership. Yeah. When you look at this one, yeah, you will see that I wrote extensively on the SDG because the leaders were talking about SDGs. And then here, with these ladies, they are talking about social entrepreneurship. So that's where your ideas come from. And then it's also easier for you to write because you have more than enough data to write a story. Yeah. And then you have to mention here, what are you doing? Yeah. You want to analyze the norming and storming stage of getting into a new role. So all these are management terms, and then transferability of the skills. All right. Okay. So I'm done with my work now. We've got half an hour. I think we can do this. Yeah. You get into your groups, and then one set, you can present one set of slides to present the teaching note for your own case study. Okay. You go back to your this one because you are going to tear your case study apart. You look at your case study, you mention here what is the summary, what are the main themes, what are the teaching objectives, what are the who are the target groups. Case teaching is the same, case analysis. Yeah. So you try to do that with your case study so that tomorrow when we start on our writing exercise, you will be quite prepared to understand what is in a teaching note. All right. Okay. I'm sure you all are tired. Maybe sleepy. I was talking a lot. Okay. So that's the end of my class today for session 3, but not the class. I will take question and answer. Okay, Suhaida, Dr. Suhaida, thank you. See you tomorrow.
So, Prof, meaning to say the exercise is our homework for us to prepare tomorrow, right?
Yeah, can. So now we do, because it'll be you. I'm sure everyone's tired, right? And then so you have your own cases, right? I already gave you the titles just now, all of your cases. Use the long one or the short one, it doesn't matter. Some of you have abstract. If you have abstract, you are working forward. Yeah, because you haven't written anything. If you already have your case, you are working backwards. From your case, you decide which goes to the teaching note, which goes into writing the case, right, itself. Yeah. All right. Any question?
Madam, I need a clarification. So this group exercise is based upon the case abstracts developed by us. It's based upon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We developed a brief case, maybe around 200 to 300 words only.
That one is just your abstract, right? So you write the abstract, you think forward. You don't have a case yet. You just have an initial idea. About what you want to write. Some of you, let me check. Yeah, just let me check.
Paul, is it okay if anyone who has their own abstract, they can work on their own teaching notes?
Yes. I got that. Yes, sir. Just a moment. Let me show what I have from all of you. External. Okay, UMP. So these were the things that you all sent me. Yeah, I have analyzed them actually. I have an analysis. Yeah. Of what you all have done. Let me see, where am I? Sample cases, yeah? So I have analyzed your documents here. So let us see. I think the 5, whatever is it, let's say, where is the, yeah, because you name it differently, but it's something else. Okay, let's take a look at this one. All right, so here, you will see it looks like a good case. Yeah? This one, it talks about leadership, right? Leading fragile transformation. So I would think you're going to talk about transformation, right? And then you will look about leadership, yeah, and this is the name of the company. So I would like to know about the company, yeah. So here you have your synopsis, yeah, okay, and then decision. Remember just now I never used this introduction, etc. Yeah, so you have to make it more attractive. The pictures are good. You have, yeah, so you see this guy, you have to interview this guy, right? Who is he? Why is he there? That's how you introduce the protagonist. Yeah, the time of the case, remember I just put in 2014, yeah, because the time of the case is important, but you don't put it as your title. You got it? Yeah. Okay, so those are just for you to know what to put in, but you have to have a good location of this one. Yeah, you can put, yeah, at the heart of ASEAN, for instance. Then you have to tell more. Yeah, and then the issue, the problem. Those people, the student have to look for the issue, not you tell them the issue. Yeah, if you tell them the issue, the case is a giveaway. Yeah, and then you don't say according to the supervisor who was interviewed. This one you can put in your teaching case. What did you find from the interview? Yeah, so that story, the narrative has to be so attractive. This one goes to this thing. This one, yes, you can put them here if they're important. It's just the way you write it. And then who started and all this. This one gives you the background of the what is it, the company, so that can be contextualized, right? And then organizational structure is important if you want to have any work, because students would want to know who has the power to do this and that. Yeah, if you think it's important, you put it there. Usually it is. Yeah, and then you don't put issues examined in the case. You tell the story of the issues, and this one goes to the teaching note. All right, you got it? All right.
Prof.
Yes.
But like in the data note, it's mentioned there's I know the issue is that she needs to change into digitalization. So,
but it's not said that is the issue. How will she change? That's why the question is not is she going to be changed or not. It's a deeper question. You understand?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
tune it into something that doesn't look like an issue, but it's an issue.
It's a big issue, but you don't say the issue in 3 lines. Yeah.
Okay.
But remember, inside the content, she has there was so much information given on her digitalization. You read that part on digitalization. So when that digitalization word goes to the end, the foreshadow is already in the content itself. What have they done in terms of digitalization? What has been the outcome? So as a leader, what can you do next, right? Is it still valid? So it's that kind of thing that you put there, all right? You try, yeah? You try it. To know how to do this, you have to write 10 or 11 sentences or 3 or 2. Sometimes it just strikes you. But you know how, I mentioned the word to neutralize it. That means you don't put that judgment part. But when you want an action to be taken, that is, you put it in the thoughts of that person. That person have to think like that. That's one technique. Yeah, many other techniques, of course. And then objective of the case, of course, that goes to the, what do you call, the teaching note. Yeah. But at least you have your whole teaching note here. Yeah, and then you put the references. It's optional, as I mentioned. But if it's going to not to signed off, you will need that a lot. Yeah. Okay. I wonder. All right, that's done. And then we have other. Okay, that one. And then we look at the fishbone. Which one is the fishbone? I don't remember which one is fishbone. Is it garden?
I think Seoul Garden.
Seoul Garden, right? Yeah. Okay. So here's Seoul Garden. Okay. So Seoul Garden, yes, Seoul Garden, also very interesting, yeah, this one. It has good potential as a topic, yeah. Application of fishbowl. So what is the biggest problem in Seoul Garden here?
Is the customer satisfaction.
Customer satisfaction, huh?
Actually, yeah, on the restaurant.
Yeah. So you have to really be Korean. You Google what do Korean do. How is that one very important? You know, so that you get that one word that you can use as your title and then your subtitle. You have to get into that culture. Yeah. So Seoul Garden. Yeah. Soul with no soul. How about that? Yeah, the soulless soul or something like that, soul garden, something. You can also use rhymes or stuff like that. Yeah, and then the synopsis again. You see what your class have done. I think is good. That this is a good first start of doing the research part of your case. Yeah, because you look at who is the decision maker and all that. So your next step is to write a story. Okay, and then this information first is to segregate. This goes into the teaching note. This becomes the story, but from the teaching note your story can develop because you know what you want to do with your with this piece of story. Yeah.
Like Prof, it begins with the talking about the decision maker first, right?
Not necessary. Usually you can. Sometimes if you want more impact, you say you can start with a restaurant scene. Yeah.
Oh.
The sounds of chopsticks was all around there. You know, like 5 out of those 10 tables, rude. Malaysians can be very rude, but they are banging on the table with their chopstick, like that. Something like that. Yeah. How has Soul Garden got into this situation? And then you introduce the manager or whoever. Also can. Yeah, you know what I mean? Sometimes you want to bring the protagonist. Where you want to bring it is to situate that protagonist into the problem strategically. Yeah, so that one depends on style. You can write one where she appears first, in the middle, or somewhere almost at the end. Yeah, depending on how long your case is. Bring the problem. Then you say who's going to solve it. Of course, yeah. Oppa Prabusa. You say Prabusangka, Oppa, because it's Korean, for instance. Yeah. So people say, who's this Oppa Prabusangka? Then you say, well, he's just been there 3 weeks, having work in Shangri-La, in whatever. He finds that this garden is not the garden that he wants to be around at. Yeah, because definitely from a big hotel to small hotel or whatever. Yeah, just to give some drama into it. All right. Okay. Any more question? So you see, you will see a lot of the same thing, right, Dr. Putri? Because the task has been given with this kind of subsection. So it lends itself very well into writing, developing your teaching note, as well as the case. So this is phase number 1. Yeah, phase number 1. Yeah, then you will find that, hey, I don't have enough information to make the story longer here. So you have to do a bit more of research on that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, wonderful. It's been a long day. I've never taught this long in a website webinar style. You know, like life okay lah. All right. Yeah. All right. So
thank you so much, Prof.
Yeah. Do you all have any questions?
Madam, in the teaching notes, you mentioned about end user courses, right?
The teaching note, yes.
The end users, can you throw some lights on that? End user courses, what do you mean actually, and how we will proceed further?
Okay, which slide particularly is that?
The slides you have given an assignment, right? Homework.
This one, is it? Prepare ones in your own case. Yeah. Is this the one?
Yes, madam.
Oh, maybe I'm not presenting it anymore, is it? Let me check.
Yeah, you mentioned about group exercise.
Right. Yeah, group exercise. Just a moment. Yeah. Share. This one?
Yes, madam.
Yeah.
After target group, you mentioned end user courses.
Yes. In your own case, in your own course, target groups. End user courses means who are your students? Of course, in my case, it'll be MBA, for instance. Yeah.
We also MBA only, madam. MBA students.
Yeah. Then you put MBA students. Yeah. So when you put MBA students, they know the level of difficulty of concepts, the language, stuff like that. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any more question? You can use your own case if you like. Yeah. Just try it out. Okay.
Prof, what if any of us do not even have any case? Should we start from?
No. I think the best thing for you to do, if just now I showed 2 things. Yeah, one is on the two companies that you have already quite a good cases there. You just work in a group, look at that case, and try to do a plan for it. How are you going to upgrade it? That's enough. Okay, because it's not logical for you to do it in a day. Unless you are someone that if you're pressured, suddenly everything can come out, then okay. But usually it's not quite that way, right? Okay, you got it? Everyone understand? So work in groups, because if you work alone, it's like, it can be very lonely. As long as you can understand what it means, and you can add on, remember, yeah, because I mentioned here, common elements. Yeah, maybe if you are UMP, you don't want that to be the common elements. Of course, you need teaching objectives, learning outcome. You know, when you have teaching objectives, you can also have PO, PLO, whatever you want. Yeah, it depends on you how detailed you want it to be or how broad you want it to be. Okay?
Okay.
Right. Okay. Any more question? If there are no more questions, tomorrow I see you, and at 2:00 I'll bring my good publisher plan to look at publishing issues. Yeah, so that all of you can learn from it, because you have your own publishing house as well, right? So you would be able to take in good practices. Yeah, for you to learn, right?
Prof, can we look at the teaching notes afterwards? Maybe you can give it to us, maybe for us to.
I gave you the teaching note ready.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I email. Remember?
Oh, that one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. Oh, do you mean the you want this one? Is it? You want the slides?
If we either make it in a form of like the Microsoft Word, like what you did, or with
Yeah.
slides.
If you want the slide, I can send to you all the slides, Santi. All right.
Okay.
Oh, you want to see the slides? Okay.
Yes,
All right.
please, doctor.
All right. So slides. Let me see. Where is it? Slides. Yeah. Yeah. It's like this. Yeah. The slide is like that. Okay. You got it? Yeah. So this is the slide. I put the title. Yeah. And then this is the methods. I actually put the methods of gathering the data. It took me 6 months to gather the data. Then I talk about it. Yeah. And then you see here, this is the interview. This is the focus group discussion that we came back with. And this is extensive research, including that about mountain climbing, rock climbing. Yeah. And then I gave background of the organization. Remember, in your own case, you have done that quite well. Yeah. So you will tell what's the background of your organization. Yeah. And then I talk about the synopsis, which I already have. You've seen it. Yeah. This is the synopsis. And then I always like to introduce my opening paragraph, because I find this is the one that would actually give what you call form to the case analysis. If you write a good, impactful opening, your case is okay. If you don't write a good opening, they will not want to publish your case. They read also, they're not interested. Yeah, so this is where you would want to come out. And then, all right, yeah, just like how I showed it to you. Yeah, and then I already look at the storyline. When I look at the storyline, do you realize that it is the subtitle that I put there? Okay, right? So you see, another mountain to climb beginning, the CEO's view, the last one, because that's where she's going forward. And then in between, I give you, especially leadership, product development, all these would be enough for you to answer the questions on the 3 course objectives that I wanted to do: merger and acquisition as a corporate strategy, business strategy, and also the leadership. Yeah, right? Also leadership. Yeah, and you know the problem that you have to cover is which one mountain will you climb next. Okay, and then after I finish the story, I give you the teaching note. Here I give you the objective of the case, the learning outcomes. Yeah, and then the same thing that I mentioned to you. Yeah, so I just, from those things, I put it here, and then I give you some sample answers. I can't give everything. Yeah, but these are some sample answers. Yeah, and then I give you all the sample answers. Yeah, and then in the end, yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, easy. Yeah, this one will give you the skill to see the overall structure of your case. Yeah. Okay. So everyone happy? You know what you need to do?
Inshallah, it looks pretty
Simple, isn't it? No? No, but seriously, you all have learned something, I hope, yeah?
Yes, madam. We gained a lot of insights into the informative.
Yeah.
And definitely through, I think, our own preparation of teaching notes, definitely it will give more clarity to us also. We'll give a direction also.
Right. And it takes quite a bit of time to accustom ourselves to this whole process, yeah? So don't give up easily. But if you, as I mentioned, as I mentioned, who wants to really go for it tomorrow, please come. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay, all right. So I guess this is the end of the session for today. I'm very, very happy that everyone has been very committed attending this workshop, and I really applaud your effort in helping out, and really assisting us and giving really, really good insights to the world of teaching cases. It's been very beautiful, but it's not easy as well because it's still new to us. However, I think we need a lot of imagination there.
Yes.
But I'm sure that it's a learning curve.
Right.
So I guess our homework is pretty challenging. So we will try our best we will try to do our best tonight. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, and hope you guys have a good rest. And thanks again to Prof also on this.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Mhm.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Putri, for arranging this. Yeah. I'll try to think about some of your questions, but I think I have answered quite a bit of your question. But don't be despaired, yeah, because this is a beginning of a new journey for you. If for some of you, you probably know it already, but those who want to improve their writing skills and all that, yeah, remember, put yourself a target of by December, for instance, yeah, and then try to publish something, yeah, for UNP or also for the other publishers. Yeah, tomorrow I'll bring my. What time can the publisher friend come in, Dr. Put?
If we have it something like this, I think it's fine. But it depends on you, Prof. What are the other contents you want to cover?
Yeah.
And totally up to you, Prof.
Yeah, I'll ask him if he, because he's going to talk about something. Maybe if he joins a bit earlier just to observe, then he might be able to contextualize his presentation as well. Yeah. All right. Thank you everyone for just an engaging time with all of you. Yeah, I wish you all the best until tomorrow in your homework.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Yeah.
Waalaikumsalam.
Doctor.
Okay, thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone.
Yes, thank you. Okay, bye June. I didn't get to June.
Bye,
Yeah.
Prof.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow I do the one pager for you, June. I'll look for
I can't wait
all right,
to
I will. I will
listen to it again.
remember that. Yeah, I'm really shocked that you remember 10 years old.
Of
Yeah.
course.
All right.
Bye, Prof.
Okay, bye. Bye. Thank you very much. Bye, June. Bye, Junaida. See you.